Chapter 41. Pop. Jiang Chen's fist shone brightly. The sharp yuan power cut through the air like a knife, creating a crackling sound. His entire body emitted a violent wave of qi as it collided with Li Changhao's heavenly yellow finger. What? He is using his fist to fight against the heavenly yellow finger. How can he be so arrogant? Yan Yang was shocked. This Jiang Chen is too arrogant. Although he had the upper hand before, the heavenly yellow finger is a battle skill. This finger is extremely powerful, and he is using his fist to fight against it. He will definitely be at a disadvantage. I think he will not be able to block it. The heavenly yellow finger of the Li family, although it is a low-rank mortal battle skill, Li Changhao has practiced it to perfection. Its attack is extremely powerful. Everyone was shocked. No one had seen Jiang Chen using his fist to fight against the heavenly yellow finger. He was definitely not an opponent. Ha, Jiang Chen, you think too highly of yourself. Using your fist to fight against my heavenly yellow finger, you really don't know what death is. On the opposite side, Li Changhao laughed out loud. His face was full of mockery. However, the mockery on his face disappeared in the next second and was replaced by shock. Jiang Chen had used his actions to show him what mockery really was. Boom! With a loud boom, under everyone's shocked gaze, Jiang Chen's fist and the giant heavenly yellow finger collided, creating a deafening sound. Unfortunately, the scene that everyone was expecting did not happen. Jiang Chen's fist was invincible. It seemed like there was nothing that it could not break. The extremely powerful heavenly yellow finger was crushed by Jiang Chen's fist, turning into a yellow light and disappearing. Looking back at Jiang Chen, his whole body was still in the same posture as when he punched. He did not even move an inch. He was as steady as a mountain. Everyone could feel the power of that punch. Combined with the faint aura of a king that Jiang Chen casually emitted, many people had the illusion that this young man in front of them was very mature. Oh my God, how powerful is that punch? It broke the heavenly yellow finger. Isn't his physical body a little too strong? Even with the support of origin power, it's still too terrifying for his fist to take on the heavenly yellow finger. I can't believe that such a genius has appeared in such a small city. It seems that Li Changhao is not his match. No one wasn't shocked. A fist had collided with the heavenly yellow finger. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. This battle, which had originally seemed to have no suspense, had changed people's minds. Li Changhao had even used the heavenly yellow finger while Jiang Chen hadn't used any battle skills up until now. In comparison, Li Changhao had already lost. If Li Changhao didn't have any other powerful trump cards, he would definitely be defeated by Jiang Chen today. Naturally, they did not know that Jiang Chen had condensed 5 dragon marks in his Qi Si. When he used his full strength, he could unleash a force of 50,000 jin. How terrifying was that? Damn, how did this guy train? His qi is so strong, and his body is as strong as a wild beast. Yan Yang couldn't help but curse. He himself was a rare genius, and geniuses were all arrogant. It was hard for them to admire another genius, but Jiang Chen's performance today had really impressed him. Brother Jiang Chen has consumed the soul qi elixir and the pure yang fruit. He has already reached the mid-qi high realm. Li Changhao is not his match. We can rest assured now, hee hee. Yan Zhanyun crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed. He was no longer as nervous as before, and now he looked like he was watching a good show. Besides, Jiang Chen's performance had shocked all the higher-ups of the Yan family. Combat weapons were even rarer here. Ordinary mortal core warriors couldn't even get a low-ranked combat weapon. For example, the Misty Rain Tower's auction house was the biggest auction house in Red City. They had auctioned all kinds of treasures and natural resources, but they had never auctioned a combat weapon. In the entire Yen family, they only had 3 low-ranked combat weapons. If the Yen family was like this, then the Li family wouldn't be much stronger than the Yen family. Li Changhao was only at the peak of the Qi High realm, but he still had a low-ranked combat weapon. It was obvious that he was using it as a trump card against Yen Yang. It's a low-ranked combat weapon. This is the first time I've seen one. It really is a godly weapon, not something ordinary weapons can compare with. With a low-ranked combat weapon, Li Changhao's combat strength has at least doubled. How can Jiang Qin fight against him? A combat weapon can cut through iron like mud. This is terrifying. Everyone was sighing. They all looked at the long sword in Li Changhao's hand with an envious expression. Jiang Qin, this sword is called the Black Soul Sword. You probably haven't seen what a combat weapon looks like. You should be proud that you can die in the hands of this Black Soul Sword today. Li Changhao shook his yuan energy, and the Black Soul Sword immediately let out a whistling sound. A gloomy and glossy aura spread out in all directions, causing many people to feel a chill. Jiang Qin sneered at Li Changhao's confidence. This guy's sense of superiority was way too much. It was just a low-ranked combat weapon, and he was already so arrogant. Sigh, Jiang Qin really didn't know what to say. In his previous life, not to mention a low-ranked combat weapon, even a top-ranked combat weapon was like trash in his eyes. He wouldn't even look at it. That's right, this Black Soul Sword could double Li Changhao's combat strength. However, even if his combat strength was increased by 5 times, if Jiang Qin wanted to kill him, he would still die. Don't waste time. Hurry up and kill him. Li Sanyu reminded. Yes, Dad. I will definitely let him die a horrible death, and I won't let him have an easy death. I will let him know that going against the Li family will not end well. Li Changhao sneered. Hualala, Li Changhao shook his yuan energy and poured it into the Black Soul Sword like a tidal wave. Countless sword lights suddenly burst out, forming a huge sword net. Jiang Qin, die. I'll turn you into meat paste with my sword. Li Changhao's aura soared. He rushed towards Jiang Qin like a ferocious tiger. He raised the sword in his hand high up, and the sword net expanded without limit. The cold sword lights were like a bloodthirsty wild beast, terrifying to the soul. Brother Jiang Qin, be careful. The power of a combat weapon is not to be underestimated. It can cut through iron like mud. Once you get hit by it, you will either die or be severely injured. Yan Zhanyan's face was filled with worry. Buzz, the Black Soul Sword shook violently, and the sword net completely covered Jiang Qin. Li Changhao's face was filled with pride. The Black Soul Sword was like a poisonous snake's tongue. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, it cut Jiang Qin in half. Li Changhao laughed out loud. However, the next moment, he felt that something was wrong. The smile on his face immediately disappeared. When the Black Soul Sword hit Jiang Qin's body, it didn't feel like it was hitting a human body at all. The tip of the sword hit the ground, leaving a deep mark on the hard ground. An afterimage. Li Changhao shouted out in shock. What he had slashed was only Jiang Qin's afterimage. How could this be possible? How did he dodge this attack? Li Changhao raised his head and discovered that many people's mouths were wide open in shock, revealing expressions of shock. He knew that this shock was definitely not due to the power of his sword, because everyone's gazes were fixed behind him. Be careful. Li Sanyu hurriedly warned. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Li Changhao had already felt the danger coming from behind him. Behind him, Jiang Qin dashed out like a cheetah. In his hand, there was a 5-foot-long golden finger light. It was like a dazzling sword as it slashed towards Li Changhao. This was the light condensed by the single solar finger. It was strong enough to fight against a low-ranked combat weapon. Chapter 42. Everyone's expression changed. Li Sanyu cried out in shock, but Jiang Qin was too fast. Even with his late mortal core realm cultivation, he didn't have the time to stop him. Swoosh! Jiang Chen's finger was like a sword as it slashed down. Li Changhao's reaction was fast. He turned his body to the side and avoided the tragedy of being cut in half. At the same time, he didn't forget to use the Black Soul Sword to block. Too bad, he was too slow. Puchi! Jiang Chen's finger slashed down on his wrist. Li Changhao's Yuan energy was useless, and the Black Soul Sword was also too slow. His wrist was cut off by Jiang Qin. His hand and the Black Soul Sword fell to the ground. Blood gushed out from his broken wrist like a fountain, shooting out for a distance of 3 meters. The pain from his broken wrist made Li Changhao scream out in pain, but Jiang Qin didn't care about it. He slapped Li Changhao's face. Slap. A clear slap. Li Changhao's palm hit the ground. Slap. Jiang Chen raised his foot and stepped on Li Changhao's face. The sole of his foot rubbed against Li Changhao's face. No matter how hard Li Changhao tried to move, he couldn't escape. All he could do was scream out in pain. Silence. The scene suddenly became quiet. Who would have thought that this would happen? Who would have thought that even Li Changhao, who had a low-ranked combat weapon, would still be killed by Jiang Qin in an instant? Everyone was immersed in Jiang Chen's previous actions. There were so many eyes, but no one could see how Jiang Qin dodged Li Changhao's unavoidable attack. Let my son go. Li Sanyu finally reacted. He angrily shouted at Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for his son being stepped on by Jiang Qin, he would have already rushed up and torn Jiang Qin into pieces. Everyone from the Li family was furious. They never thought that Jiang Qin would be this powerful. Even Li Changhao, who was at the peak of the Qi High realm and had a low-ranked combat weapon, was no match for him. This was too terrifying. Let him go. Are you kidding me? Don't forget, this is a life-or-death battle. Jiang Qin sneered at the furious Li Sanyu. His foot kept slapping Li Changhao's face. Little bastard, if you dare touch my son again, I will tear you into pieces. Li Shanyu was on the verge of exploding in anger. The hideous scar on his face kept twitching. It was a frightening sight. He had already lost one of his sons. If another one died, he would probably go crazy. More importantly, if Li Changhao was killed in front of him, it would be a slap to his face. Li Shanyu is furious. But we agreed that Li Changhao and Jiang Qin will fight a life-and-death battle. I guess Jiang Qin won't dare to kill Li Changhao. No one dares to kill Li Sanyu's son right in front of him. It's hard to say. I think this Jiang Qin is a ruthless man. He might really dare to kill Li Changhao. Besides, both of them are like fire and water. Even if he doesn't kill Li Changhao, Li Sanyu will not let him go. The crowd was discussing in low voices. Everyone was looking at Jiang Qin in a different way. After today's battle, this unknown young man would become famous in Red City. No one from the Yan family said anything. All they needed to do was to support Jiang Qin and protect him. Besides, the past 2 days had taught them that Jiang Qin was a man with his own mind. Whether he killed Li Changhao or not, they couldn't do anything about it. Even Li Sanyu's threat was useless. This was the truth. The once greatest saint in the world had never been threatened before. Li Shanyu's threat was nothing to Jiang Qin. It was like a fart. Jiang Chen didn't even look at the furious Li Sanyu. He stomped harder and harder on Li Changhao's head. That was the sound of bones being dislocated. Blood was flowing out of Li Changhao's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His screams were getting more and more terrifying. Bastard! Jiang Chen, I'm going to skin you alive. Li Sanyu was like an angry lion. He was furious, but he didn't dare to step forward. He was afraid that Jiang Chen would kill Li Changhao in an instant if he attacked. Skin me alive. Why don't I skin him first? Jiang Chen stomped on the ground. The black spirit sword bounced up from the ground. Jiang Chen easily grabbed it in his hand. Nice sword, consider it a trophy. As for Li Changhao, a life and death battle is a battle of life and death. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. The black soul sword's tip landed on Li Changhao's neck. Feeling the coldness of the sword, Li Changhao's body shivered. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. No, no, don't kill me. Li Changhao begged in a muffled voice. He didn't want to die. He was the second son of the Li family. He was a rare genius in Red City. He had a bright future ahead of him. How could he die? Jiang Chen, don't you dare. Li Sanyu's nose was about to spit out flames. The onlookers held their breaths. They were all guessing whether Jiang Chen would dare to kill Li Changhao or not. Li Sanyu, I heard that you have 3 sons. I'll kill 2 of them first. Jiang Chen had a calm expression on his face, but he didn't show any mercy. The black soul sword pierced through Li Changhao's neck, staining the ground with his blood. Li Changhao struggled for a few moments before he completely stopped moving. At this moment, the crowd quieted down again. Li Sanyu stared at everything in front of him. He was stunned. Oh my God, he really killed Li Changhao. Ruthless, absolutely ruthless. He didn't even blink when he killed. The second son of the Li family was killed in Red City, and it happened right in front of Li Sanyu. This is unimaginable. Everyone was shocked. Everyone stared at Jiang Chen, who had a harmless smile on his face. They couldn't help but gasp. This young man was too brave. Ah, Li Sanyu finally reacted. He raised his head up and let out a loud roar. He was like a mad beast. The energy of a late mortal core warrior swept across the area like a tsunami. Under this kind of energy, everyone felt like they were suffocating. Some of the men who were closer to Li Sanyu were knocked down onto the ground and started coughing up blood. He was furious. His own son was killed right in front of everyone. Anyone would be furious. Brother Jiang Chen, back off now. Yan Zhanyun had been prepared for this. When Li Sanyu attacked, he also rushed out and stood in front of Jiang Chen. Get the hell out of here. Li Sanyu's eyes had turned red. He forcefully struck out with his palm. Yan Zhanyun's energy shot up into the sky as he raised his palm to block the attack. Bang! The air produced a violent sound. The 2 great warriors of Red City had collided with each other. The shockwave from their attacks had caused the surrounding air to heat up. Those who were watching the fight immediately backed off. A fight between late mortal core warriors was really scary. Once someone was caught in the crossfire, it would be no laughing matter. Jiang Chen stood still with a calm expression. Li Sanyu's powerful attack didn't make him panic. He was as calm as a mountain, as if he didn't care about any of his enemies. Yan Zhanyun, get the hell out of my way. This little bastard killed 2 of my sons. I'm going to skin him alive today. Li Sanyu's voice was like a huge bell. Humph. Li Sanyu, don't you have any shame? We agreed on a life and death fight, and now that your son is dead, he can only blame himself for not being strong enough. You are a late mortal core warrior, and you want to attack a young man. Do you have any shame? Yan Zhanyun let out a cold snort. Of course, he wouldn't back off. Jiang Chen was the Yan family's savior, and he had saved Yan Qinyu's life. Even if he had to sacrifice his life, he would protect Jiang Chen's safety. Yan Zhanyun, are you going to back off or not? This is between the Li family and him, it has nothing to do with your Yan family. Li Sanyu clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Jiang Chen's problem is my, Yan Zhanyun's problem. If you want to fight, I'll fight with you. Yan Zhanyun's attitude was very aggressive. He unleashed the energy of a late mortal core warrior as well. It was obvious that he wanted to protect Jiang Qin. Alright, everyone attack. Kill Jiang Qin for me. Li Sanyu was furious, and he couldn't hold it in anymore. While shouting at the Li family, he raised both of his palms and attacked Yan Zhanyun. Swoosh! Just as the Li family made their move, 5 to 6 mortal core warriors from the Misty Rain Tower appeared in front of Jiang Qin and blocked his path. The Yan family is protecting Jiang Qin. No one can touch a single hair of Jiang Qin in the Yan family. Yan Hongtai's energy was soaring. More and more people from the Yan family came out from the Misty Rain Tower. The situation was getting more and more serious. 6 mortal core warriors, it was almost the strongest team of the Yan family. The Li family only sent a few men, and it seemed like they were still not strong enough to fight against the Misty Rain Tower. What did this Jiang Qin do for the Yan family? Why did all the mortal core warriors from the Yan family come out to help him? Don't tell me he cured the Yan family's young lady's illness. That's impossible, the Yan family's young lady has an incurable disease, even many masters can't cure her. Everyone was shocked. At first, they thought that the Yan family's protection of Jiang Qin was just a symbolic gesture. They didn't expect the Yan family to be so aggressive. The Li family's expressions changed. Even Li Sanyu, who was standing on the other side, stopped what he was doing. The Yan family's attitude towards Jiang Qin had also exceeded his expectations. Yan Zhanyun, does your Yan family want to start a war with the Li family? Li Sanyu was after all a famous man, and he had regained his senses. If you want to fight, I'll definitely accompany you. But, I don't think you want to see Red City in complete chaos right now. Yan Zhanyun was extremely aggressive. Chief, let's give up for today. If you want to kill that guy, there will be plenty of chances in the future. A mortal core warrior from the Li family spoke to Li Sanyu through his divine sense. Looking at the Yan family's attitude, it seemed impossible for them to kill Jiang Qin today. Besides, Li Changhao and Jiang Qin had already agreed to a life and death battle. Li Sanyu stared at Jiang Qin, who was still smiling behind him with a pair of vicious eyes. Then, he looked at Li Changhao, who was lying in a pool of blood. Although he didn't want to give up, he knew that there was no way he could kill Jiang Qin today. This was the entrance of the Misty Rain Tower. Kid, sooner or later, I'll tear you into a million pieces. Li Sanyu said to Leng Leng. After that, he left with Li Changhao's dead body and all the Li family men. Everyone sighed. In today's battle, Li Changhao was dead, and he even lost a low-ranked combat weapon. The Li family had really suffered a double loss. Chapter 43. The Li family had suffered a huge loss. One of Li Sanyu's sons had been killed, and they had even given away a low-ranked combat weapon. Even Li Sanyu's reputation had been tarnished. However, everyone knew that with Li Sanyu's personality, he would never let this matter go. Looking at the Li family members leaving, Jiang Chen's face was still expressionless. His face was as calm as an ancient well, without any emotions. Calm, wise, courageous, and ruthless. This was a very scary young man. Everyone remembered the name Jiang Qin. They all knew that with this ruthless young man's arrival in Red City, the real chaos of Red City would begin. Brother Jiang Qin, Li San, you will never let this matter go. Although you are powerful, your cultivation is still too weak. You should stay in the Misty Rain Tower for the next few days. Li San, you won't dare to go to the Misty Rain Tower and kill anyone. Yan Zhanyun said to Jiang Qin. After today's battle, everyone from the Yan family had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Qin. Among the younger generation of the Yan family, perhaps only Yan Qinyu, who had opened up the 9 stage, could be compared with him. Even Yan Yang felt inferior. Jiang Qin nodded. In fact, he didn't plan to stay in the Misty Rain Tower, but he was worried about Yan Qinyu. He wanted to wait for her to wake up before leaving. Besides, he also wanted to witness the birth of the 9 stage. Once he was done with Yan Qinyu, Jiang Qin would leave. He didn't care about the Li family's threat at all. His top priority right now was to increase his cultivation. He was going to Origin Mountain to train himself. Brother Jiang Qin, you have saved our lives again today. I really don't know how to thank you. Wang Ting, who was covered in wounds, said gratefully. Yeah, Brother Jiang Qin is very powerful. You have become famous after today's battle. Another man said. You've all suffered because of me. How can I just sit back and do nothing? Jiang Qin smiled, turned around and looked at Yan Zhanyun. Leader Yan, please arrange a job for these 4 people in the Misty Rain Tower. Treat their wounds and let them stay in the Misty Rain Tower. At least their safety will be guaranteed. Brother Jiang Qin, don't worry. I will ask Yan Meng to arrange everything. Yan Zhanyun said. A white cloth was hung in front of the gate of the Li family. Li Sanyu was going to personally take care of his son's funeral. Everyone in the Li family was grieving. Patriarch, the young master is currently in seclusion. Should we inform him? Someone asked. No need, Ming is at a critical point in breaking through to the mortal core realm. If he is disturbed, it will affect him greatly. Send someone to seal off all the exits of Red City, and keep a close eye on the Misty Rain Tower. Once you see Jiang Qin leaving the Misty Rain Tower, report to me immediately. Li Sanyu said with a sinister look. Yes. No one dared to be careless. Right now, Li Sanyu was in a state of extreme anger. Third brother, you will personally go to Fragrant Sky City and keep a close eye on the Jiang family. Try your best to find out more about those heavenly core warriors. Li Sanyu's face darkened. Alright, I'll go right now. The third brother was a mid-mortal core warrior. He cupped his fist towards Li Sanyu and left. Swoosh! Right at this moment, a tornado suddenly appeared above the Li family. The powerful airwaves gathered into a whirlpool and flew towards a certain direction. The natural energy above the Li family's mansion was quickly being drained. Seeing this, Li Sanyu, who had a gloomy expression, immediately became overjoyed. His eyes lit up like torches as he looked towards the direction of the Li family's mansion. Ha! Ming has broken through to the mortal core realm. The number 1 genius of Red City belongs to Ming. Li Sanyu laughed out loudly. At the same time, 1,000 miles northwest of Red City, 3 young men walked out from a vast mountain range. This mountain range's name was Mount Origin. It was a vast mountain range with a circumference of over 10,000 miles. Demon beasts roamed this mountain range, and it was a natural land. This 10,000-mile mountain range had almost isolated Red City from the Qi province, and it had become a region of its own. In fact, although there were many demon beasts in Mount Origin, none of them were too strong. There were almost no heavenly core demon beasts. But because of the geographical location, this place was still isolated from the rest of the world. Those big sects in the Qi province had never recruited disciples from this region. The three men who walked out from Mount Origin looked to be in their 20s. There were 2 men and 1 woman. They were wearing the same light yellow robes, and there was an exquisite short sword embroidered on their chests. Obviously, these 3 men were from the same group. The woman had an amazing body, and she was as beautiful as a flower. Although she couldn't compare with Yan Qinyu, she was definitely a beauty. She and the other young man who had a black mole on his face had both reached the early mortal core realm. The young man standing in the middle was handsome, charming, and had an extraordinary aura. He could easily unleash the aura of a mid-mortal core warrior. Obviously, he was the leader of the group. The way the woman looked at him was filled with admiration. Senior disciple Qin Shuang, we actually passed through Mount Origin and came to this remote place. The woman said. Damn it, that dog made us lose our way in this mountain range. We've walked for almost a month, and now we're here. Senior disciple Qin, we need to go back now. The man cursed. When he thought about what had happened these past few days, he couldn't help but reveal an angry expression. Junior disciple Nguyenling, junior disciple Xiaohua, since we're here, let's go check out the city in front of us. That damn dog might have escaped. This time, we've been out for a month, and if we can't catch that damn dog, we'll lose face when we go back. Besides, living in this mountain range for a month is really boring. After saying that, Qin Shuang started walking towards the direction of Red City. Nguyenling and Xiaohua hurriedly followed behind him. At the same time, they didn't forget to mumble, if we catch that damn dog, I'll definitely skin it alive and cook it in a big pot. Evening, Yen family. Yan Qinyu's awakening of her 9 meridians was not as easy as she had thought. It had been almost a day, but there was still no movement. The whole house was still frozen, and Yan Zhanyun and the others were still waiting anxiously in the courtyard. Right at this moment, Yan Xing ran into the courtyard in a panic again. Yan Xing, what happened this time? Don't tell me that Li Sanyu is here again. Yan Zhanyun frowned. Right now, all his attention was on Yan Qinyu, and he couldn't think of anything else. No, it's not the Li family, it's the people from the Tianjin Gate. Yan Xing said with an excited tone. The Tianjin Gate had actually come to Red City. The Tianjin Gate. Everyone was startled. Not long ago, 3 young men came here. They claimed to be the outer circle disciples of the Tianjin Gate, one of the biggest martial institutions in the Qi province. Right now, they are in the Heavenly Waters Tower, and they have sent someone to deliver a message, asking the master to meet them in person. Yan Xing said. What? The disciples of the Tianjin Gate from the Qi province. Yan Hongtai shouted out in shock. Only now did he remember the origin of the Tianjin Gate. Although Origin Mountain isolated this area from the outside world, they were all mortal core warriors, so it wasn't like they didn't know anything about it. They knew everything about the big sects in the Qi province. This Tianjin Gate was one of the 4 big sects in the Qi province, and they could be said to be the tyrant of the Qi province. However, Red City was located far away from Origin Mountain, so it was impossible for it to attract the attention of the 4 big sections. Even if there were some talented young men in Red City, none of them could join the 4 big sects to cultivate. Who would have thought that the disciples of the Tianjin Gate would come to Red City today? For the entire city, this was a big event. That's right, a lot of people in the city know that the disciples of the Tianjin Gate are here. The people in the Heavenly Waters Tower said that although these 3 men are young, they are all mortal core warriors, and one of them is even a mid-mortal core warrior. Besides, they are wearing the uniform of the Tianjin Gate, so they must be from the Tianjin Gate. But, we don't know why they are here. Yan Xing said. The disciples of the Tianjin Gate asked me to personally go to the Heavenly Waters Tower? Yan Zhanyun asked. The Heavenly Waters Tower was quite famous in Red City. It was a big restaurant and inn, and it didn't belong to either the Yen family or the Li family. That's right, the disciples of the Tianjin Gate want to meet the people from the biggest powers in Red City. Not only did they ask you to go, I think they also asked Li Sanyu. Yan Xing guessed. Alright, I'll go now. Without any hesitation, Yan Zhanyun walked out of the courtyard. He didn't dare show any disrespect to the disciples of the Tianjin Gate. Why did the disciples of the Tianjin Gate come to Red City? Yan Yang couldn't understand. Who knows? Maybe it's something good. Someone said. That's right, Yan Yang, you have to work hard. Maybe you can use the opportunity of being a disciple of the Tianjin Gate to join one of the big sects in the Qi province. Yan Hongtai said. Jiang Chen's eyes were glowing. He didn't know what kind of sect the Heavenly Sword sect was. In his past life, he had traveled across the entire divine continent, and he didn't take any ordinary sects seriously. He didn't even know about those super sects in the eastern continent. However, if he wanted to go back to the divine continent, he had to leave Red City and enter the Qi province. It might be a good idea to meet the disciples of the Tianjin Gate first. If everyone knew that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had traveled so far just to kill a dog, who knew what they would think? They would definitely spit out blood on the spot. The Heavenly Waters Tower was not far from the Misty Rain Tower and the Li family. It was right in between the Li family and the Misty Rain Tower. It didn't belong to either the Li family or the Misty Rain Tower. It looked like Chen Shuang and the other two had already found out about the powers in this city. That's why they chose the Heavenly Waters Tower as the meeting place. It was neither the Li family nor the Misty Rain Tower. In front of the gate of the Heavenly Waters Tower, Yan Zhanyun and Li Sanyu arrived at the same time. Both of them looked at each other, and the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Yan Zhanyun, this isn't over yet. It's impossible for the Yan family to protect that guy. Li Sanyu let out a cold humph. Li Sanyu, why aren't you at home preparing for your son's funeral? Why are you running around? Is that really appropriate? Yan Zhanyun sneered. These words had undoubtedly touched a nerve in Li Shanyu's heart. His anger immediately rose. What? Are you going to fight me for 100 rounds? Yan Zhanyun sneered. Others might be afraid of Li Sanyu, but not him. He was the only one in Red City who wasn't afraid of Li Sanyu. Humph. The people of the Tianjin Gate are here, I won't argue with you. Li Sanyu said while gnashing his teeth, then entered the Heavenly Waters Tower. Chapter 44. The Heavenly Dew Tower was the most popular restaurant in Red City. Normally, it would be filled with guests, but today, there was not a single person in the huge Heavenly Dew Tower. Since the disciples of Tianjin Gate were here, who would dare come to this restaurant for a meal? Li Sanyu and Yan Zhanyun walked into the Heavenly Dew Tower, and they bumped into the manager of the Heavenly Dew Tower. Chief, you're here. The shopkeeper was an old man. He was a little chubby. Just by looking at him, one could tell that the food in this restaurant was pretty good. When he saw Li Shanyu and Yan Zhanyun, the shopkeeper hurriedly stepped forward and greeted them. In this Red City, no one dared to be disrespectful to these two men. Where are the disciples of Tianjin Gate? Li Sanyu asked. They are in the lobby upstairs. Looking at them, they are indeed from Tianjin Gate. The manager said. Why do you say so? Yan Zhanyun asked. I don't recognize these three men, I've never seen them before. I'm sure they are not from Red City. All three of them are in their 20s, but they are at the Mortal Core realm. I'm sure they are from the Qi province. They are wearing the same uniform, and there is a short sword embroidered on their chest. I'm sure they are from Tianjin Gate. But, I don't know why the disciples of Tianjin Gate would come all the way to Red City through Origin Mountain. The manager was an experienced man, and he had met countless people in his life. There was no way he would be wrong. All right, let's go up and have a look. Yan Zhanyun nodded his head. I've already told the disciples of Tianjin Gate about the situation in Red City and the two of you, so I won't be following you. The manager said with a smile. Yan Zhanyun and Li Sanyu walked up to the second floor. Facing the staircase was a huge hall. It was decorated magnificently, showing off its wealth. At this moment, in the hall, 3 young men were tasting the best tea, their faces full of enjoyment. As the outer circle disciples of Tianjin Gate, no matter if it was their identity or status, they were much higher than the others. However, the 3 of them spent most of their time cultivating in Tianjin Gate, so it was hard for them to have the chance to enjoy life like this. Besides, it was always nice to be respected by others. Tianjin Gate was one of the 4 biggest martial institutions in the Qi province, and they had tens of thousands of inner circle disciples, while they were only outer circle disciples. Seeing that someone had come up, the 3 of them turned serious. I'm Li Sanyu. Greetings, disciples of the Tianjin Gate. I'm Yan Zhanyun. Greetings, disciples of the Tianjin Gate. Li Sanyu and Yan Zhanyun spoke at the same time. They cupped their fists towards the 3 young men. With their status and cultivation level, they would never be so polite to these 3 young men. However, these 3 men in front of them had a special status, so they didn't dare show any disrespect. Both of them secretly observed the 3 young men's attire and cultivation level. They were slightly surprised. Mortal core warriors at such a young age, they must be disciples of the Tianjin Gate. Chief Li Sanyu from the Li family, Chief Yan Zhanyun from the Yan family, the 2 of you are the 2 tyrants of Red City. Both of you are at the late mortal core realm, am I right? Chen Shuang looked at the 2 men and said with an indifferent tone. His face was filled with arrogance. For the big sects in the Qi province, this little red city was just a remote place. That's right. How should I address you, young master? Yan Zhanyun asked. My name is Chen Shuang, an outer circle disciple of the Tianjin Gate. When the name Tianjin Gate was mentioned, Chen Shuang's face became even more arrogant. The Tianjin Gate is a big sect in the Qi province. May I know why young Master Chen has come all the way to Red City? Li Sanyu asked. We have come here for a reason. Let's get straight to the point. I want to use the relationship between your 2 families to help me with something. Chen Shuang stood up from his seat. Please tell us, young Master Chen. It is our Li family's honor to be able to help the Tianjin Gate. Li Sanyu hurriedly said. And, Chief Li really knows how to talk. Chen Shuang nodded his head. May I know what you want us to do? Yan Zhanyun asked. Find a dog. Ruan Ling said. When she mentioned the word dog, an unbearable anger immediately appeared on her pretty face. She was practically gnashing her teeth as she spoke. How could a person hate a dog so much? She was really drunk. What? Find a dog. Li Sanyu and Yan Zhanyun staggered and almost fell to the ground. They couldn't believe their ears. Could it be that these 3 disciples of the Tianjin Gate came all the way to Red City just for a dog? Wasn't this a little too much? Besides, the Li family and the Yan family were the big families in Red City. Asking them to search for a dog in the whole city. That was insulting. Don't be surprised, you 2. We're here to kill a dog. We got lost in Origin Mountain and chased it all the way here. We suspect that the damn dog has entered Red City, so we want you 2 to help us search the city for it. If you can find that damn dog, I won't mistreat you 2. Chen Shuang said. When he mentioned the dog, there was a hint of anger in his eyes. Lee San-yu and Yen Zhanyun looked at each other. Both of them felt like they were being teased. It seemed like these three people were really here to kill a dog. It was a dog. What kind of dog was it that the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect had chased after it for tens of thousands of miles? Don't look down on that dog. That dog is extremely shameless, cunning, and deranged. Capturing it is extremely difficult. If you can help us find the whereabouts of that dog, you will have done a great service for the Heavenly Sword sect. Xiao Hua stood up and said. Hearing Xiao Hua's evaluation of this dog, Yen Zhanyun and Li Shanyu both felt terrible. This dog was extremely shameless, cunning, and insane. What kind of dog was this? What kind of dog was this? May I ask, what does this dog look like? Yen Zhanyun secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead, but still asked. This dog has yellow fur, no other colors on its body. It is fat and ferocious, very easy to recognize. Chen Shuang said. Don't worry, young Master Qin. The Li family will do their best. As long as that dog is in Red City, we will definitely find it. Li Sanyuk hurriedly promised. This was the best chance to curry favor with the Tianjin Gate. They could not miss it. The Yen family will also do their best. Yen Zhanyun also promised. Very good. We will be staying in the Heavenly Dew Tower for now. Once you have any news about that dog, you can send someone to inform us. Chen Shuang said with a smile. Young Master Qin, I have a request. Li Sanyu's eyes shone with wisdom as he said. Please say it, Chief Li. Chen Shuang returned to his seat. I have a son, his name is Li Chongming. He is only 23 years old, and he just broke through to the mortal core realm today. I wonder if he has the chance to join the Tianjin Gate to train. Li Shanyu opened his mouth and said. This was a great opportunity. Hearing this, Yen Zhanyun's expression changed. Li Chongming had broken through to the mortal core realm. Among the younger generation of the Yen family, the one who had the highest chance of breaking through to the mortal core realm was Yen Yang, but he was still at the peak of the Qi High realm. Oh. I didn't expect to meet such a genius in a place like this. Not bad, a genius at the mortal core realm. Once he enters the Tianjin Gate, he will be able to leave the apprenticeship and become an outer circle disciple like us. Since we are coming to Red City, we can let your son follow us to the Tianjin Gate. Of course, if he wants to join, he will have to go through a test. Chen Shuang said. Hearing this, Li Sanyu was overjoyed. As long as Li Chongming could enter the Tianjin Gate, the Li family would have the support of the Tianjin Gate. At that point of time, the Li family would be able to dominate Red City. Young Master Qin, can you reserve a spot for the Tianjin Gate for the Yen family? Yen Zhanyun didn't dare show any weakness. Being able to enter the Tianjin Gate was a great opportunity for both the Li family and the Yen family. Senior disciple Qin, I have already come here once. In my opinion, why don't we have a test here in Red City? It can be considered as giving a chance to the younger generation of Red City. This place is far away from Origin Mountain, and it is not within the recruitment area of the Tianjin Gate. If we can have a test and recommend those with potential, it can also be considered as doing a good deed. Nguyen Ling said. Junior disciple Nguyen Ling is right, we can have a test. Xiao Hua also said. Alright, after you two go back, immediately announce that all the young people in Red City who are willing to participate in the test can participate. Tomorrow morning, all the participants will enter the outer area of Origin Mountain together. The time limit is 4 hours, and the ranking will be based on the number of beasts they have killed. The three of us will pick a few of them and bring them back. Of course, we are only responsible for recommending them. Whether or not they can enter the Tianjin Gate will depend on the Tianjin Gate's test. Chen Shuang said. Hearing this, Li Sanyu and Yan Zhanyun were overjoyed. This was indeed a great opportunity for the younger generation of Red City. This test would definitely be an unprecedented event in Red City. Chen Shuang and the other two were only outer disciples of the Tianjin Gate. Of course, they did not have the right to decide who could enter the Tianjin Gate. Even if they were to recommend someone, it would still be very difficult. However, having the test here would satisfy the vanity of these three. In the Tianjin Gate, although an outer disciple already had some status, this status was only relative to those Chi-Hai notary disciples. Now that the three of them were here in Red City, they were respected by the people. Suddenly, they felt like they were at the top of the world. Holding a test and being the examiners was enough to satisfy them. Besides, they did have the right to recommend disciples. You too can go back now. Don't forget to find us a dog. Chen Shuang said. Don't worry, when we go back, we will immediately announce to the whole city that we are looking for a dog. Even if it is a test, we will not delay the search for a dog. Li Sanyu promised. Outside the Heavenly Dew Tower. Yan Zhanyun, my son will definitely enter the Tianjin Gate. Brother Jiangqin, if that's the case, why don't you join the Yan family subsidiary forces and join the test with Yan Yang and the others? Once we enter the mountain range, we'll need Brother Jiangqin's help. Yan Zhanyun said. Everyone here knew how strong Jiangqin was. If he could join the test with Yan Yang and the others, their chances of winning would be much higher. And, sure. Jiangqin nodded his head. He didn't say anything. For him, none of this mattered. But, I'm not sure if Li Changming will join the test with us. That guy is already a mortal core warrior, and if he joins us, he might be in danger. Yan Zhanyun was a little worried. Li Changming has actually broken through to the mortal core realm, this is really unexpected. But, I don't think mortal core warriors need to join the test with us, because it's too unfair. I believe the people from Tianjin Gate know what they're doing. Yan Hongtai said. I hope so. Yan Zhanyun nodded his head. Since Red City was quite far away from Origin Mountain, almost 1,000 miles away, those who were going to join the test had to start their journey in the 5th of the morning. 1,000 miles was nothing for a mortal core warrior. If they ran at full speed, they would be able to reach it in an hour. But for a Chi-Hai warrior, it wouldn't be that fast. Red City was still in the middle of a storm. The people from the Yan family and the Li family who were going to join the test had arrived at Origin Mountain at different times. When the people from the Yan family arrived at Origin Mountain, Chen Shuang and the other two from Tianjin Gate were already waiting for them. Young Master Chen. Seeing Chen Shuang and the other two, Yan Zhanyun immediately greeted them. He and a mortal core warrior from the Yan family had brought 12 young men with them. And, the people from the Li family haven't arrived yet. Right after Chen Shuang finished his words, he saw 12 men rushing towards them. They're here. Nguyen Ling said with a smile on her face. Not long after that, the people from the Li family arrived. Li Sanyu cupped his fist and greeted Chen Shuang and the other two. After that, Li Sanyu's gaze landed on Jiang Qin, who was standing among the people from the Yan family. 2 cold beams immediately emerged from his eyes. At the same time, Yan Zhanyun's expression changed as well. His gaze landed on a young man who was standing next to Li Sanyu. This man was wearing white clothes, and he looked handsome. He looked similar to the dead Li Changhong and Li Changhao, but his energy was much stronger. He was the #1 genius of the Li family, the one who had just broken through to the mortal core realm, Li Changming. Young Master Qin, Li Changming is already a mortal core warrior, I don't think he needs to join the test anymore. Yan Zhanyan said. And which one is Li Chongming? Chen Shuang looked at the people from the Li family. Ming greets young Master Qin. Li Sanyu looked at Li Chongming with a smile on his face. This son of his was his biggest pride. Li Chongming took a step forward and arrived in front of Chen Shuang. He cupped his fist and said, Li Chongming greets the three of you. And it's not easy for Red City to have such a genius. Li Chongming, you don't need to join the test. Just follow me back to Tianjin Gate in the future, and we'll join the sex test. With your strength, you can become an outer circle disciple just like us. Chen Shuang said. Indeed, a mortal core warrior didn't need to join the test. Young Master Qin. Li Sanyu hurriedly said. He had a cold smile on his face, and his eyes were shining with wisdom. Let Ming enter the mountain range with us. He won't be counted in the number of people taking the test. Just treat it as a training for him. Li Sanyu brought Li Chongming here because he wanted to let Chen Shuang meet him. He didn't plan to let Li Chongming participate in the test. After all, with Li Chongming's strength, he didn't need to join the test. But when he saw Jiang Qin appear in the group of people taking the test, Li Sanyu immediately changed his mind. The Misty Rain Tower was trying to protect Jiang Qin, and it would be extremely difficult for him to take revenge. But right now, it was a great opportunity, the best time to kill Jiang Qin. As long as Jiang Qin entered the mountain range, Yan Zhanyan wouldn't be able to protect him. With Li Chongming's strength at the early mortal core realm, killing Jiang Qin would be a piece of cake. Li Sanyu, don't you think what you're doing is too shameless? Yan Zhanyan's expression changed. By now, anyone could tell that Li Sanyu had asked Li Chongming to enter the mountain range with him because of Jiang Qin. What I'm doing doesn't seem to be against the rules, right? Li Sanyu said with a cold smile on his face. And, sure. Chen Shuang nodded his head and agreed. Young Master Qin, it's not fair to let a mortal core warrior enter the mountain range. Yan Zhanyan couldn't take it anymore. Chief Yan, please mind your attitude. You don't have the right to tell us what to do when we, the Tianjin Gate, do. I don't care what kind of grudge you have with each other. Li Chongming entering the mountain range is not part of the test. It's his own freedom. Chen Shuang's expression turned cold. Yan Zhanyan didn't dare say anything else. Don't worry. Jiang Qin smiled at Yan Zhanyan, telling him not to worry. Brother Jiang Qin, you have to be careful. If you don't, you can forget about joining the test. As long as you follow me, no one will be able to touch you. Yan Zhanyan kindly reminded him. Although Jiang Qin was strong, he was only at the mid-Qi high realm. Being able to kill Li Chonghao and being able to deal with Li Chongming were two completely different things. The difference between the Qi high realm and the mortal core realm was not small. Li Sanyu wants to die without any descendants. I'll fulfill his wish. Jiang Chen touched his nose with his hand and said in a casual manner. All right, the test will begin now. The Yan family will enter the mountain from the left, and the Li family will enter from the right. The test will last for 4 hours, and you will be ranked according to the number of demon souls you have. Chen Shuang said. By doing this, he had separated the candidates from both sides, which was considered fair. This made Yan Zhanyan secretly let out a sigh of relief. Origin Mountain was so big, even the outer area was very big. As long as both sides didn't bump into each other, there wouldn't be any casualties. Let's go. Yan Yang waved his hand and led the way to the left. At the same time, the Li family entered the fan from the right. Li Chongming walked up to Jiang Qin. He didn't hide his killing intent at all. You're Jiang Qin, the one who killed my 2 brothers. That's right. Jiang Qin glanced at Li Chongming. You've got guts, but I'll let you know what pain is. Today, you won't be able to walk out of this mountain. I'll kill you with my own hands and avenge my two brothers. Li Changming said confidently. The way he looked at Jiang Qin was filled with hatred and killing intent. Both of his brothers had been killed by this young man in front of him. How could he not be angry? The decision you've made today is definitely the worst decision you've ever made in your life. You've completely cut off the Li family's bloodline. You're really unfilial. Jiang Chen's voice was calm. You're really arrogant, but today, even the gods can't save you. Li Changming said while gritting his teeth. Don't mess with me. Really, the consequences will be very serious. Both of his brothers had been killed by this man, and he was going to make him pay with his blood. Only demonic beasts at the Qi High Realm could be called the demonic beasts. Those below the Qi High Realm didn't have their intellect fully awakened, so they could only be called wild beasts. Demonic beasts at the Qi High Realm had their intellect fully awakened, and their intellect was almost the same as a human's. Demonic beasts were born with strong Qi and blood, and their bodies were extremely strong. Therefore, when a human and a demonic beast of the same level fought, they wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. Jiang Qin kept running, and soon, he was 100 miles deep into the mountain range. The demonic beasts at the outer perimeter were too weak, and most of them were just weak wild beasts. They weren't attractive to Jiang Qin at all. Jiang Qin's target this time was also demon souls. Rustle. In front of him was a patch of withered vines. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from within. Jiang Chen's ears twitched, and he looked towards the source of the sound. What he saw was a gigantic black creature walking out from the withered vines. It was a black-striped rhino. It was 2 meters tall, and its entire body was black. There were golden patterns on its head. Right now, the black-striped rhino was staring at Jiang Qin with a bloodthirsty gaze, as if it was looking at its prey. Roar! The black-striped rhino let out a loud roar, and it walked towards Jiang Qin step by step. Its iron hooves landed on the ground, making a clattering sound. The black-striped rhino's most powerful weapon was its hooves. The black-striped rhino in front of Jiang Qin had already reached the mid-Qi High Realm. Its black hooves were powerful enough to crush hard rocks. If Jiang Qin were to fight against it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Come on. Jiang Qin pointed his finger at the black-striped rhino, his face full of ridicule. Roar! Jiang Qin's provocative action had undoubtedly angered the black-striped rhino. It let out a loud roar and charged towards Jiang Qin. Dong dong, the black-striped rhino's iron hooves landed on the ground, and the entire forest seemed like it was going to experience an earthquake. When it was only 2 meters away from Jiang Qin, the black-striped rhino's huge body suddenly jumped up, and its hooves, which were shining with a dark light, stomped towards Jiang Qin's head. It was fast and fierce, and if it was an ordinary person, they would have been scared witless. Unfortunately, the black-striped rhino's opponent was Jiang Qin. Caw! Jiang Qin clenched his fist, which emitted a cracking sound. His fist flashed with a bright light, and he punched out with lightning speed. His fist directly met the black-striped rhino's iron hooves. After cultivating the dragon transformation art, Jiang Chen's qi and blood had become more and more vigorous, and his body had become more and more tyrannical. Even powerful demonic beasts could not compare to him. Facing a ferocious demonic beast like the black-striped rhino head-on was his favorite. Seeing this puny human in front of it actually using his fist to fight against its iron hooves, the black-striped rhino's eyes clearly showed a trace of ridicule. Bang! Fist and hoof fiercely collided, and the shock wave from the collision caused the withered leaves below to fly away. Under such a powerful collision, the ridicule in the black-striped rhino's eyes instantly turned into fear. Ka-cha! One of the black-striped rhino's legs was directly smashed, and fresh blood seeped through the skin. Even that indestructible hoof of the black-striped rhino had cracks on it, and blood flowed out. Oh whoa! The black-striped rhino let out a miserable cry, and its huge and majestic body was sent flying backwards. It landed 20 feet away with a thud, creating a huge crater on the ground. Jiang Chen jumped up and landed on top of the black-striped rhino. He suddenly punched down with his iron fist, accurately landing on the black-striped rhino's head. This punch had directly split the black-striped rhino's head open, and a bright pearl flew out from the broken skull. Jiang Chen grabbed it in his hand. The black-striped rhino on the ground wriggled a few times, and then stopped moving. It was completely dead. If anyone had seen this fight, they would have been so shocked that their mouths would have been wide open. A human could actually be so ferocious that he could kill a mid-chi high black-striped rhino with just 2 punches. For Jiang Chen, a mid-chi high black-striped rhino was too weak. He could even kill a late chi high black-striped rhino with ease. The black-striped rhino's demon soul was about the size of a fist, and its whole body was shiny and transparent. One could clearly feel a strong energy coming from it. The demon soul of a demon beast was the most important part of a demon beast. It represented the source of the demon beast, and the most essential part of a demon beast was its demon soul. Jiang Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the demon soul. If someone else saw this, they would have fainted in shock. Directly devouring a demon spirit was simply the biggest joke in the world. One must know that there was a difference between humans and demons. Although the demon spirit of a demon beast contained powerful pure energy, at the same time, it also contained impurities that humans couldn't absorb. These impurities belonged to the special part of a demon beast. Therefore, if a normal person obtained a demon soul, they would exchange it for money and pills, or use it to concoct pills. Even if they wanted to absorb it, they would have to extract the pure energy from the demon's soul bit by bit. Swallowing it directly like Jiang Chen was simply suicidal. Naturally, Jiang Chen wasn't suicidal. He had his own reasons for doing this. The dragon transformation skill was a supreme divine skill, When this divine skill was cultivated to the peak, one could transform into a dragon and soar into the sky. What was a dragon? It was a divine beast, the noblest existence among demon beasts. Furthermore, the dragon transformation skill had already mentioned that by cultivating this skill, one could absorb and refine any strange bloodline between heaven and earth. Those powerful demon beasts were all targets for Jiang Chen to refine and absorb. Even bloodlines could be absorbed, not to mention the demon soul. After swallowing the demon soul, Jiang Chen immediately circulated the dragon transformation skill. The 5 dragon marks in his chi seat seemed to have received some kind of command and instantly surrounded the demon soul. A few minutes later, the demon's soul was completely refined and absorbed by Jiang Chen. The pure energy within was completely transformed into pure yuan energy. As for the part that belonged to the demon beast, it was directly purified by the dragon transformation skill and transformed into pure yuan energy, which was absorbed by the dragon marks. Buzz! His chi vibrated, and the shadow of the 6th dragon mark became more solid. A black-striped rhino at the mid-chi high realm is still too weak. Even if I absorb and refine its demon soul, it won't be of much help to me. If I want to reach the late chi high realm, I need a higher level demon soul. At least, the level of the demon beast must be higher than my cultivation level. Jiang Chen thought to himself. The black-striped rhino was indeed powerful, but he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, which meant that his foundation was much stronger than ordinary people's. Training it was like a bottomless pit. Plus, the black-striped rhino is just a normal demon beast. It doesn't have any special bloodline. Demon beasts with special bloodlines all have innate abilities. If I can refine this demon soul, I can use the dragon transformation skill to obtain innate abilities. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. This was the scariest part of the dragon transformation skill. By combining countless strange bloodlines into one could directly obtain innate abilities through the bloodline. Even Jiang Chen couldn't imagine the future development of the dragon transformation skill. Chapter 47. Bang! Roar. Along with the sound of an earthquake, a huge white tiger crashed into a tree and fell to the ground. There was a big hole in the white tiger's head. Beside the white tiger, a young man in white clothes was holding a demon's soul in his hand. He had a faint smile on his face. The young man was Jiang Chen. After killing the black-striped rhino, this white tiger was the fourth mid-chi high demonic beast he had killed. Jiang Chen refined the demon souls without wasting any of them. Unfortunately, after refining all four mid-chi high demonic beasts, the sixth dragon mark in his chi si still hadn't formed. The stronger I am, the more I need. It looks like I need to find a demonic beast that is stronger than me. Also, in order to reach the late chi high realm, I need to form 8 dragon marks. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had already traveled 200 miles into the mountain, but he hadn't met any powerful demonic beasts, let alone those with special bloodlines. Although this origin mountain is vast, it is located at the border of the Saint Origin world. It's hard to find powerful demonic beasts here, and beasts with special bloodlines are even rarer. Jiang Chen shook his head. This was the border of the eastern continent, and also the border of the Saint Origin world. The natural yuan qi in the divine continent was very thin. The natural yuan qi in the divine continent was at least 100 times denser than here. The natural yuan qi directly determined the resources, and the resources determined the limits of a cultivator and a demonic beast. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a chilly wind suddenly blew out from the forest in front of them. This chilly wind carried a pungent stench that made anyone who smelled it feel like vomiting. Jiang Chen immediately felt dizzy after smelling it. But soon after, the pungent stench was absorbed by the dragon marks in his chi si. The dragon transformation skill was a strong yang skill. It could be said to be the nemesis of all yin and evil qi. At the same time, the dragon transformation skill could refine everything in the world. It could absorb almost anything, which was why the dragon transformation skill was so terrifying. Poisonous items. The dragon transformation skill is really scary. It can even refine and absorb poisonous items. Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. The stench just now was a poisonous item. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt dizzy. What surprised him was that the dragon transformation skill could refine and absorb poisonous items. A rustling sound came from the front. Jiang Chen looked over and saw a giant python coming towards him. The python was 20 feet long, and its body was as thick as a barrel. Its entire body was covered with green scales, and its eyes were like the eyes of the god of death, staring at Jiang Chen. Its mouth was constantly flicking its blood-red tongue. From time to time, the great green serpent's body emitted a green poisonous gas. Wherever the great green serpent passed, the flowers and plants on the ground all turned black and died instantly. It was obvious how terrifying the poisonous gas emitted from its body was. Green hellish python, late chi high realm. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. With his experience, he could tell the origin of the great green python at a glance. The green hellish python was a poisonous creature. The word hellish meant netherworld, and it represented death. Since the green hellish python's poison was extremely strong, and its body was covered with green scales, it was called the green hellish python. The green hellish python was a lonely king in the jungle. The reason why it was called a king was because ordinary demon beasts didn't dare get close to it. Even demon beasts that were stronger than the green hellish python wouldn't want to fight it. Its poison was too strong, and if it was accidentally absorbed into one's body, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because of this, the green hellish python was lonely. A late chi-high green hellish python was something that even a mortal core warrior wouldn't dare to fight. The green hellish python was an unusual species of snake, and it was very rare. No one had expected to see one here. This green hellish python in front of him was obviously attracted by the noise caused by Jiang Qin killing the white tiger. Right now, the green hellish python had already locked onto Jiang Qin. It had completely regarded Jiang Qin as its prey. I wonder if the dragon transformation skill can really block the green hellish python's poison. Jiang Qin thought to himself. The green hellish python was very scary, but Jiang Qin didn't back off. There were still many terrifying aspects of the dragon transformation skill that he didn't know about, and he needed to discover them bit by bit. Besides, with Jiang Qin's abilities, even if the dragon transformation skill couldn't cure the green hellish python's poison, he still had other ways. The green hellish python in front of him was a late chi-high demon beast. If he could absorb its demon soul, he would be able to form the 6th dragon mark in his chi-si. It was worth a fight. The green hellish python looked at the human in front of it and didn't run away after seeing it. It was surprised, but this surprise was quickly replaced by mockery and cruelty. Swoosh! Half of the green hellish python's body left the ground and stood up, staring at Jiang Qin from above. Then, the green hellish python shook its body, and a green poisonous chi turned into a huge net, flying towards Jiang Qin. Seeing this, Jiang Qin's eyes lit up. With his abilities, if he wanted to dodge, this poisonous net wouldn't even be able to touch him. However, he stood still and didn't move. He clenched his teeth and said to himself, "I'm going to risk it all." This was because Jiang Qin knew that with his current level of cultivation, if he couldn't resist the green hellish python's poisonous chi, then there would be no point in continuing the fight. Once the green hellish python was enraged, everything within 100 feet radius would be poisoned, and it would be difficult for him to even get close to it. Therefore, he placed his hopes on the dragon transformation skill. He wanted to personally see if the dragon transformation skill could actually cure a large amount of poison. Without dodging, the poison released by the green hellish python instantly engulfed Jiang Qin. The poisonous chi was like a tarsal bone, drilling into Jiang Qin's body. The green hellish python saw that the human in front of it was unaffected by its poison, and it was obviously stunned. Then, it was shocked. Was this guy an idiot? Was there something wrong with his brain, or was he pushed by a door? This was too stupid. Didn't he know that poison could kill people? Or did he think that he would die if he met me, so he gave up resisting? In any case, Jiang Qin's actions confused the green hellish python. Wherever the blood fell, the ground would turn black, and all living beings would be poisoned to death. Jiang Qin endured the stench, and he took out a short blade from his storage bag. He cut open the green hellish python's head, and took out the demon soul. Within the green demon soul, there was a green liquid moving. That was the source of the green hellish python, and it was the source of the poison. According to the dragon transformation skill, if I can absorb a beast with a special bloodline, I will be able to obtain the beast's special abilities. I wonder if I can absorb the green hellish python's demon soul, will I be able to obtain the green hellish python's poison? Jiang Qin stared at the demon's soul in his hand. If he could obtain the green hellish python's poison, he would undoubtedly have one more terrifying trump card, and it would be a way for him to kill people. Poison, let me use it. Of course, Jiang Qin's divine sense was still very weak, and the range that it could scan was limited. It was impossible to cover the entire valley with his divine sense. Let's go in and take a look. Jiang Chen leaped and jumped into the valley. He realized that there were potholes everywhere, and it was extremely difficult to walk. Jiang Chen's body was as light as a swallow. He passed through the potholes and arrived at the entrance of a cave. This cave was pitch black, and there was a damp and gloomy aura coming from within. Jiang Chen scanned with his divine sense, but he didn't discover anything. However, those who were skilled were bold. Jiang Chen was prepared to enter the cave to take a look. Who knows, he might be able to find some treasures. Jiang Chen walked into the damp cave. Just as he took a few steps forward, he suddenly shivered. That feeling was as if he was being stared at by a pair of eyes in the dark. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen turned his head and discovered that not far away from his left, there was indeed something squatting there. A pair of bright eyes was staring at him. He was indeed being stared at. When Jiang Chen saw this thing, it was completely golden in color, and there wasn't a single strand of mixed hair. It looked like a horse, but it wasn't a horse, and it looked like a dog, but it wasn't a dog either. Its body was plump, and it was a lot stronger than the average dog. However, compared to the average horse, it was a size smaller. In addition, this thing looked more like a dog, so Jiang Chen temporarily treated it as a dog. There was obviously a dog lying here, but when I scanned with my divine sense just now, I actually didn't discover it. Jiang Chen was shocked, and he suddenly had a higher opinion of this Dehuang dog in front of him. With his ability, even if he didn't have divine sense, there was nothing that could escape from his divine sense at such a close distance. What surprised Jiang Chen even more was that with his eyesight, he actually couldn't see the real cultivation of this Dehuang dog in front of him. Whoosh! While Jiang Chen was in a trance, the Dehuang dog suddenly moved. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Jiang Chen. It was too fast, just like lightning. Jiang Chen was shocked, and he hurriedly dodged. Unexpectedly, the Dehuang dog's reaction was also very fast, and it bit one side of Jiang Chen's butt. Fuck! Jiang Chen stretched his neck and roared. Motherfucker, I, the dignified greatest sage in the world, was actually bitten by a dog, and it even bitten my butt. If this was spread out, how could I face others? Damn dog, get the fuck out of my way. Jiang Chen felt the pain on his butt. He turned around and slapped Jiang Chen. He was extremely fast, but he didn't expect the Dehuang dog to be even faster. With lightning speed, it threw away Jiang Chen's butt and dodged to the side. Pooey pooey, why is your butt so hard? Damn it, it hurt my teeth, pooey. The Dehuang dog kept spitting, and Jiang Chen was startled by what he saw. This dog could talk. Damn it, a dog that could talk. Ordinary demon beasts could only form their heavenly core and reach the heavenly core realm before they could transform into human form, and only then would they be able to speak. Some demon beasts with special bloodlines, because of their strong foundation, had a hard time transforming into human form. Usually, they would need to reach the divine core realm or even higher before they could transform into human form. No matter what, the heavenly core realm was the bottom line. This dog in front of him was definitely not a heavenly core warrior. If it was, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to stand here anymore. What a weirdo. While rubbing his butt, Jiang Chen sized up the Dehuang dog in front of him. He was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, and his body was as strong as steel. Also, when the Dehuang dog bit him, although he didn't dodge it, he still used his yuan energy to block the bite. That's why the Dehuang dog didn't hurt him. Dehuang dog, don't tell me this guy is the dog that the disciples of Tianjin Gate are looking for. Jiang Chen widened his eyes. This dog in front of him looked exactly like the dog that the disciples of Tianjin Gate had described. Buddy, I can see that your qi and blood are vigorous, and your body is strong. I'm sure you are a great tonic. Just stand there and don't move, let daddy eat you. The De Huang dog stared at Jiang Chen and said. Jiang Chen almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this dog wanted to eat him, but he still said it in such a righteous tone. Enough. This dog of yours is fat and tender. If I stew it, it will definitely taste delicious. Jiang Chen said with a smile on his face. He kept looking up and down at the De Huang dog. What did you say, buddy? How dare you say I'm fat? Fuck, daddy here is called majestic, mighty and majestic, do you know that? I can tolerate it if you say I'm fat, but how dare you say daddy is tender? How am I tender? Damn you, how dare you say daddy is tender? This is intolerable. Daddy is going to eat you today, I'm going to eat you. The De Huang dog was jumping up and down in anger. Jiang Chen, who was standing in front of him, had his mouth wide open in shock. He had only said the dog was fat and tender, but why did this dog have such a huge reaction? Huff, the De Huang dog was really angry. Just because someone said he was fat and tender, his anger soared to the sky. Rays of golden light overflowed from his body. His eyes revealed a fierce look. He swore that today, he would definitely eat this kid who said he was tender. Jiang Chen's expression changed slightly. When the De Huang dog released its aura, he could clearly feel a sacred aura. That was the aura that came from the bloodline. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to feel it. However, Jiang Chen was a saint and had seen all kinds of strange beasts. This dog in front of him was definitely not simple. Moreover, when he felt this sacred aura, the dragon mark in Jiang Chen's chi shook slightly. Dragon horse. This dog is actually a descendant of the dragon horse. Damn, I'm rich. Jiang Chen was instantly ecstatic. He could already see that this dog had the bloodline of the ancient dragon horse. The dragon horse was the descendant of the divine dragon and the Pegasus. Their bloodline contained the elements of the divine dragon and the Pegasus. They were extremely rare. Even in ancient times, the dragon horse was extremely rare. He did not expect to see a descendant with the bloodline of the dragon horse here. No wonder this dog looked like a horse. However, a descendant of the dragon horse had the appearance of a dog. It was really intoxicating. If I can kill this dog and absorb its bloodline, the dragon transformation skill will definitely grow to an unimaginable level. There will be a direct change in the nature of the skill, and I will also be able to obtain the innate magical power of the dragon horse. Jiang Chen was very excited. He must kill this dog and drink its blood. Therefore, the man and the dog, one wanted to eat the man and the other wanted to drink the blood, directly confronted each other in the cave. Whoosh! De Huang dog attacked. Like a golden lightning, he appeared in front of Jiang Chen in the blink of an eye. This time, De Huang dog did not open his mouth. Instead, he used his head. From the looks of it, he was going to headbutt Jiang Chen to death. Humph! Jiang Chen snorted coldly, secretly cursing De Huang dog for being an idiot. Of all the places to attack, he chose to use his head. Wasn't he courting death? De Huang dog's speed was extremely fast. If it was an ordinary person, they might not even have the chance to react. However, who was Jiang Chen? Previously, he was accidentally bitten by De Huang dog on the buttocks. This situation would definitely not happen again. The dragon mark in his chi vibrated. Jiang Chen suddenly punched out with all his strength. His steel-like fist collided heavily with De Huang dog's head. Clang! Chapter 49. Bang! Bang! Two muffled booms resounded at the same time. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog hit the stone walls on both sides at the same time. The powerful impact caused the entire cave to shake, and stone chips fell from above. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog looked at each other in horror at the same time, especially Jiang Chen. His punch just now had at least 50,000 gene of force. This dog's head was a little too hard, wasn't it? De Huang Dog was also re-evaluating Jiang Chen. He didn't expect this young man in front of him to have such great strength. His physical body was also incomparably tyrannical, almost comparable to his own. This kid is emitting the aura of a superior. He seems to be a natural king, which doesn't match his age at all. Besides, isn't this guy's combat strength a little too tyrannical? If I eat him, I'll get endless benefits. De Huang Dog thought in his heart. Although he was surprised by Jiang Chen's strength, Jiang Chen's vigorous qi and blood made him want to eat him even more. Kid, this place is too small. We can't fight freely. Let's go outside and fight. De Huang Dog said. Okay, let's go outside. Jiang Chen nodded, thinking that this was a good idea. Therefore, a man and a dog walked out of the cave and came to the spacious valley. Swoosh! Two guys with coarse skin and thick flesh attacked at the same time, starting a fight between a man and a dog in the most primitive and barbaric way. Clang, 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 the fight between the man and the dog quickly became white-hot. One wanted to eat the other, and the other wanted to kill and drink blood. Every time they collided fiercely, the sound of iron striking would be heard and sparks would fly. Fuck, is your damn dog's skin made of steel? Jiang Chen cursed. If his physical body was tyrannical, then this damn dog was simply attacking him. When he slapped his opponent's body with his palm, other than pushing him back, he actually couldn't cause any damage to De Huang Dog. You damned brat, how did you cultivate your fleshly body? You must have cultivated a powerful cultivation technique. Tell me your cultivation technique and I'll let you die a quick death. De Huang Dog didn't want to be outdone, but the more he fought, the more frightened he became. Damn dog, I'll give you a quick death first. Solar Finger. Jiang Chen shouted and suddenly unleashed the single sun finger. The huge golden finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens, rushing towards De Huang Dog. An earth-level combat skill. Looks like you're really not an ordinary kid. De Huang Dog was very knowledgeable. He could tell the level of the solar finger at a glance. However, he was not afraid at all. De Huang Dog opened his mouth and spat out a beam of golden light. The golden light instantly expanded and turned into a beam of light similar to the solar finger. Then, it collided with the golden finger. Rumble. The one young finger and the golden beam of light collided, causing golden light to shine in all directions. The powerful explosion caused half of the valley to shake. Some of the weaker Yao beasts at the edge of the valley fled in fear. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After that, the valley was filled with endless explosions. The golden light shot up into the sky, and the valley was filled with cracks. The battle between the human and the dog had reached its climax. Jiang Chen had used all his skills, using the single sun finger and even using the black soul sword. But in the end, he still couldn't hurt De Huang Dog at all. Jiang Chen had also used the great soul derivation skill to suppress his soul. But under his soul suppression, De Huang Dog didn't seem to be affected at all. Motherfucker. Jiang Chen cursed out loud. With his abilities, he could easily kill an early Mortal Core warrior, but he couldn't even defeat a dog. This really made him want to vomit blood. Immortal my ass. De Huang Dog was panting. He was also extremely angry. He had finally met a weirdo today. An abnormal human with a mid-chi high cultivation level who had the combat strength of a Mortal Core warrior. He also had a powerful soul and sharp senses. Looks like in order to kill this dog, I'll have to use that skill. Jiang Chen squinted his eyes, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Right now, Only by using the poison in his body would he have a chance to kill this dog. With a thought in Jiang Chen's mind, the green ball of gas in his qi started shaking. Then, a green poisonous gas started flowing out from his palm. Aowu de Huang dog let out a loud roar. Once again, he dashed towards Jiang Chen like an arrow that had just left the bow. Here's my chance. The evil smile on Jiang Chen's face became bigger. When De Huang dog was about to get close to him, Jiang Chen suddenly attacked. He unleashed a poisonous gas and shot it right into De Huang dog's mouth. Damn you! What the hell is this? De Huang dog turned around and dodged to the side with lightning speed. He opened his mouth and started vomiting. Damn it! It's so bitter. What kind of poison is this? It's too bitter. Ugh! I'm going to die from vomiting. De Huang dog kept vomiting. What he vomited was a green sticky liquid. As he vomited, he didn't forget to curse. As for Jiang Chen, he was stunned. Damn you! You're still fine. A strong sense of failure surged into Jiang Chen's heart. This was the poison of the green hellish python, which was known as the king of poisons. This was the first time he had used it, but nothing happened to this dog. It was just vomiting. This was too much of a blow. This is weird. This kid has so many tricks up his sleeves. He even has poison. After De Huang dog finished vomiting, he was also quite depressed. Damn dog, I don't believe I can't kill you. Jiang Chen clenched his teeth and dashed forward again. Thus, a man and a dog started a fierce battle again. 10 minutes later, the man and the dog looked at each other. Jiang Chen was panting while De Huang dog stuck out his long tongue. He was so tired that he was drooling all over. Damn you! I'm done. I'm tired. As he spoke, De Huang dog laid on the ground with a thud. I'm done, too. Jiang Chen also sat on the ground. He was really tired after fighting with De Huang dog. Kid, although I didn't eat you, I had a good time today. De Huang dog said. It was indeed a good time. Jiang Chen didn't comment. Since his rebirth, he had experienced many battles, but he had never had a good time like today. The battle with De Huang dog gave him a great feeling. Kid, I think you're a talent. I've decided to be merciful and accept you as my disciple. How about it? Hurry up and kowtow to me. De Huang dog said. Kowtow your ass. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Jiang Chen was speechless. This dog was really shameless. Just now, they were facing each other in a life and death battle. In the blink of an eye, he wanted to accept him as his disciple. Chapter 50. Hearing this, the expressions of the three men from the Yen family changed drastically. The Li family wanted to use the exam as an opportunity to kill all the young geniuses of the Yen family in this mountain. Li Chongming was too cruel. It's over. Looks like we're going to die here today. One of them had a pale face. Haha, that's right. At least you know your place. Today, not only you, but everyone from the Yen family will die. Yen Yang will die too. Especially that Jiang Chen. Brother Ming is looking for him everywhere. He wants to tear him into pieces. The leader of the Li family laughed out loud. He was extremely arrogant. Yen Chong, the two of us will fight with our lives. You take this chance to escape. Tell brother Yen Yang the news and tell him to run away. One of the men from the Yen family said in a low voice. His face showed a hint of ruthlessness. It was obvious that he was ready to sacrifice himself. A man who was willing to sacrifice his own life in order to save the lives of those around him, even if it was only a small chance. This kind of person was undoubtedly worthy of respect. No, if we die together. I, Yen Chong, will never leave you behind. Yen Chong's face was filled with anger. Today, his life was in danger. He had no choice but to fight. Very touching. Don't worry, none of you will live. Attack! The leader sneered. The two young men beside him raised their swords and rushed towards Yen Chong and the other two men. Shoo shoo! Suddenly, something happened. Two streaks of light came from afar. The golden light was like lightning and hit the center of the two men's eyebrows. Swoosh! Swoosh! Two light sounds could be heard. The two men were still charging forward, but their bodies were completely stiff. A hole the size of a thumb appeared between their eyebrows. Blood kept gushing out. Plop! Plop! In the next moment, the two men were lying on the ground. Their blood stained the ground. The scene suddenly became silent. The three men who thought they were going to die looked at the two men lying on the ground. They did not know what had happened. The remaining three men from the Li family had their mouths wide open. Seeing the tragic death of their companions, a chill ran down their spines. Both of them were Chi-Hai warriors, but they were killed just like that. What did this mean? It meant that the person who killed them was much stronger than them. You're right. None of you will survive today. A voice came from the jungle behind them. Yen Chong and the other two turned around and saw a young man in white walking towards them with a calm expression. Behind him was a big yellow dog. It's brother Jiang Qin. Yen Chong and the other two almost cried when they saw Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin was younger than them, his strength was still there. So, they still had to call him Big Brother. Compared to the excitement of the three, the faces of the three from the Li family were ashen. Just by looking at Jiang Qin, they felt as if they were looking at death. With their abilities, encountering Jiang Qin was basically no different from dying. The leader no longer had any of his previous arrogance. He was so scared that his whole body was trembling, and his legs were trembling. Brother Jiang Qin. Yen shouted again. Yes. Jiang Qin nodded and walked towards the three from the Li family. He said, I heard that you want to kill everyone from the Yen family in this mountain, especially me. No, it's not like that. Although the leader was not weak and was at the late Chi-Hai realm, he had just reached the Chi-Hai realm. Compared to Li Changhao, he was much weaker. Even Li Changhao, who was at the peak of the Chi-Hai realm, was killed by Jiang Qin so easily. They were terrified. All three of them were terrified. Jiang Qin was just standing in front of them, and they were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. Paw paw sounds could be heard, and the smell of urine filled the air. The man's legs were trembling, and he was so scared that he peed his pants. Damn, this bird is so arrogant. He is at the late Chi-Hai realm, but he peed his pants just like that. The Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore, and he said in disdain. A dog that could talk attracted everyone's attention. This dog looks so familiar. I've seen it somewhere before. No, I've heard of it before. De Huang, I'll leave it to you. Jiang Qin shook his head, turned around and walked towards Yen Chong and the other two. He didn't even look at the three from the Li family anymore. With De Huang dog's attack, the three's fate was already sealed. Wakaka! De Huang dog was so excited that he started barking. He didn't get any advantage from the fight with Jiang Qin just now, and he was so depressed. But now, Jiang Qin had given such a good opportunity to him. He was really loyal. Swoosh! The Huang dog pounced on the young man, and he didn't hold back at all. The late Qi Hai young man was no match for De Huang Dog, and he was pushed down to the ground. De Huang Dog was extremely cruel. He opened his mouth and swallowed the young man's head. Ah! The young man's scream came out from De Huang Dog's mouth. Another cracking sound was heard, and the young man's head was bitten off by De Huang Dog. Blood spurted out from his neck, and it flew more than a meter away. Pooh! De Huang Dog spat out the young man's head. The young man's head flew more than a meter away, and he was facing the sky. His face was full of blood and dirt, and his eyes were wide open. Hiss! Except for Jiang Qin, everyone else gasped. De Huang Dog was too cruel. This kind of scene was really creepy. The other two from the Li family were scared out of their wits. Even if they weren't afraid of death, they wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of death. The young man's miserable condition had almost scared them to death. Big Yellow didn't care about the fear in the two men's hearts. A cruel smile appeared on his face, and he opened his mouth again, revealing his eerie white teeth. Then, he leaped forward and bit off the other man's head. Ah! In the end, the young man held his head with both hands and let out a miserable scream. The last line of defense in his heart was almost broken. Then, his eyes rolled back, and he lay on the ground. He was so scared that he fainted. Although he was at the Qi Hai realm, he had always lived like a prince. He rarely killed people, not to mention such a cruel scene. How could his temperament be compared to Jiang Chen's? Not only him, even Yan Chong and the other two were so scared that their faces turned pale. De Huang Dog's cruelty made them very uncomfortable. Damn it, fainting just like that. Even if he fainted, he would still die. De Huang Dog said. He stomped on the young man's head with his hoof, and the young man's head was smashed into pieces. Hey, you dog, why are you so cruel? Can't you be a little more gentle? Jiang Qin shook his head. This stupid dog could have killed the three of them in other ways, but he just had to stomp on their heads. How am I cruel? I let them die a clean death, without any pain. How dare you say I am cruel? I am being merciful, okay? Do you know what merciful is, brat? De Huang Dog couldn't take it anymore. He raised his head and started arguing with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin was speechless. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. My mouth belongs to me, I will say whatever I want. I killed someone for you, and you still say I am cruel. You are so heartless. De Huang Dog kept talking. All right, you are merciful, you are the most merciful dog in the world, okay? Jiang Qin quickly begged for mercy. Although he had only known De Huang Dog for a short period of time, he knew this dog's character very well. If he started arguing with De Huang Dog, there would be no end to it. Yan Chong and the other two opened their mouths wide in shock. Where did this dog come from? He was too much. But it seemed like he had a good relationship with Jiang Qin. If the three of them knew that this man and dog had been fighting to the death not long ago, they would be speechless again. Their good relationship was built from fighting. Big brother Jiang Qin, Li Changming wants to bury all the men from the Yan family in this mountain range. If he wants to kill us himself, big brother Yan Yang will be in danger. We need to find him as soon as possible. Yan Chong said with a worried face. Alright, since Li Changming wants to play, let's play with him. Today, I will bury all of the Li family members here. None of them will be able to leave. Jiang Qin sneered. Yan Chong and the other two looked at each other. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. Compared to Li Changming, Jiang Qin was the real ruthless one. Brother Jiang Qin, there are a total of 13 people from the Li family. 5 of them died just now, so there are still 8 left. According to what that man said, the rest of them are probably planning to join forces and kill us one by one. Yen Chong said. Yes, do you know where Yen Yang and the others are? Jiang Chen asked. Yes. Yen Chong said. Let's go, the Li family must be heading towards that area. Jiang Chen said that the Li family had already made their move. They had to find the Yen family members as soon as possible. If they were too late, the Yen family would suffer a great loss. Yen Chong and the other two's deaths were proof of this. If Jiang Chen was half a step late, he would only be able to see the 3 dead bodies. On the other side of the forest, a battle had just begun. The remaining 7 men from the Yen family, led by Yen Yang, had gathered together. In front of them stood the remaining 8 men from the Li family, led by Li Chongming. Originally, this examination was destined to become a battle of life and death. As the number 1 warrior of the Yen family's younger generation, Yen Yang had a certain level of intelligence. He had sensed the Li family's unusual movements, so he quickly gathered everyone together. Li Chongming had also sensed the Yen family's movements, so he had gathered all his men, wanting to give them a fatal blow. Therefore, both sides had gathered here. Yen Chong and the other 2 were too far away from each other, so they didn't meet the Li family members here. Therefore, they had to fight on the other side. Luckily, Jiang Chen had intervened at the critical moment. Li Chongming, what you've done has broken the rules of the examination. Yen Yang's face was gloomy. Today's situation was deadly for the Yen family. Li Chongming was a mortal core warrior, and he could kill all of them by himself. Rules. Once I kill all of you, the qualification to enter the Tianjin Gate will belong to the Li family. Besides, I've already reached the mortal core realm, so I'll definitely be able to enter the Tianjin Gate. Chapter 51. Jiang Chen was Li Chongming's most important target, and also his biggest goal. Jiang Chen had killed 2 of his brothers, making him a mortal enemy. Outside, Jiang Chen was protected by the Yen family. If he kept hiding in the Misty Rain Tower, there would be no chance for him to kill him. Humph. Li Chongming, you want to kill Jiang Chen? Stop daydreaming. Who is brother Jiang? Do you really think anyone can kill him? Yen Yang let out a cold snort. Although he and Jiang Chen hadn't known each other for a long time, he really admired Jiang Chen's strength. In his mind, maybe Jiang Chen was no match for Li Chongming, who was an early mortal core warrior, but if Jiang Chen wanted to escape or hide, then Li Chongming wouldn't have the chance to kill him. Is that so? Then I'll kill all of you first, then I'll go find Jiang Chen. You should know that a mortal core warrior has already opened up their divine sense. Under my divine sense, Jiang Chen has nowhere to run. Li Chongming's face was filled with killing intent. He unleashed the energy of an early mortal core warrior, and his yuan energy vibrated, creating ripples in the air. Yen Yang's expression changed. The strength of a mortal core warrior was not something he could compare with. He and Li Chongming were both the number 1 geniuses in Red City, and both of them had the potential to break through to the mortal core realm. He didn't expect Li Chongming to be 1 step ahead of him, but this 1 step represented the difference between heaven and earth. Even though he had reached the peak of the Qi High realm and was half a step into the mortal core realm, compared to Li Chongming, who was a real mortal core warrior, the gap was still too big. Yen Yang, are you scared now? If you beg for mercy, then I might be merciful and let you die a quick death. The playful smile on Li Chongming's face became bigger and bigger. His former rival was now completely suppressed by him. This feeling was really satisfying. Pfft. Li Chongming, if you want to fight, then fight. Even if you can kill all of us here today, your Li family will still have to pay a price. If you don't believe me, then try me. Yin Yang's aura fluctuated as he pulled out a long sword. The long sword was shining brightly. It was actually a low-ranked combat weapon. Low-ranked combat weapon. Looks like Yen Zhanyun has prepared for this. He's even willing to let you use a low-ranked combat weapon. My brother lost a low-ranked combat weapon last time, and today, I'll take it back from you. Li Chongming's eyes brightened. A combat weapon was an unexpected gain. Brother Ming, there's no need to say so much to them. Just attack and destroy them. A late Qi-Hai warrior from the Li family said with a grin on his face. He was treating Yan Yang and the others like prey waiting to be slaughtered. Do it. Li Chongming shouted coldly. All the men of the Li family charged towards the men of the Yan family with a ferocious aura. Li Chongming locked onto Yan Yang. He couldn't let this old rival of his die so easily. Brothers, let's fight it out with them. Even if we die, let's drag two of them down with us. Yan Yang's voice was stern, and his handsome face was twisted. For a warrior, at the most critical moment, death wasn't that scary. Kill. The 7 men from the Yan family let out loud roars. The despair on their faces instantly turned into madness. Dozens of Qi-Hai warriors collided with each other, and their yuan energies kept colliding, destroying the entire forest. The fierce battle had reached its climax. Both sides were like fire and water, and they couldn't be reconciled. This was a battle of life and death, and no one dared to be careless. Everyone was fighting with all their strength, because being careless meant death. Yan Yang, prepare to die. Li Chongming unleashed his killing intent, and he suddenly struck towards Yan Yang with his palm. The invisible yuan energy was like an invisible mountain, and it rushed towards Yan Yang. Such a powerful yuan energy attack immediately made Yan Yang feel like he was suffocating. Ha! Yan Yang let out a shout, and all the yuan energy in his body flowed into the long sword in his hand. The long sword produced a powerful buzzing sound, and with a whistling sound, the long sword became like a dragon, slashing towards Li Chongming's yuan energy attack. Bang! Too bad, the gap between their cultivation levels couldn't be made up for. Even with his combat weapon, Yan Yang was still no match for Li Chongming. The difference between the Qi-Hai realm and the Mortal Core realm was huge, and this gap was completely different from the gap between the mid and late Qi-Hai realm. Tap tap tap. Yan Yang took 3 big steps back, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood splashed onto the long sword, and under the sunlight, it was very eye-catching. On the other side, the 6 men from the Yan family and the 7 men from the Li family were engaged in a chaotic battle. Because of the difference in numbers, and the fact that the overall strength of the Li family was stronger, the Yan family quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Some of their men were already injured, and if this continued, it wouldn't be long before the men from the Yan family couldn't hold on anymore. Is the Yan family going to die just like this? Yan Yang had a helpless and bitter smile on his face. It wasn't hard to imagine that if all the young geniuses of the Yan family were to die here, it would be a huge blow to the Yan family. If Li Chongming managed to enter the Tianjin Gate, then the strength of both sides would decrease, and in just a few years, the Yan family would be destroyed by the Li family. That's right, there's still Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu has the 9 meridians, and she was born with a divine body. With a divine body, the Yan family will never be destroyed. So what if I, Yan Yang, die? Xiao Yu will avenge me sooner or later. Yan Yang thought about Yan Qinyu, and his mood immediately became better. Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians had awakened, and that was a peerless divine body. No one could imagine what she would achieve in the future. As long as Yan Qinyu was here, the Yan family would never be destroyed. Yan Yang, you can go die now. I didn't want you to die so easily, but after killing you, I still need to find Jiang Qin, so I'll let you have it easy. Li Changming's energy fluctuated, and he suddenly pointed his finger towards Yan Yang. It was also the Li family's heavenly yellow finger, but when it was used by Li Changming, its power was definitely not something Li Changhao or Li Changhong could compare with. Boom! A huge yellow finger suddenly appeared, and with a loud bang, it arrived in front of Yan Yang in the blink of an eye. Facing this heavenly yellow finger, Yan Yang's mouth revealed a mocking smile. He had completely given up on resisting, because he knew that with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to block Li Changming's heavenly yellow finger, even if he had a low-ranked combat weapon. Yan Yang's smile was very bitter. Anyone who was facing death would feel bitter. Yan Yang closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. Boom! Suddenly, a huge impact was heard, but it wasn't the heavenly yellow finger that hit his body. Yan Yang clearly felt that the huge explosion and the shockwave came from in front of him. He suddenly opened his eyes, and saw a figure in white suddenly appear in front of him, and with a single punch, the figure shattered the heavenly yellow finger. Brother Jiang. Seeing this person, Yan Yang's face immediately showed an ecstatic expression, and then he secretly wiped the sweat off his forehead. Just now, he really walked around the gates of hell. Brother Yan Yang. Yan Chong and the other two walked in front of Yan Yang with a face full of concern. You three are fine. When Yan Yang saw the three of them, a happy expression appeared on his face. Brother Jiang Qin saved us. Yan Chong said. Leave Li Changming to me, you guys go deal with the others. Jiang Chen said indifferently. All right. Yan Yang nodded his head. He didn't know if Jiang Qin could deal with Li Changming, who was an early mortal core warrior, but he knew that today, besides Jiang Qin, no one else could deal with Li Changming. Yan Yang carried his long sword and led Yan Chong and the other two to join the battle on the other side. The situation of the Yan family's defeat had been reversed in an instant. With the addition of 4 Qi High warriors, the Yan family immediately gained the advantage of numbers. More importantly, the Yan family had a powerful warrior like Yan Yang. On the Li family's side, Li Changhao had been killed by Jiang Qin, and Li Changming was being restrained by Jiang Qin. They didn't have a single peak Qi High warrior. Although Yan Yang was injured in the fight with Li Changming, he still had a combat weapon in his hand, so these people couldn't deal with him. The white-hot battle was the most brutal. Everyone's attention was focused on the battle, and no one noticed that not far from the battlefield, there was a Dehuang dog lying on the ground. Dehuang dog was lying on the ground with its long tongue sticking out. It was enjoying the battle with a satisfied expression on its face, as if it was just watching a show. Li Changming frowned, as if he had noticed something. There's no need to watch anymore. The rest of you are all dead, killed by me. Jiang Chen said with a faint smile on his face. Jiang Chen, you really deserve to die. Li Changming's eyes shone with a cold light. Looking at him, it seemed like he wanted to tear Jiang Chen into pieces bit by bit. It's hard to say whether I'll die or not, but you won't be able to live today. Didn't you want to kill me to avenge your brother? Do you know what the final result will be? Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. The final result will be that you will die a horrible death. Li Changming gritted his teeth. Wrong, the final result will be that Li Sanyu will die without any descendants. Jiang Chen shook his head. His bright eyes were shining brightly. Humph. Let me see how strong you really are. Li Changming let out a cold snort. He jumped up into the air, and his hand formed into a claw shape. With a powerful aura, he grabbed towards Jiang Chen. All right. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. The attack of a mortal core warrior was indeed extraordinary. With his mid-Qi high strength, he would have to use all his strength to fight Li Changming. Pop! Jiang Chen shook his arm and threw a punch at Li Changming's palm with lightning speed. The punch was shining brightly and was aimed at Li Changming's palm. Bam! A clear sound was heard. When the two men collided, a huge yuan energy whirlpool was formed. Chapter 52. Now, Li Changming finally understood why Jiang Chen was able to kill his brother. Jiang Chen's combat strength had reached an unimaginable level. In Li Changming's mind, a mortal core warrior would be able to suppress a Qi high warrior, but when it came to Jiang Chen, the suppression wasn't obvious at all. A mortal core warrior is just a so-so. Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently. This sentence had undoubtedly hurt Li Changming's heart. Li Changming immediately shouted out and unleashed his heavenly yellow finger. Bang! The forest shook. The gigantic heavenly yellow finger was unleashed, and it charged towards Jiang Chen in a ferocious manner. This attack was unleashed by Li Changming, and it was a full-force attack from an early mortal core warrior. Even if it was Jiang Chen, he couldn't underestimate it. However, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. Heavenly Yellow Finger was only a low-rank Mortal Kombat skill. Although it could unleash a powerful force in Li Changming's hands, it was still no match for Jiang Chen's 6 solar fingers. The 6 solar fingers was a high-rank Earth combat skill. Even the single solar finger was more than enough to suppress the Heavenly Yellow Finger. Besides, Jiang Chen's mastery of the single solar finger had reached perfection. Once he broke through to the late Qi High realm, he would be able to unleash the second finger of the 6 solar fingers, which was called the double solar finger. Jiang Chen pointed his finger like a sword and drew a mysterious path in the air. The tip of his finger was surrounded by a bright light, and he pointed it towards the sky. The force of the finger was much stronger than Li Changming's. Immediately after, a bright golden giant finger was formed. The giant finger was like a pillar that supported the heavens. No matter if it was the force or the size, it was more powerful than the heavenly yellow finger. Bang! This was a battle between two finger skills. The heavenly yellow finger and the single solar finger collided with each other in the most direct and violent way. The shockwave caused by the collision caused the entire forest to shake, as if there was a huge earthquake. Kacha kacha! The golden shockwave spread out, and the trees not far away were all destroyed. It was obvious how powerful the shockwave was. Tap tap! Under such a powerful shockwave, Li Changming took 2 steps back, and the shock in his eyes became even more intense. He looked at Jiang Chen with a horrified expression. He had never seen Jiang Chen's finger skill before. Compared to it, the Li family's heavenly yellow finger skill, the Li family's heavenly yellow finger was like a trash fighter. Li family has any stronger combat skills? I've seen your Chen's heavenly yellow finger skill before, Ming Yang. Changming to Li, Changming, Yang. Brother Ming, hurry up and kill him. We can't hold on much longer. On the other side, a young man from the Li family shouted at Li Changming. He was covered in blood, and he was gasping for breath. The battle was extremely fierce. Because of Yan Yang and the other 3, the Li family was defeated again and again. They originally had 7 men, but Yan Yang had already killed one of them, and the remaining 6 were badly wounded. If this continued, in just a few minutes, the Li family would be completely defeated, and all of them would die. Look, your men can't hold on any longer. You wanted to kill all the men from the Yen family here, but in the end, not a single man from the Yen family has been killed, and your men are going to die here. What an irony! Jiang Chen used the coldest tone to provoke Li Changming. Li Changming's face turned red. Jiang Chen's words had truly provoked him. He raised his head and looked at the Li family's camp. If this continued, they wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer. His original plan was to kill all the men from the Yen family here, but now, all of his men were about to be killed. Humph. I don't believe that with my mortal core cultivation level, I can't kill a Chi-High warrior. Take this, my great howling palm. Li Chongming became furious. He jumped more than 10 feet into the air. His black hair was dancing in the wind, and the energy around his body was like a tsunami. Both of his palms were surrounded by cyclones. The Great Howling Palm was a high-ranked Mortal Kombat skill, and it was also the Li family's most powerful combat skill. Li Sanyu had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. Li Chongming hadn't trained the Great Howling Palm for a long time, so he wasn't very familiar with it. The Great Howling Palm was a technique that used one's palm to unleash energy. In an instant, all the yuan energy in one's body would be gathered in the center of one's palm. Countless cyclones would appear, and in the end, they would condense into an attack. The attack was powerful, like a tsunami. Bang! Li Chongming struck a palm strike from above, and the void directly emitted an explosive sound. Countless cyclones turned into shocking giant waves, like a tsunami descending. The pressure of the origin power was like a mountain. If this palm strike landed, the ground would be smashed into a huge pit. At the edge of the battlefield, the Huang dog, who was bored from watching the fight, was shocked. A mortal core warrior was really something. What a great howling palm. Too bad you've just touched it, so you can't unleash that earth-shattering roar. I can break it with just one finger. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. He stared at Li Chongming, and his hands were crossed in front of his chest. Both of his index fingers were trembling. Suddenly, Jiang Chen attacked. A huge golden finger dashed out, and next to it, there was another huge finger shadow. The 9 solar energies was created by Jiang Chen himself, and the 6 solar fingers was a part of the 9 solar energies. Although Jiang Chen was only at the mid-Chi-High realm, with the help of the single solar finger, he was able to unleash the second solar finger shadow. The illusionary huge finger merged with the single solar finger, causing the power of the single solar finger to increase dramatically. It rushed towards the yuan energy tsunami unleashed by Li Chongming. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion sounded out, and the powerful shock wave tore a huge hole in the ground. The hole extended all the way to the edge of the ground. The Huang dog cursed and jumped up from the ground. He then chose a place where he wouldn't be affected by the shock wave and lied down. The shock wave was so powerful that it was like a real tsunami. Everything within a 10-mile radius was shaken, and all the trees that were close to the battlefield were cut in half by the shock wave. Such a powerful shock wave caused even Yan Yang and the others to stop what they were doing and look over. With a tricky posture, it pierced towards Li Chongming, who was rushing towards him. Both of them were extremely fast. Just when the blade and the black soul sword were about to collide, something strange happened. Jiang Chen moved his feet, and like a nimble cheetah, he dodged Li Chongming's attack. The black soul sword swung and struck out like lightning. It pierced into Li Chongming's armpit, and the sharp blade came out from Li Chongming's shoulder. Blood started gushing out. Ah! Chapter 53. The shrill scream sent chills down everyone's spine. Not only had Jiang Chen's sword pierced through Li Chongming's shoulder, it had also pierced through the nerves in his body. Besides that, Jiang Chen's sword carried a blazing hot flame, and it had directly burned into Li Chongming's body. Even a mortal core warrior wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of pain. In other words, a single sword strike couldn't completely make a mortal core warrior lose his ability to fight, but the pain brought by Jiang Chen's sword was beyond normal. Under this kind of pain, Li Chongming's body was convulsing. Besides screaming, it seemed like he couldn't do anything else. Dang! The big blade in Li Chongming's hand fell onto the ground, producing a clear sound. Swoosh! Jiang Chen slowly pulled out the black soul sword from Li Chongming's body. Every time the sword was pulled out, more blood would be spat out. The blood that was spat out was instantly dried up by the burning flame and fell onto the ground. This was a chilling scene. The remaining 4 men from the Li family had pale faces. Their hearts were filled with despair. They were finished, they didn't have any more chances today. Even Li Chongming wasn't Jiang Chen's match. Their biggest reliance was also gone, let alone them. Jiang Chen's face was filled with despair. Even the men from the Yan family were holding their breaths. Looking at Li Chongming's miserable condition, they couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. Jiang Chen's attack was too cruel. Luckily, Jiang Chen was one of them. If he was an enemy, their ending wouldn't be any better than Li Chongming's. I told you before, a mortal core warrior is just a so-so. I also told you not to mess with me, because the consequences would be too severe, but you didn't listen to me. Sigh. Jiang Chen said casually. The sword in his hand had already reached Li Chongming's neck. Jiang Chen, if you dare kill me, my dad will never let you go. Li Chongming's body was trembling. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's energy, he had completely lost his ability to fight back. He could only use Li Sanyu to threaten Jiang Chen. Didn't I tell you before? Li Sanyu is doomed to die without descendants. Li Changming's threat was no different from a fart to Jiang Chen. Moreover, it was the kind of fart that didn't make any sound. He thrust the black spirit sword forward and pierced into Li Changming's neck. Li Changming's mouth kept opening and closing, and his eyes were filled with despair. As his eyes gradually lost focus, his vitality quickly disappeared. Thump! In the end, Li Changming fell to the ground on his back. He died with his eyes wide open. Perhaps at the last moment of his life, his heart was still filled with unwillingness. Li Chongming is dead. Big brother Jiang Chen killed Li Chongming, who was an early mortal core warrior with his qi high cultivation level. He saved all of our lives. The way the people of the Yan family looked at Jiang Chen was very complicated. There was excitement, gratitude, admiration, and fear. They had witnessed how terrifying this young man was. He was just like a little demon king. Being his enemy would not end well for anyone. Brother Jiang, what should we do with the remaining 4? Yan Yang asked. At this point, everyone couldn't help but follow Jiang Chen's lead. Jiang Chen turned around and walked up to the remaining 4 men from the Li family. The 4 of them felt like the world was spinning around them, and their bodies didn't even belong to them anymore. They were all shaking and trembling in fear. Among you 4, which one of you is from the Li family subsidiary forces? Jiang Chen asked. The 4 of them were startled. They didn't know what Jiang Chen meant by this. His anger rose, and he looked like a furious lion. Jiang Chen, you killed 3 of my sons. You've made me, Li Shanyu, die without any descendants. I'm going to tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. I'll tear you into 1,000,000 pieces. Li Sanyu was completely furious. All 3 of his sons were dead. It wasn't hard to imagine how he was feeling right now. Everyone is dead. You 2 don't need to live anymore. How am I small? Damn dog, I'm going to skin you alive. Nguyen Ling swung her sword towards Jiang Chen. De Huang, fuck your sister. Jiang Chen almost vomited blood. He had no idea what this damn dog had done at Tianjin Gate. Now that they were chasing him, this damn dog could have easily dodged the attack, but he chose to hide behind Jiang Chen. Wasn't this just asking Jiang Qin to take the brunt of the attack? This was such an injustice. However, when Nguyen Ling's attack arrived, he just waved his hand and unleashed a beam of light to defend himself. Buddy, get out of the way. This has nothing to do with you. Chen Shuanglang looked at Jiang Qin. All right. Jiang Qin nodded his head furiously. This really had nothing to do with him. He immediately moved his body and dodged to the side. Damn you, I've followed you for so long, but I didn't expect you to be so mean. The Huang dog was very agile, and his speed was extremely fast. Once again, he hid behind Jiang Chen's back. Get lost, damn dog. Jiang Chen dodged again, and the Huang dog dodged again. This dog was like a dog skin plaster, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of him. Senior disciple Chen, this guy is obviously in cahoots with the Huang dog, let's kill him together. Nguyen Ling said angrily. Alright, let's kill him together. Chen Shuang said straightforwardly. The three of them unleashed their energy and attacked at the same time. 3 bright sword beams slashed towards Jiang Qin. Damn it! Jiang Qin cursed. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood onto the Huang dog's body. However, Jiang Chen's anger had also been ignited. As the once greatest saint in the world, he had never been afraid of anyone. These 3 idiots had accused him without any explanation, and they wanted to kill him. And he didn't even know what the Huang dog had done. Why was he so angry? Rumble, Jiang Qin unleashed his single solar finger, and the Huang dog spat out a golden beam from his mouth. Both of them collided with the sword beams from the 3 men. Rumble, the shockwave spread out. A mid-mortal core warrior was not someone Li Chongming could compare with. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were both knocked back by the shockwave. You 3 listen up, don't provoke me. Jiang Chen pointed his finger at the 3 men. This was his last warning. He really didn't care about the Tianjin Gate. Humph. Staying together with that mangy dog is the same as seeking death. Nguyen Ling let out a cold snort. The 3 of them were filled with killing intent. They had already listed Jiang Qin and the Huang dog as their must-kill targets. Guys, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? Yan Zhanyun hurriedly asked. How did things develop? How did they end up fighting with the people from the Tianjin Gate just because of a dog? Misunderstanding my ass. Chief Yan, the reason we came here is to kill this dog. Jiang Chen is colluding with a dog, that's why he deserves to die. Chief Yan, how dare your Yan family protect someone that we, the Tianjin Gate, want to kill? Chen Shuang stared at Yan Zhanyun. Chief Yan, please step aside. This is between me and the Tianjin Gate, it has nothing to do with your Yan family. No one from the Yan family is allowed to get involved. A cold light flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. A faint killing intent was leaking out from his body. These 3 bastards had really pissed him off. When someone wanted to kill him, there was nothing else to say. Anyone who wanted to kill him was his enemy. This was Jiang Chen's principle. Li Sanyu, who was standing aside, had a happy expression on his face. He had never expected Jiang Qin to offend the people from the Tianjin Gate. This was going to be a lot easier. He wanted to see if Yan Zhanyun could still protect Jiang Qin. Alright, since you've admitted to it, then you can die together with the Huang dog. After saying that, Xiaohua once again dashed towards Jiang Qin. He was not Li Chongming, who had just broken through to the Mortal Core realm, but Xiaohua had been at the early Mortal Core realm for quite some time. He didn't care about Jiang Qin, who was only at the mid-Qi high realm. The Huang dog, what the fuck have you done? Jiang Qin felt speechless and asked. Don't ask first, take this. The Huang dog urged. Swoosh! Xiao Hua moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of Jiang Qin. Die! Chapter 55. Everything was just a coincidence, a misunderstanding. The shameless De Huang dog dragged Jiang Qin into this mess, and the angry disciples of Tianjian Gate believed that Jiang Qin and De Huang dog were in cahoots. When they thought about all the crimes that De Huang dog had committed, of course they wanted to kill Jiang Qin as well. Jiang Qin was not someone who could be killed easily. The Mu Rong family offended him, and their entire family was uprooted. The Li family offended him, and all three of their sons were killed by him. Li Sanyu's family line was cut off. Now, these three disciples of Tianjin Gate had come to provoke him, and the consequences wouldn't be any better. In his previous life, Jiang Qin had stepped on piles of bones to reach his peak. The law of the jungle in the cultivation world was something he had seen clearly. When an opponent showed their killing intent towards Jiang Qin had already sentenced them to death. Just like this Xiao Hua in front of him. Jiang Qin's movement was extremely fast. Before Xiao Hua's long sword could even land on Xiao Hua, the green beam had already pierced into his body. When the green beam entered his body, Xiao Hua, who had an imposing aura, suddenly started convulsing. After that, he let out a heart-wrenching scream. Xiao Hua threw away the long sword in his hand. He grabbed his chest with both of his hands, but it was useless. Green smoke kept coming out from his chest. The green smoke kept spreading, and soon, it covered Xiao Hua's entire body. Plop! Xiao Hua fell onto the ground with a plop. Both of his legs were trembling, and the scream coming out from his mouth was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. In just a few seconds, Xiao Hua had completely stopped moving. His body was completely black, and his face was like coal. His eyes were wide open, and they were filled with fear. A large part of his chest had been corroded, as if he was being corroded by thousands of creatures. It was a cruel and terrifying scene. This was terrifying. This scene was enough to make anyone's hair stand on end. An early Mortal Core warrior had been killed in the blink of an eye, in the most painful way possible. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. Everyone looked at Xiao Hua, who had almost turned into charcoal on the ground, and then looked at Jiang Qin, who had an indifferent smile on his face. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Too ruthless, too savage. This is death by poison. This brat actually knows how to use poison. What a vicious method. Li Sanyut sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at Li Chongming's corpse. Jiang Qin didn't use this kind of poison on Li Chongming. It seemed to be merciful. What kind of poison is that? It's so powerful. An early Mortal Core warrior died in an instant. Big brother Jiang Qin actually had a hidden trick. If he had used this trick in the forest, Li Chongming wouldn't have been able to hold on for so long. Yeah, big brother Jiang Qin is too scary, but he killed a disciple of the Tianjian Gate. What should we do? Everyone on the scene were sighing. The poison Jiang Qin used was undoubtedly terrifying, but what worried them more was that Jiang Qin had just killed a disciple of the Tianjin Gate. This was undoubtedly a huge disaster. Jiang Qin, what a vicious method. Chen Shuang's expression changed dramatically as he shouted at Jiang Qin. Nguyen Ling, who was standing beside him, had lost her arrogant attitude. The way she looked at Jiang Qin, aside from hatred, there was also fear in her eyes. At the same time, she felt lucky. If she was the one who attacked first and not Xiao Hua, she would be the one lying on the ground now. Although she was a woman, this guy in front of her obviously wouldn't show mercy to the fairer sex. I've warned you before, don't mess with me. Jiang Chen was indifferent towards Chen Shuang's anger. How dare you kill a disciple of the Tianjin Gate? No matter where you are, you will die. Chen Shuang's killing intent soared to the sky. Kill me first. Jiang Qin didn't mind at all. Today, I will kill you and that damn dog together, and avenge junior disciple Xiao Hua. After saying that, Chen Shuang swung his arm and threw out a sharp sword. It was a low-ranked combat weapon. Combat weapons were extremely precious in Red City, but they were much better in the Tianjin Gate. Some of the more experienced Outer Circle disciples could even get a low-ranked combat weapon. As for those powerful Heavenly Core Inner Circle disciples, many of them even had a mid-ranked combat weapon. Chen Shuang's energy was strong, and his killing intent soared to the sky. He had fully displayed the strength of a mid-mortal core warrior, and he even had a low-ranked combat weapon in his hand. His strength was not something that Xiao Hua could compare with. Even though he knew that Jiang Qin could use poison, he didn't show any signs of fear. This was because of his confidence in his strength. With his mid-mortal core skills, he didn't believe that he couldn't defeat a mid-chi high warrior. After all, there was a huge gap between the two. Facing Chen Shuang's powerful attack, Jiang Qin had a smile on his face. A cunning look appeared in his eyes. After that, he pretended to have a changed expression and started running away. Damn dog, why aren't you running? Jiang Qin shouted at De Huang Dog. Seeing Jiang Qin running away without a fight, De Huang Dog was startled. This guy was so arrogant just a moment ago, but in just a blink of an eye, he had turned into a coward. Immortal my ass. De Huang Dog leaned back and turned into a golden light. He quickly followed behind Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, that damn dog. Today, I will kill you no matter what. Chen Shuang was filled with killing intent. He dashed forward like an arrow leaving the bow. Hearing Chen Shuang calling his name together with De Huang Dog, Jiang Qin felt so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Wasn't this just insulting him? Behind them, Nguyen Ling turned around and looked at Li Sanyu. Chief Li, I hope you can help us catch Jiang Qin and that dog. The Tianjin Gate will definitely reward you handsomely. All right. Li Sanyu immediately agreed. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to eat Jiang Chen's flesh and drink Jiang Chen's blood. He would definitely be the first one who wanted to kill Jiang Qin. No way. Li Sanyu, with me here, don't even think about taking a step into the mountain range. Yan Zhanyun released his qi and stood in front of Li Sanyu. Yan Zhanyun, how dare you go against the Tianjin Gate? Nguyen Ling was furious. Miss Nguyen Ling, the Yan family will never go against the Tianjin Gate. If you and young Master Chen Shuang want to kill Jiang Qin, the Yan family will definitely not stop you. But this Li Sanyu is our enemy. Me stopping him has nothing to do with the Tianjin Gate. Yan Zhanyun said. Looking at his attitude, it seemed like he would never let Li Sanyu go. Jiang Chen had done the Yan family a great favor. Even if he had to risk his life, he wouldn't let Li Sanyu have the chance to kill Jiang Qin. As for Chen Shuang and Nguyen Ling, he believed that Jiang Qin would have a way to deal with them. With their strength, it would not be easy for them to kill Jiang Qin. But Li Sanyu was a different story. He was a late mortal core warrior, and he was not someone to be trifled with. All right, Yan Zhanyun, we, the Tianjin Gate, will remember what happened today. Nguyen Ling said in a cruel manner. After that, she started chasing after Jiang Qin. Yan Zhanyun, you have offended the Tianjin Gate today. Your Yan family will be finished sooner or later. Ha! Li Sanyu started laughing out loudly. Humph. That's none of your business. Yan Zhanyun let out a cold snort. Yan Zhanyun, that brat Jiang Qin has killed the men from the Tianjin Gate. He will definitely die. Although he knows how to use poison, it won't be easy for him to kill Jiang Chen if he is prepared. Do you really think that with his mid-chi high cultivation, he can fight against a mid-mortal core warrior? And your Yen family, you have offended the Tianjin Gate by stopping me today. Sooner or later, you will be finished along with Jiang Chen. It's a shame that I can't kill Jiang Chen with my own hands. I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces. But, even if Jiang Chen is dead, I won't let the Jiang family of Fragrant Sky City go. Li Sanyu was furious. He picked up Li Changming's body and left. Yan Zhanyun took a deep breath. Right now, Li Sanyu was a very scary man. A lion who had nothing to worry about. Once he went all out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Li Sanyu was in this state right now. All 3 of his sons were dead, and what he was going to do next would be crazy. Chief, what should we do now? I wonder if Brother Jiang can handle it. Yan Yang said worriedly. Everyone's face turned pale. Jiang Chen had saved their lives, so they naturally didn't want anything bad to happen to Jiang Chen. They had just won the battle, but they didn't expect the situation to change because of a stupid dog. Don't worry, Jiang Chen just sent me a message with his divine sense. He asked us not to get involved in the battle between him and the Tianjin Gate. I believe he can handle it. Yan Zhanyun said with a smile. Brother Jiang is only at the Qi High realm, but he can actually use divine sense to send messages. Yan Yang was shocked. Brother Jiang Chen is an extraordinary man, and you can't use common sense to judge him. I'm sure he has a way to deal with the 2 men from the Tianjin Gate. The reason why he chose to enter the mountain range is probably because he doesn't want to drag our Yan family into this. After all, it's the Tianjin Gate. Brother Jiang Chen has really put a lot of effort into this. Yan Zhanyun let out a long sigh. In fact, he had really thought too highly of himself this time. Although this was one of the reasons why Jiang Chen chose to run away, he had a bigger plan in mind. Within the mountain range, Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were running like crazy, and Qin Shuang was hot on their heels. What the hell are you doing? You have a deadly poison in your hand, and with your skills and speed, it's not impossible for you to kill that Qin Shuang. Why are you running away? The Huang dog said in a gloomy manner. You don't know shit. Father's poison isn't something that I can use whenever I want. After using it once, I need a long time before I can use it again. Besides, that Qin Shuang is a mid-mortal core warrior. If he's prepared, even if I have deadly poison, it won't be easy for me to kill him. I'm no match for a mid-mortal core warrior, so if I don't run away, what else can I do? Jiang Chen snorted. This guy didn't even blink his eyes when he lied. He had completely mastered the green hellish python's deadly poison, and he could use it as he wished just like his Yuan energy. Although Qin Shuang was a mid-mortal core warrior, and it wouldn't be easy for him to kill him, with Jiang Chen's skills and deadly poison, he wasn't afraid of Qin Shuang at all. Of course, there was a reason why he chose to run away. This De Huang dog had dragged him into this, and if Jiang Chen didn't get some benefits from De Huang dog, then he would be letting this damn dog off. Damn you, why did you use deadly poison on that weakling? What a waste. De Huang dog was so angry that smoke was coming out from his nostrils. He scolded Jiang Chen for being a black sheep. Cut the crap. The one behind us is catching up. I can't run anymore, carry me on your back. Chapter 56. Fuck, damn you, how dare you ride on me? The Huang dog was furious. No one had ever dared to ride on him before. He immediately unleashed his energy and tried to shake off Jiang Chen. Damn dog, you dragged me into this mess, and now you don't even want to carry me. You're so heartless. Jiang Chen grabbed onto the Huang dog tightly and refused to get off. This dog dragged him into this mess, so he had to pay the price. Damn you! The Huang dog cursed as he spat out a mouthful of saliva. After that, he kept running. Damn dog, where do you think you're going? Behind him, Chen Shuang shouted out and unleashed a sword beam towards Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. Jiang Chen turned around and unleashed his single solar finger, blocking the sword beam. Damn dog, run faster. Aren't you pretty fast? Jiang Chen slapped the Huang dog. That's enough, little bastard. Believe it or not, I'll bite you to death. The Huang dog was furious. That guy is a mid-mortal core warrior after all, his speed isn't slow at all. The terrain here is flat, I'll need some time to shake him off. The Huang dog, die. Chen Shuang unleashed another sword attack from behind. The sword beam danced in the air and caught up with the Huang dog in an instant. Jiang Chen laughed, but he only managed to block it slightly. The remaining force of the sword beam hit the Huang dog's butt. Ouch! The Huang dog screamed out, damn you! Bastard, why didn't you block it? I did, but I couldn't. Today, I fought with you, then I fought with Li Chongming. Just now, I killed an early mortal core warrior with poison. I'm exhausted, and I'm at the end of my rope. That Chen Shuang is a mid-mortal core warrior, I can't block him anymore. Jiang Chen said. He had a bright smile on his face, and the sly look in his eyes was getting brighter and brighter. Go to hell, you're trying to fool me. The Huang dog almost coughed up blood. This guy said that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. Who would believe him? Bang! Ouch! Following that, Chen Shuang continued to attack with his sword. However, the Huang dog's speed was extremely fast. Even with his mid-Dan realm cultivation, he couldn't catch up with him in a short amount of time. The distance between them was increasing bit by bit. Every time Chen Shuang attacked, Jiang Chen would only block it slightly before hitting the Huang dog's butt. Jiang Chen rode on the Huang dog's back, grinning from ear to ear. In any case, the Huang dog's skin was coarse and thick. After he blocked the attack, he could no longer cause any damage to the Huang dog. However, the series of attacks still caused the Huang dog's butt to turn red. Fuck your sister, can't you block it for a bit? The Huang dog was about to go crazy. I blocked it. Didn't you hear it? I really can't take it anymore. I'm really not pretending. Jiang Chen looked like he was wronged. That bastard dared to attack my butt. I'm going to eat him up. The Huang dog gritted his teeth. The continuous attacks on his butt made him furious. If you can't beat him, then what's the point of eating him? Let's just run away first. Jiang Chen said. Woof woof, the Huang dog let out a roar. Suddenly, a golden light shone on his body. Under this golden light, his speed increased again. In the blink of an eye, he had shaken off Chen Shuang. The dragon horse's talent is indeed extraordinary. This dog used a secret skill to increase his speed. Jiang Chen was surprised. In front of them was a valley. It was the place where Jiang Chen and the Huang dog fought. The Huang dog turned into a golden light and passed through the valley. In the blink of an eye, he entered the cave. Get down from me. The Huang dog's body shook, and he pushed Jiang Chen down from his back. The Huang, amazing. I never expected you to be so fast. Even a mid-mortal core warrior was shaken off by you. Jiang Chen gave the Huang dog a thumbs up. Of course. I, your father, have a lot of awesome abilities that you haven't seen yet. The Huang dog immediately became extremely narcissistic. But that Chen Shuang has already opened up his divine sense. With his divine sense, I'm afraid it won't be hard for him to find us. Jiang Chen said again. You've dragged me down. If it wasn't for you, I could have easily shaken him off. The Huang dog looked at Jiang Chen with a complaining expression. You think you're in the right? You're the one who dragged me down. If it wasn't for you, you damn dog, would I have been able to fight against those disciples from Tianjin Gate? That's Tianjin Gate, I can't afford to offend them. Jiang Chen said with a wronged expression. All right, look at you. The Huang dog said with a disdainful expression. But, I'm curious, you damn dog, what did you do to Tianjin Gate? What made them come all the way here just to kill you? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Actually, it's nothing much. I released 3 heavenly core demon lords from the Tianjin Gate's demon prison tower, but they were captured by their inner circle disciples. Then, I went to the outer circle and caused some trouble. I collected all the female disciples' underwear and burned them in their square. Kaka, I didn't expect the fire to be so big, it even burned half of their dormitory. Damn it, isn't it just a fire? Why are they so relentless? When the Huang dog thought about his glorious deeds, he felt excited and depressed at the same time. Jiang Chen really wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood onto the Huang dog's face. This damn dog was nothing but an evil dog. He really could do anything. If it was Jiang Chen, he would have skinned him alive, pulled out his tendons, and burned his bones into ashes. No wonder they came all the way here just to kill you, you deserved it. Brilliant, you're really brilliant. Looks like it's not wrong for them to want to kill me. Jiang Chen gave the Huang dog a thumbs up. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't wrong for Nguyen Ling and the other 2 to treat him and the Huang dog as accomplices, because what the Huang dog had done had angered both men and gods. Don't worship me, my goal is to burn down the demon prison tower one day, Kaka. The Huang dog said as he laughed narcissistically. Jiang Chen laughed, and with an evil look, he moved closer to the Huang dog and said, "De Huang, do you want to kill that guy? He poked your butt so hard that it almost bloomed." Thinking about his butt, the Huang dog jumped up and said, "Fuck, kill him, we have to kill him. I have a way to kill him, and I guarantee that you'll feel great when you take your revenge." Jiang Chen said with a smile. The Huang dog's eyes lit up. What is it? It's too simple. As long as I reach the late Qi High realm in a short time, I guarantee that I'll kill him. At that time, you can do whatever you want to him. Jiang Chen said. Looking at you, you must have just reached the mid-Qi High realm. It's not realistic for you to reach the late Qi High realm in a short time. The Huang dog shook his head. He felt that Jiang Chen's idea was not reliable at all. That's why I need your help. The smile on Jiang Chen's face became wider and wider. How? The Huang dog regretted after asking the question, because he had a bad feeling about Jiang Chen's smile. It's actually very simple. You just need to bleed a little bit. Get lost. Before Jiang Chen could finish his words, the Huang dog jumped up. This guy really did not have any good intentions. It turned out that he wanted to kill Jiang Chen. It's just a little bit of blood. You're too stingy. Jiang Chen knew that this dog would not agree so easily. If it weren't for the fact that he was not strong enough, he would have pressed the Huang dog down and let him bleed. Anyway, I'm tired. When that guy catches up, you'll have to run again. I don't think you'll be able to take revenge. Jiang Chen leaned on the ground with his hands under his head and said in a weird tone. Damn you. If it weren't for the fact that I haven't activated my innate ability, I would have eaten that bastard in one bite. The Huang dog muttered, feeling very depressed. He looked at Jiang Chen, who was lying on the ground and pretending to be a rascal. Feeling the pain coming from his butt, he felt even more depressed. Such a scene must never happen again. Revenge, I must take revenge. Kill him, I must kill him. Brat, I can give you some blood. But you have to promise to cripple that brat and hand him over to me. The Huang dog compromised. It's a deal. Jiang Chen suddenly stood up from the ground. His eyes were shining, and he did not look tired at all. The Huang dog suddenly felt like he had been cheated. In fact, the main reason why Jiang Chen chose to run away was because the Huang dog had the dragon blood in his body. It could make his dragon transformation skill change. How could he miss such a great opportunity? Everything that happened after that was according to Jiang Chen's plan. The Huang dog was someone who could not afford to lose. After his but was continuously attacked, he would definitely be furious. Jiang Chen could use this opportunity to take his blood. Brat, you are a cunning and shameless bastard. Let's make a deal. If you don't cripple that guy, I'll bite you to death. The Huang dog threatened. Don't worry, I promise I'll help you take revenge. Jiang Chen patted his chest and promised. As long as he reached the late Qi Hai realm, he would be able to use the double solar finger. With his skills, killing Qin Shuang would be a piece of cake. Alright. Big Yellow had made up his mind. With a sway of his body, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up, and he grabbed the blood with his hand. The blood of an ancient dragon horse is indeed different. Although it does not have the blood essence, it is enough to make my dragon transformation skill change. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. He did not expect the Huang dog's blood essence. This dog would definitely not give it to him. Being able to get a ball of golden blood was already good enough. In the Saint Origin world, the descendants of dragons had long been extinct. This De Huang dog in front of him was probably the last remaining descendant. Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, was lucky to meet De Huang dog. Protect me, I'm going to start refining it now. After saying that, Jiang Chen sat down with his legs crossed and swallowed the ball of golden blood. Boom! As soon as the blood entered his body, a strong yang qi spread out in all directions. The dragon marks in his qi were jumping excitedly. The dragon horse bloodline was the most powerful bloodline in the world. It was extremely strong, which was exactly what the dragon transformation skill needed. Chapter 57. The blood of the dragon horse was slowly absorbed by Jiang Chen using the dragon transformation skill. As the golden blood was absorbed, the circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill was much faster than before, and the absorption speed of the natural yuan energy was much faster as well. The 6 dragon marks in his qi kept vibrating, and the blood of the dragon horse spread to every part of Jiang Chen's body through the vibrations of the dragon marks. Buzz! Jiang Chen's entire body was emitting a buzzing sound. His expression was calm, and his eyes were tightly closed. His body was surrounded by a golden light, and it looked really mystical. Big Yellow was pounding his chest and stamping his feet gloomily. It wasn't a good feeling to watch someone refine his blood with his own eyes. What was more depressing was that he had to stay here to protect Jiang Chen. This guy is an extraordinary man. He has opened up his divine sense at the Qi Hai realm, and he is able to fight against a mortal core warrior when he is only at the mid-Qi Hai realm. His body can even withstand the poison of the green hellish python, and his body is as tough as steel, and his qi and blood are like dragons. He is born with the aura of a superior being. This is really rare. The Huang dog stared at Jiang Chen without blinking his eyes. Even with his pride, he had to admit that this young man in front of him was really outstanding. Perhaps, this kind of monster couldn't even be described as outstanding, but as miraculous. In fact, reincarnation itself was a miracle, and it was Jiang Chen's reincarnation that created this miracle. What kind of skill is this guy cultivating? How can he absorb my blood? The Huang dog stared at Jiang Chen, and he became more and more shocked. On the other side of the forest, Chen Shuang had a gloomy expression, and Nguyen Ling was following behind him. Senior disciple Chen, that dog is extremely fast, even you can't catch up with him. Nguyen Ling said. No matter what. Today, we have to kill that damn dog, and that Jiang Chen, how dare he kill people from the Tianjin gate. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Chen Shuang gritted his teeth. He scanned the area with his divine sense and locked onto a direction. Search in that direction. My divine telekinesis can sense their passing auras. They're not far ahead. As Chen Shuang spoke, he brought Nguyen Ling forward. That direction was the valley where Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were hiding. Inside the cave, Jiang Chen's aura was getting stronger and stronger. The dragon horse's blood had been completely refined by him, and the dragon transformation skill had undergone a huge change. The circulation speed of the dragon transformation skill had doubled. This meant that Jiang Chen's cultivation speed had also doubled, and the speed at which he absorbed the heaven and earth yuan qi had also doubled. At the same time, after absorbing the dragon bloodline contained in the dragon horse, not only did the dragon transformation art undergo a qualitative change, but Jiang Chen's qi and blood also became more vigorous. Above his head, a bloody aura vaguely resembling a dragon appeared. What? This brat actually released dragon qi. How was this possible? Just what kind of divine secret technique is he cultivating? It's actually so mystical. The Huang dog couldn't stay calm anymore. It was as if he had seen the most bizarre thing in the world. A human could actually emit dragon qi. It's really dragon qi. This brat is too abnormal. If I give him my origin blood essence, won't he be able to use the cultivation method to evolve my supernatural power? Damn it, my own supernatural power hasn't even been awakened yet. The Huang dog was extremely depressed. He felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Buzzy vibrating sound came from Jiang Chen's dantian again. The original 7th illusory dragon pattern began to gradually condense, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely condensed. At the same time, the 8th dragon pattern quickly appeared. The continuous condensing of 2 dragon patterns was definitely not due to the energy contained in the Huang dog's blood. It was completely driven by the qualitative change of the dragon transformation skill. The dragon pattern condensed under the impetus of this qualitative change was the most solid. Soon, the 8th dragon pattern was completely formed. Jiang Chen's entire Qihai underwent a tremendous change. He suddenly opened his eyes and quickly took out a handful of human elixir and swallowed it. Whoosh! Waves of wind came out from the cave. At this moment, Jiang Chen had reached the late Qihai realm, but his qi had not stopped growing. The qualitative change of the dragon transformation skill had brought great benefits to Jiang Chen. It was definitely not something that could be compared to absorbing a powerful demon soul. In his Qihai, the 9th dragon pattern was gradually forming, and the 10th dragon pattern was completely condensed. Boom! An extremely powerful wave of qi burst out from Jiang Chen's body, shaking the whole cave as if there was an earthquake. With 10 dragon patterns, Jiang Chen's cultivation had completely stabilized at the late Qihai realm, and he was even close to reaching the peak. His combat power had increased by at least a few times. 10 dragon patterns originally had the strength of 100,000 jin, but because of the qualitative change of the dragon transformation skill, this strength had to be stacked. Even if it was not stacked, a late Qihai realm warrior with the strength of 100,000 jin had never been seen before. This was too terrifying and unimaginable. Damn you, your father still wants to change the world. The Huang dog stuck out his tongue. Jiang Chen's transformation had really shocked him. "Brother Chen, there's some movement over there." Nguyen Ling and Qin Shuang had just walked to the edge of the valley, and they immediately sensed the movement inside the valley. "It must be that dog and Jiang Qin. Let's go. Sister Ling, if they fight later, you just need to stand behind them. That man and that dog are very cunning, you're not their match." Qin Shuang reminded her. "All right, I'll stand aside and help Brother Qin," Nguyen Ling said. But when she thought about what that dog had done, she couldn't help but grit her teeth. Inside the cave, 2 beams of light shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. He slowly stood up from the ground and grinned at the Huang dog. After obtaining great benefits from the Huang dog, he found the Huang dog to be more and more pleasing to the eye. The Huang dog's ears pricked up. "Those 2 from Tianjin Gate are here. Kill them for me. Let's go." Jiang Chen grinned. 1 man and 1 dog strode out of the cave. Coincidentally, Qin Shuang and the Huang dog had also arrived outside the cave, and the 2 sides directly met face to face. "Jiang Chen, damn dog, let's see where you can run now." Qin Shuang drew out his long sword with a clang. His cold eyes stared at the man and the dog. At such a close distance, he had already locked onto the breath of Jiang Chen and the Huang dog. This time, he absolutely couldn't let them run away. "I'm not going to run this time," Jiang Chen said calmly. "Jiang Chen, other than using poison, what else do you know? Even if you use poison, I'll still kill you today." Qin Shuang raised his long sword and pointed it at Jiang Chen. "I don't need poison to deal with you. It's such a waste," Jiang Chen said confidently. With his strength that was close to the peak of the Qi High realm, he could instantly kill an early-stage Dan warrior. If he used all his strength, it was not impossible for him to kill Qin Shuang. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Die. Qin Shuang threw his head back and laughed. After that, he swung the long sword in his hand and unleashed a dazzling net of swords towards Jiang Chen. "Go, kill him." "No, don't kill him. I still want to take revenge." The Huang dog moved to the back and squatted on the ground. He stuck out his tongue and looked like he was watching a good show. "Ha!" Facing Qin Shuang's attack, Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. With a shout, he immediately unleashed the 6 solar fingers. Along with 2 loud bangs, 2 huge golden fingers appeared out of nowhere. Each of them was as thick as a pillar that could support the heavens, and they shone brightly. After breaking through to the late Qi High realm, Jiang Chen was able to unleash the 2nd solar finger from the 6 solar fingers. The 2nd solar finger allowed one to attack with 2 golden fingers at the same time. Moreover, after Jiang Chen attacked with the 2nd solar finger, the 2 golden fingers quickly merged together and became one. When the 2 huge fingers fused together, their size did not increase significantly. However, the light they emitted became much brighter. In terms of power, it was definitely not as simple as 2 huge fingers fusing together. This kind of fusion was several times stronger than the single sun finger. Rumble, under the impact of the golden fingers, the sword net created by Qin Shuang was shattered. The power of the golden fingers did not decrease and continued to attack Qin Shuang. "What?" Qin Shuang's expression changed. Such a powerful combat skill was rare even in the Tianjin Gate. Although Qin Shuang was a mid-mortal core warrior, the combat skills he cultivated were only mid-rank Mortal Kombat skills. He didn't even have the chance to cultivate a high-rank Mortal Kombat skill, let alone a powerful Earth Combat skill. The golden fingers arrived in front of him in an instant. Qin Shuang didn't dare to be careless. The combat weapon in his hand produced a buzzing sound, and he unleashed another bright sword beam. The sword beam was like a golden waterfall, and it clashed with Jiang Chen's golden fingers. Rumble, the loud explosion caused the entire valley to shake. The golden light shot up into the sky, it was bright and dazzling. Although Qin Shuang had blocked the attack, he did not feel any better. He was forced back a dozen steps before he could stabilize his body. He could feel the blood and qi in his body rumbling, and his chest felt stuffy. It was an indescribable pain. He looked at Jiang Chen who was standing in front of him, and he looked refreshed and energetic. Impossible, this is not possible. Qin Shuang's eyes turned red. He couldn't accept this result. He was a genius disciple of the Tianjin Gate, a mid-mortal core warrior. How could he lose to a young man who was only at the Qi High realm in this remote place? This was ridiculous. Nguyen Ling who was standing behind him had her mouth wide open. Her confidence in Qin Shuang had suddenly disappeared, and her heart was filled with shock. Kaka, good, good. Young man, you really didn't disappoint me, woof, woof, the Huang dog was barking excitedly. It looked like this guy was used to being a dog, and he had forgotten that he was a proud dragon horse. I don't believe that I will lose to a Qi High warrior. Even if you have reached the late Qi High realm, I still won't lose. Qin Shuang gritted his teeth. He had always been proud, and he couldn't accept the fact that he had lost to a Qi High warrior. Jiang Chen, I haven't used all my strength yet, take my thunderbolt slash. Qin Shuang unleashed his energy once again. He leapt up into the air, and he reached a height of 20 feet. Bright yuan energy covered his body, and the air around him was vibrating. The long sword in his hand was emitting waves of sword energy. Slash! Chapter 58. Qin Shuang had used his thunder slash and his low-ranked combat weapon. He had used all his strength, but he was still confident that he could kill Jiang Chen with his sword this time. Besides, the finger skill Jiang Chen had just used was too powerful. It was obviously an earth-level finger skill. It was already very difficult for a Qi High warrior to use such a powerful finger skill. He was sure that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to use it again in a short period of time. Too bad, Jiang Chen had disappointed him. The 6 solar fingers was created by Jiang Chen, so it was easy for him to use it. Besides, he was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, so the yuan energy in his Qi Si had reached its peak. With the help of the 10 dragon marks, and the fact that the dragon transformation skill had just absorbed some dragon blood, it was enough for him to use the double solar fingers continuously. Pop! Jiang Chen was calm and composed. His fingertips were sparkling with a bright light, causing the void to make crackling sounds. His body was covered with billowing airwaves, and there was a blood-red dragon shadow flickering above his head, making him look holy and mighty. Jiang Chen looked calm and composed. Bang! Another 2 huge golden fingers were formed, and the double solar fingers merged together in a blink of an eye. The 2 fingers then dashed towards Qin Shuang. For Jiang Chen, fighting with a mid-mortal core warrior was a test of his combat strength. He kept using the double solar fingers and chose to fight with Qin Shuang head-on. The feeling of defeating an enemy head-on made him feel refreshed, and his confidence was boosted. The air shook. The huge golden fingers collided with the thunder slash again. The huge finger had shattered all 3 thunder slashes. It was as if it was destroying everything in its path, and there was no doubt about the result. In a situation where the yuan energy was almost the same, the advantage of combat skills was obvious. Although Qin Shuang had a low-ranked combat weapon, it couldn't make up for the difference between a mortal and an earth-level combat skill. In this situation, unless Qin Shuang had a mid-ranked combat weapon or an earth-level combat skill, he wouldn't be able to fight with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was too powerful, and he couldn't be judged by normal standards. The golden waves created by the collision were like ribbons, constantly circling above the valley. The powerful impact had wreaked havoc in the valley, creating huge pits with black smoke rising from them. On the other side, Chen Shuang's long sword was stabbed into the ground, supporting his tottering body. His hair was in a mess, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood, dyeing his chest red. In that strike just now, Chen Shuang had not only received a heavy injury from the double solar finger, but he had also received a backlash from the thunderclap slash. Under the double impact, Chen Shuang was already seriously injured. It could be said that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. No, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chen Shuang kept shaking his head. He couldn't believe what he had just seen, especially when he saw Jiang Chen standing in front of him, who was still calm and composed. Chen Shuang felt an unprecedented shock in his heart. "Kaka, leave the rest to me." The Huang dog laughed out loud, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. With a swoosh, his majestic body dashed out and arrived in front of Chen Shuang in the blink of an eye. "Damn you! How dare you hit my butt!" The Huang dog bared his teeth and moved behind Chen Shuang. Without saying anything, he opened his mouth and bit down on Chen Shuang's butt. "Ah!" A sharp scream resounded throughout the valley. With Chen Shuang's current condition, of course, he was no match for the Huang dog. The Huang dog's teeth were extremely sharp, and with a slashing sound, half of Chen Shuang's butt was bitten off, causing blood and flesh to splatter all over the place. Although Chen Shuang was a mid-mortal core warrior, when it came to the strength of his body, he was far weaker than Jiang Qin. The Huang dog couldn't bite through Jiang Qin, but it could definitely kill Chen Shuang. "Ah!" Chen Shuang let out a miserable scream towards the sky. He was terrified, and it scared Nguyen Ling, who was standing next to him. Nguyen Ling's expression changed, and she lost all her previous arrogance. The Huang dog was extremely cruel. With a single bite, he tore off the other half of Chen Shuang's butt. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. It was a horrible scene. After that, the Huang dog pushed Chen Shuang onto the ground. Then, he jumped onto Chen Shuang with his huge body and bared his fangs. He unleashed the most brutal and bloody attack on Chen Shuang's body. So fucking cruel. Witnessing such a bloody and brutal scene, even Jiang Qin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This dog was definitely a cruel character. Whoever offended him would face serious consequences. In order to avenge his butt, the Huang dog didn't hesitate to sacrifice his own blood. Of course, he wanted to vent his anger on Chen Shuang's body. A miserable scream resounded throughout the valley. Chen Shuang's body had become a bloody mess, but he was still alive. It was obvious that the Huang dog wanted to torture him to death. "Who asked you to spank me?" The Huang dog didn't forget to curse as he ravaged Chen Shuang crazily. "The Huang, that's enough." Jiang Qin frowned. Chen Shuang must die, but there was no need to hold such a huge grudge against him. Crack! As soon as Jiang Qin finished speaking, the Huang dog snapped Chen Shuang's neck. Chen Shuang's screams came to an abrupt end, and he was completely dead. "Bah, you got off lightly." The Huang dog spat viciously. Jiang Qin, who was at the side, almost fainted. Damn it, Chen Shuang was already in such a state, and he still got off lightly. What if he didn't get off lightly? After killing Chen Shuang, Jiang Qin picked up the long sword that Chen Shuang had dropped. Then, his gaze and the Huang dog simultaneously landed on the terrified Nguyen Ling. Jiang Chen's face was cold, while the Huang dog's face was filled with a sinister smile. In the blink of an eye, one man and one dog walked to the front of Nguyen Ling. Don't kill me, I beg you, don't kill me." Nguyen Ling was scared out of her wits. She had never been so terrified before. These two fellows before her were too terrifying. This was definitely the most brutal scene she had ever seen. She didn't want to die, and she didn't want to die like Qin Shuang and Xiao Hua. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want me to. I can be your woman, I can be your human pet. Nguyen Ling's face was pale, and her face was filled with pleading. Hearing the word human pet, the Huang dog's eyes immediately lit up. However, with a flash of light, Jiang Qin had casually cut off Nguyen Ling's neck. Nguyen Ling's eyes widened, and then her body softly fell to the ground. Damn it, brat, what do you mean by this? She already agreed to be my human pet, why did you kill her? The Huang dog was instantly angered. It took him so much effort to get a human pet, but now, she was killed by Jiang Qin with a single slash. Jiang Qin glanced at the exasperated De Huang dog for a second, then ignored him and slowly put the long sword into his storage bag. A low-ranked combat weapon could be considered as a rare treasure. Hey, brat, why are you so cruel? You don't even have the slightest bit of sympathy. You even killed a woman. You better compensate me for being your father's human pet. The Huang dog didn't give up. The word sympathy came out of his mouth, but he didn't feel ashamed at all. Enough. Have you forgotten that this woman has been chasing after you all the way here? If you fall into her hands, I'm sure you'll be skinned alive. She's from the Tianjin gate, and when you cut the grass, you need to get rid of the roots. Jiang Qin glared at the Huang dog. Nguyen Ling wasn't a weak woman, she was a mortal core warrior. When she was gnashing her teeth and trying to kill him outside the mountain range, Jiang Qin had already sentenced her to death. Besides, Nguyen Ling was from the Tianjin gate, and Jiang Qin didn't want to draw the hatred of the Tianjin gate here. The Huang dog was still mumbling, but he didn't really say anything. Jiang Qin set a fire and burned the bodies of Qin Shuang and Nguyen Ling. After that, he brought the Huang dog and left the mountain range. Outside of Mount Origin, a young girl in purple clothes was rushing towards them. She looked like she was about 14 or 15 years old, and she was extremely beautiful. Her face had a childish look, and her bright eyes were as pure as water. She was extremely fast, and wherever she went, the air would be filled with a cold aura. Big bro Jiang Qin, please be safe. While the young girl was rushing towards them, she was praying. This young girl in purple clothes was none other than Yan Qinyu, who had completely awakened her 9 yin meridians. Not long ago, she came out from her closed-door cultivation, and the first thing she asked was Jiang Qin's whereabouts. In her mind, Jiang Qin was her first man, and also the only man in her life. After knowing what happened to Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu didn't say anything and immediately left the Yan family, rushing towards Mount Origin. When Yan Qinyu arrived at the outer area of Mount Origin and was about to enter, she saw a man and a dog walking out from the mountain range. Big bro Jiang Qin. When she saw the young man in white clothes, Yan Qinyu's worried expression immediately turned into surprise. She couldn't help but call out to him. Xiao Yu. When Jiang Qin saw Yan Qinyu, he was also happy. This little girl is so pretty, if she can be my human pet, hee. The Huang dog had a lewd look on his face, but before he could finish his sentence, a slap landed on his head. The Huang dog glared at Jiang Qin and shrunk his neck. Surprisingly, he didn't say anything to fight back. Although the Huang dog was shameless, he wasn't an idiot. He could tell that this beautiful girl in front of him had a certain position in Jiang Qin's heart. Big bro Jiang Qin, you're all right. This is great. Perhaps Yan Qinyu was overjoyed, she actually threw herself into Jiang Qin's arms. The soft body in his arms was so soft that it seemed as if it didn't have any bones. She even had a faint fragrance. Jiang Qin took a deep breath, and his face was filled with enjoyment. He didn't even need to think to know that Yan Qinyu was worried about him, so she came to help him. This little girl was so affectionate, it touched Jiang Chen a lot. Xiao Yu, don't worry. I'm fine, right? Jiang Chen patted Yan Qinyu's shoulder. Only now did Yan Qinyu realize that she was in Jiang Chen's arms. She immediately jumped out of Jiang Chen's arms like a frightened rabbit, her face blushing. Hee hee, Jiang Chen chuckled, his face was filled with enjoyment. A beautiful flower stuck on a cow dung. De Huang dog murmured. Get lost. Jiang Chen kicked out with his foot. Jiang Chen scanned Yan Qinyu's body with his divine sense. He found out that Yan Qinyu was brimming with vitality, and her weak condition was completely gone. The formation of her 9 Yi meridians had completely transformed her. Chapter 59. Little you, you have already broken through to the mortal core realm, isn't this just a blow to your confidence? Jiang Chen looked like he had suffered a heavy blow, but the smile on his face didn't disappear. The stronger Yan Qinyu was, the happier he would be. After all, the 9 Yi meridians was an ancient divine body. Since it was a divine body, it was not something ordinary people could compare with. The divine body among humans was just like the divine beasts among demon beasts, they were favored by the heavens. The speed of their cultivation was not something ordinary people could compare with. As they cultivated, they would develop all kinds of innate abilities, and each of them was extremely powerful. People like this could not be judged by ordinary standards. Big bro Jiang Qin, it's all because of you that I am where I am today. You saved my life, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. Yan Qinyu said in a serious manner. Then, how should little you thank big bro Jiang Qin? Jiang Chen had an evil smile on his face. Just marry me, stop being so mushy in front of your father. The Huang dog couldn't stand it anymore. Bad doggy. Yan Qinyue stared at the Huang dog. Thinking about marrying him, her face became even redder. The more she thought about it, the more shy she felt. She immediately turned her back to him. The Huang dog bared his teeth and was about to tease this innocent girl again, but Yan Qinyu's words knocked him down to the ground. Little doggy, don't talk nonsense. Plop. The word little doggy instantly knocked the Huang dog down to the ground. Jiang Chen, who was standing aside, immediately laughed out loud. Little Yu's naivety had even defeated the Huang dog. This cynical dog had finally found his match. Big Yellow stood up from the ground while trembling. He was extremely furious, and tears were streaming down his face. How dare this girl call him a puppy? Damn you! Which part of your father is small? Can you find a dog that's bigger than your father? Bah, I am not a dog. Alright, let's leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Chen said with a serious expression. Big bro Jiang Chen, where are the people from Tianjin Gate? Yan Qinyu asked on the way. I killed them. Jiang Chen said casually. Hearing the word kill, Yan Qinyu's face showed a trace of uneasiness. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. This little girl was too naive. The torment of her illness had prevented her from taking a step out of the Yan family's front door for a few years. She was an innocent girl who knew nothing about the world. To her, killing was a strange and unreachable thing. Little you, you'll get used to it in the future. Jiang Chen gently put his arm around Yan Qinyu's shoulder. Yan Qinyu had the 9 Yi meridians, and this small red city would not be able to hold her down. Sooner or later, she would step into the real world of cultivation, and if her 9 Yi meridians wanted to grow, killing was a necessary stage. I don't want to kill anyone. Yan Qinyue said with a serious face. To her, killing someone sounded like a cruel thing. Jiang Chen didn't say anything and just smiled. The little girl had just come out of the mortal world and still needed a period of time to adapt. This was something that couldn't be rushed. Along the way, the Huang dog surprisingly didn't say anything. Yan Qinyu's puppy had completely defeated him. The Yan family's meeting hall. Yan Zhanyan was pacing back and forth in the hall. The great elder Yan Hongtai and the others had worried expressions on their faces. Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians had been awakened, and not only had her illness been cured, she had also become a mortal core warrior. This was supposed to be something worth celebrating, but no one could laugh about it. I wonder how brother Jiang Chen is doing now. Yan Zhanyan said worriedly. Is already a mortal core warrior, and with her 9 meridians, she will definitely be able to help brother Jiang Chen. Yan Hongtai said. Chief, brother Jiang Chen has helped the Yan family a lot, we can't just watch something bad happen to him. Yan Yang said with a loud voice. His life was saved by Jiang Chen, and now that Jiang Chen was in danger, he couldn't help but worry. There shouldn't be a problem. With brother Jiang Chen's abilities, it won't be easy to kill him. Yan Zhanyan said. He was just trying to comfort himself. In fact, he was more worried about Jiang Chen than anyone else, but the Yan family really couldn't do anything right now. Firstly, for the sake of the Yan family's survival, he couldn't go against the Tianjin gate directly. Secondly, Li Sanyuk hated Jiang Chen to the core. Now that he finally had a chance to kill Jiang Chen, Li Sanyuk would never let it go. He would definitely pay close attention to the Yan family's movements. If Yan Zhanyan decided to do something, Li Sanyuk would definitely stop him, just like how he stopped Li Sanyuk outside the mountain range. Just when everyone was feeling restless, Yan Meng walked into the hall with a face full of joy. Master, Great Elder, Miss and Brother Jiang Chen are back. What? They're back. Everyone's worried faces were instantly replaced by joy. They raised their heads and saw 3 figures walking into the hall. It was Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu, followed by a Dehuang dog. When they saw Jiang Chen, the originally gloomy hall immediately turned into a celebratory atmosphere. Ha, brother Jiang Chen, it's great that you're all right. Yan Zhanyan laughed out loud. He couldn't contain his joy. Brother Jiang, where are the people from the Tianjin gate? Yan Yang asked in surprise. They've been burned to ashes. The Huang dog said. He wanted to prove his existence. Everyone was familiar with this dog. He was a disgusting dog, and his image had been deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. This dog was able to make the disciples of the Tianjin gate travel thousands of miles to kill him, so no one dared to look down on him. However, since this dog was following Jiang Chen, no one would reject him. No way, brother Jiang, you killed them all. Yan Yang's mouth was wide open in shock. That's right, I broke through to the late Qi High realm at the most critical moment and defeated Qin Shuang. Jiang Chen said it casually, but it had shocked everyone. At this moment, everyone in the hall were staring at this young man in front of them. Aside from shock, there was also disbelief in their eyes. Since when did breaking through become so easy? This was a huge blow to everyone's confidence. Besides, even if he was a late Qi High warrior, he couldn't just kill a mid-mortal core warrior just like that. That was a mid-mortal core warrior. Since when did a mortal core warrior become so weak? If it wasn't for the fact that they knew Jiang Chen well, they would have laughed at Jiang Chen's boasting and then looked down on him. If Li Sanyu became desperate and sent a mortal core warrior to attack the Jiang family, with the Jiang family's current strength, there was no way they could defend themselves. Jiang Chen had to be careful about this. Chapter 60. Grand Elder, please go to Fragrant Sky City and ensure the safety of the Jiang family. Yan Zhanyun looked at Yan Hongtai. As for Red City, there was no need to worry. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were both powerful warriors, and they were equivalent to Mortal Core warriors. If Yan Chenyu used her 9 meridians, she would be as powerful as Yan Hongtai. Alright, I'll leave now and head to Fragrant Sky City. Don't worry, brother Jiang Qin. With me here, I won't let anyone touch the Jiang family. Yan Hongtai promised. Thank you. Jiang Chen cupped his fist towards Yan Hongtai. With Yan Hongtai personally taking care of the Jiang family, he felt much safer. Next, he would have to settle the debt with the Li family. After that, the Jiang family would have nothing to worry about. At that time, Jiang Chen would leave Origin Mountain and start his journey. Yan Hongtai left for Fragrant Sky City. The Yan family had started to prepare everything. Once the Li family made a move, the Yan family wouldn't be caught off guard. Li family. For the past few days, the Li family had been grieving. Li Changhao's white silk hadn't been removed yet, and now, Li Changming's silk had also been removed. The atmosphere of the entire Li family was extremely gloomy. The anger that came from Li Shanyu made even the lowest ranked guards and servants tremble in fear. They didn't even dare to breathe. In the Li family's courtyard, a huge mourning hall was built with black cloth. In the middle of the hall, there were 2 black coffins with the word funeral written in white. Li Sanyu and a few other Mortal Core warriors were standing in front of the mourning hall. The atmosphere was extremely depressing. Right at this moment, a scout from the Li family ran over in panic. The scout was sweating profusely, and his face was filled with anxiety. What's wrong? A Mortal Core warrior asked with a frown. Chief, Jiang Chen is not dead. The man said carefully. Bang! Indeed, when he heard this, Li Sanyu's anger immediately erupted. He suddenly turned around, and the scar on his face looked ferocious. What did you say? What was that Qin Shuang doing? He actually didn't kill him. Li Sanyu was furious. Jiang Chen is still alive. I saw him and De Huang Dog entering the Yan family with my own eyes. Oh right, there was a young girl in purple clothes with him. She looked about 14 or 15 years old. I didn't see any disciples of Tianjian Gate coming out from the mountain. That person spoke very carefully, for fear of angering the angry Li Sanyu. If Li Sanyu used him as an outlet to vent his anger and slapped him to death, it would be too unjust. Li Sanyu had just slapped 2 of his own people to death not long ago. The spy did not recognize that the girl in purple was Yan Qinyu. Ever since Yan Qinyu was attacked by the 9 meridians, she had never left the Yan family. Now that she had grown into a beautiful young lady, it was only natural that the spy did not recognize her. Good boy, you are really lucky. Li Sanyu clenched his fists tightly. He thought that with Qin Shuang's ability, he would definitely be able to kill Jiang Qin. If that was the case, although he couldn't kill Jiang Qin with his own hands, he would still be able to vent his anger. Now that Jiang Qin was dead, he had set his eyes on the Jiang family in Fragrant Sky City, looking for an opportunity to destroy the Jiang family. However, he never expected that Jiang Qin was so lucky that he could walk out from Origin Mountain alive. This made Li Sanyu very angry. As for the identity of the girl in purple, Li Sanyu did not care at all. He only cared about Jiang Chen's life. Master, this boy is so mysterious. Even the disciples of Tianjian Gate couldn't kill him. Do you think that Qin Shuang and De Huang Dog were killed by Jiang Qin? Someone frowned and said. I think it's highly possible. Master, this boy's growth is too fast. We have to find a way to get rid of him as soon as possible. If we let him continue to grow, I'm afraid that it won't be long before we can take our revenge. Our Li family will also be destroyed by that boy. An elder of the Li family said. Jiang Chen's growth had finally made them feel fear. If they let Jiang Chen live, he would definitely be a huge threat to the Li family. They had to get rid of him as soon as possible. Did you see it clearly? Jiang Chen went to the Yan family, and not back to Fragrant Sky City. Li Sanyu looked at the spy. This subordinate saw it clearly. There's no mistake. The spy said. Looks like it's time for the final battle with the Yan family. Gather all the men from the Li family and prepare to fight the Yan family. We have to kill Jiang Chen at all costs. Li Sanyu said while gnashing his teeth in anger. All 3 of his sons were dead, and he couldn't bear it any longer. He had to strike now. If Jiang Chen returned to Fragrant Sky City, he would be afraid of the Heavenly Core warriors from the Jiang family, and he wouldn't have the courage to strike. But, if he was at the Yan family, Li Sanyu could still give it his all. Master, we have just lost so many men, and our morale is low. I don't think it's a good time to start a war with the Yan family right now. Someone said worriedly. Say no more, we must fight. I want the blood of Jiang Chen and the Yan family to pay tribute to my 3 sons, and all those geniuses from the Li family who died. Li Sanyu waved his hand. He had made up his mind, he had to kill Jiang Chen no matter what. That night, both the Li family and the Yan family made their moves at the same time. The entire Red City was in an oppressive atmosphere, as if a storm was coming. From the changes in the businesses of both families, one could tell that both families were going to do something serious this time. I saw that many businesses of the Li family have closed down, and even the Misty Rain Tower has closed down. Looks like these 2 families are really going to start a war, and Red City is going to be in chaos. It's all because of that Jiang Chen. This man killed all 3 of Li Sanyu's sons, and even Li Chongming, who was an early Mortal Core warrior, was killed by him. It's no wonder that Li Sanyu is going to go crazy. You guys should have heard about it. During the exam in Origin Mountain, none of the young generation of the Li family survived. All of them were killed, and it's all because of Jiang Chen. This Jiang Chen is really daring, he even killed disciples from Tianjin Gate. I can't believe it. This is too cruel. He even dared to kill disciples from Tianjin Gate. He is definitely the most cruel man I've ever met. The chaos in Red City is also because of him. This guy is a devil incarnate. I heard that the chaos in Fragrant Sky City is also because of him. Even the Mu Rong family in Fragrant Sky City was killed by him. How cruel. Red City was going to be in chaos. Everyone was sighing, and the name Jiang Chen was being discussed everywhere. From Fragrant Sky City to Red City, Jiang Chen had undoubtedly become a devil incarnate in everyone's eyes. Wherever he went, trouble would follow. For the next 3 days, both families were in a state of intense preparation. Li Sanyu didn't bury his 2 sons, he wanted to avenge them before letting them rest in peace. In the evening, the Li family had gathered all their forces and were ready for battle. Li Sanyu was wearing a black outfit and sitting in the main seat of the meeting hall. Chief, everything is ready. A Mortal Core warrior said. Alright, tonight, we will fight the Yan family to the death. Li Sanyu said in a cold manner. Chief, it's just that our men's morale is not high. Our scouts have reported that the Yan family is ready as well. In this situation, I'm afraid we are no match for them. Someone said worriedly. Say no more, there is no way out. Even if both sides are badly injured, even if the Li family is destroyed, we have to kill Jiang Chen today. If not, when Jiang Chen grows stronger, the Li family will have no choice but to stretch out our necks and wait for his death. Li Sanyu was definitely a ruthless man. If not, he wouldn't have been able to survive in Red City. Right at this moment, 1,000 miles away, a huge Black Hawk flew out from Mount Origin with extreme speed. The Black Hawk was 3 meters long, and it had a pair of tough black wings that looked like iron plates. "Ha, I've been trapped here for 20 years, and I'm finally free." The Black Hawk laughed out loudly. In an instant, he transformed into an old man in his 50s. He was skinny, and he was wearing a loose black robe. His sharp eagle eyes were glowing with a cold light. "There is a city in front of us, let's go check it out." With a sway of his body, the old man transformed back into his Black Hawk form and flew towards Red City with extreme speed. A Heavenly Core Demon Lord's speed was just too fast, let alone a flying demon beast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above Red City. Swoosh swoosh, the appearance of the Black Hawk caused a tornado to appear in the sky above Red City. The powerful pressure of a Heavenly Core warrior spread out, making everyone feel uncomfortable. "Look, a huge hawk. Such a powerful aura. Heavens, don't tell me that's a Heavenly Core Demon Lord. Why is it here?" Many people were shocked when they saw the big Black Hawk. There had never been a Heavenly Core Demon Lord in the entire Red City. The Yen family. Jiang Chen looked up into the sky and suddenly furrowed his brows. With his experience, he could easily tell how strong the big Black Hawk was. This Black Hawk was at the peak of the early Heavenly Core realm, and it was just a step away from the mid-Heavenly Core realm. The Huang dog looked at the Black Hawk and suddenly grinned. No one knew what he meant. A Heavenly Core Demon Lord. Yen Zhanyun was shocked as well. The war between the Li family and the Yen family was about to break out, but a Heavenly Core Demon Lord had appeared out of nowhere and disturbed the entire Red City. No one knew what kind of big changes were going to happen next. The big Black Hawk who was hovering in the sky suddenly moved its body. It looked at a direction with its sharp eyes. It was the Li family's location. "There's a treasure here. Although it's hidden in a mysterious way, I can still sense it. It's a familiar scent, it's the blood-winged hawk's demon soul." "Huh, blood-winged hawk." The big Black Hawk suddenly laughed out loudly. With a flap of his wings, he turned into an old man and descended towards the Li family. The blood-winged hawk was an unusual species of hawk. It had the noblest bloodline of all hawks. The big Black Hawk was a hawk, so he had extraordinary senses when it came to his own kind. Therefore, even though the blood-winged hawk's demon soul was hidden very well, the big Black Hawk could still sense it. What the big Black Hawk didn't expect was that a blood-winged hawk's demon soul would appear in this tiny Red City. If he could obtain this demon soul, he would have the chance to absorb the blood-winged hawk's bloodline and inherit its innate abilities. He would be reborn from now on. In the courtyard of the Li family, everyone was still paying attention to the big black eagle. The old man in the black robe suddenly appeared and landed in front of Li Shanyu. The old man's gaze was like a knife as he glanced around. After that, his eyes landed on Li Shanyu. "It's with you. Hand over the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, or I'll kill all of you." Chapter 61. The energy of a Heavenly Core Demon Lord made everyone in the Li family nervous. Right at this moment, everyone's eyes fell onto Li Shanyu. It was obvious that this Demon Lord was attracted by the chief. The blood-winged hawk's demon soul. What was that? Many of them had never even heard of the blood-winged hawk before. If they angered this demon beast, it might just wipe out the entire Li family. Wouldn't that be a joke? The Li family had sworn that they were going to have a life-and-death battle with the Yen family, but in the end, they were wiped out before the battle even started. Li Shanyu was stunned as well. Being stared at by the cold eagle eyes of the old man in the black robe, he felt a chill run down his spine. He had heard of the blood-winged hawk before. It was a powerful beast, but he didn't have the blood-winged hawk's demon soul with him. Senior, are you mistaken? The Li family doesn't have the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. Li Sanyu bowed towards the old man. He didn't dare show any disrespect, and his tone was as gentle as possible. He was afraid that if he angered the old man, he would be slapped to death. The blood-winged hawk's demon soul is with you, humph. I'll give you 3 breaths to hand it over, or else, I'll slaughter everyone here. The old man's voice was cold and emotionless. He was filled with killing intent, and no one dared doubt the authenticity of his words. The expressions of everyone in the Li family changed. No one dared doubt the old man's words. If Li Sanyu couldn't hand over the blood-winged hawk's demon soul in 3 breaths, the old man would really kill them all. With their strength, there was no way for them to fight against a heavenly core demon lord. Li Sanyu immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The blood-winged hawk's demon soul, what was that? He really didn't have it, so why did this guy in front of him think that he had it? What made Li Sanyu even more depressed was that this guy in front of him was not someone he could mess with. If he couldn't hand over the demon soul in 3 breaths, then it would be no laughing matter. Could it be a red demon soul? Li Sanyu suddenly had an idea. He quickly took out something from his storage bag. Senior, are you talking about this demon soul? Li Shanyu raised the red demon's soul and asked. He had obtained this demon's soul by accident when he went out a few years ago. Although he didn't know what kind of demonic beast it was, it contained a strong blood qi and a strange aura. Li Shanyu felt that it must be something extraordinary, so he kept it and threw it in a corner of his storage bag. All these years, he hadn't paid much attention to it. He didn't expect that it would attract the attention of a great demon today. But Li Shanyu wasn't sure, because this demon's soul was only at the early mortal core realm, and the big black hawk in front of him was a heavenly core demon lord. How could it take a mortal core demon's soul seriously? It really is a blood-winged hawk. This demon's soul contains the complete bloodline of the blood-winged hawk. Good luck, this is really good luck. When the old man saw the red demon's soul, he immediately started laughing out excitedly. This demon's soul might be just an ordinary demon's soul for ordinary people, but for an eagle-type demon beast, it was a priceless treasure. What the old man cared about was not the level of the demon's soul, but the bloodline of the demon's soul. The blood-winged hawk was the king of all eagles, and its bloodline was extremely precious. Ordinary humans and demon beasts couldn't absorb it, but the old man could. Seeing that Li Sanyu had really taken out the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, everyone from the Li family felt relieved. At least, their lives were saved. Give me the demon soul. The old man said with an unquestionable tone. Yes, senior. Li Sanyu replied. When he was about to hand over the demon soul, he suddenly took it back. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Senior, I will give you the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, but I would like to ask for your help. Li Sanyu said. For him, this was a great opportunity. With the Li family's current strength and morale, if they were to fight the Yen family head-on, they would definitely lose. But with the help of this demon's soul, it would be a different story. You dare to negotiate with me? The old man's aura fluctuated, and his face was filled with anger. I don't dare, senior. Li Shanyu kneeled down on the ground and raised the demon's soul in his hand up high. I just want to ask for your help. I don't have any intention of negotiating with you. If you don't want to help me, I won't say anything. Please accept this demon's soul. Your attitude is not bad. I am in a good mood today. For the sake of the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, tell me, what do you want me to do? The black-robed old man took the demon spirit and examined it closely as he spoke. Hearing this, Li Sanyu was overjoyed. He was a smart man, and he knew that if he used the demon soul to threaten the old man, it would definitely anger the Black Hawk. All demon beasts were brutal and overbearing, and if he did that, it might backfire and bring disaster to the Li family. Therefore, Li Sanyu followed the old man's words and achieved his goal. I would like to ask Senior to help me kill 2 men. Li Sanyu said. Haha, that's easy. Tell me, who do you want to kill? The black-robed old man roared with laughter. Killing people was simply too easy for him, and it was as easy as flipping his hand. One of them is the chief of the Yen family, Yen Zhanyun, and the other one is a heavenly core warrior from Fragrant Sky City. If Senior can help me kill these 2 men, it will be a great help to me. Li Sanyu kneeled down on the ground and said. He didn't dare ask for too much, like asking the old man to kill the Yen family. All he wanted was for the old man to help him kill Yen Zhanyun and the hidden heavenly core warrior from the Jiang family. After that, the Li family would be able to destroy the Yen family and rule over Red City. As for Jiang Qin, he wanted to torture him to death bit by bit. He wouldn't let him die so easily. Oh. There is a heavenly core warrior in this small place. The old man furrowed his brows. Senior, this heavenly core warrior is just an early heavenly core warrior, he is definitely not your match. Li Sanyu saw the old man was hesitating, so he quickly said. In fact, he hadn't even seen the heavenly core warrior before, so how could he know if the man was an early heavenly core warrior? But this was the only way for Li Sanyu to convince the old man to help him. Alright, I promise you. The heavenly core warrior's heavenly core is also a great tonic for me. I never thought I would meet a heavenly core warrior in this small place, interesting. But, just in case, I'll help you kill this heavenly core warrior after I absorb the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. The old man said. After all, a heavenly core warrior was not someone ordinary people could compare with. They weren't easy to deal with. Even the old man had to be careful when dealing with them. However, with the blood-winged hawk's demon soul in his hands, the old man was confident that he could defeat them. Besides, the reason why he agreed to help Li Shanyu was because the heavenly core of a heavenly core warrior was a great tonic for demon beasts. Alright, I won't kill a heavenly core warrior for now. But I hope Senior can help me kill Yen Zhanyun before you go into secluded cultivation and absorb the demon soul. Li Sanyu had a hideous smile on his face. He didn't need to deal with the Jiang family first, he needed to eliminate the Yen family and kill Jiang Qin first. The rest of the men from the Li family were extremely excited. They didn't have much confidence and morale when it came to the war with the Yen family, but if they could get the help of a heavenly core demon lord to kill Yen Zhanyun, then the Yen family would be no match for them. Alright, killing a mortal core warrior is just a piece of cake for me. The old man put away the demon's soul and accepted the request. If that's the case, that's great. I won't hide it from Senior, the Li family is about to go to war with the Yen family, and with Senior's help, we will definitely win. I don't think there's any need to wait for the war, let's do it tonight. Li Sanyu stood up from the ground. He couldn't hold back the excitement on his face. As the saying goes, there's a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. Li Sanyu had already prepared himself for the war with the Yen family. But, who would have thought that the demon's soul he obtained by accident would attract a heavenly core demon lord? As long as the old man killed Yen Zhanyun, no one in the Yen family would be his match. Once he eliminated the Yen family and killed Jiang Qin, he would wait for the old man to absorb the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. Then, he would go to Fragrant Sky City and eliminate the Jiang family. From then on, the Li family would be the ruler of this land. And the old man nodded his head. First of all, Li Sanyu was a good talker, and he kept calling him senior, which satisfied his vanity. Second of all, he had just been released from the cage, and he had obtained the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. He was in a good mood, so helping Li Sanyu kill 2 men was just a piece of cake for him. Li Sanyu's energy was boosted. He shouted at the men from the Li family, "Listen up, everyone from the Li family. Follow me and attack the Yan family. With Senior's help, Yan Zhanyun will die for sure, and the Li family will win for sure. Tonight, we will eliminate the Yan family, and no one will be spared. No one will be spared, no one will be spared." With the help of a heavenly core demon lord, the men from the Li family who were low in morale were suddenly boosted up. They felt that in today's battle, the Li family would be unstoppable, and the Yan family wouldn't be able to stop them. That night, with Li Sanyu as the leader, a few hundred men from the Li family marched towards the Yan family. At the same time, the Yan family received the news, and with Yan Zhanyun as the leader, a few hundred men walked out of the Misty Rain Tower. Heavens, the sky is really going to change. The Li family and the Misty Rain Tower are going to fight for real this time. They've started fighting. Tonight, they won't stop until one of them is dead. The Li family and the Yan family are going to fight at the same time. I think the battle will start in the central square. Red City is going to change. Let's go and watch the show. Watch my ass. Only those who are not afraid of death will go and watch the show. 2 tigers are going to fight, and you're just a monkey standing there. Aren't you just looking for death? Red City was in chaos. Most people stayed in their houses when they heard the news, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Some curious and busybodies stood far away from the central square, waiting to watch the show. Chapter 62. Both sides were filled with energy and killing intent. They stood in the middle of the square, facing each other. On the Li family side, Li Sanyu was the leader. 5 mortal core warriors followed him. Li Sanyu had a ferocious smile on his face. The long scar on his face made him look even more terrifying. On the other side, Yan Zhanyun and Jiang Qin stood side by side. Yan Chenyu, the Huang dog, and 4 other mortal core warriors from the Yan family stood beside them. But in terms of overall strength, the Yan family's side was obviously stronger. But what confused Jiang Qin and Yan Zhanyun was that the Li family's morale was supposed to be low, but why was it so high? Something's wrong. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. Something's wrong indeed. The Li family's morale shouldn't be so high. What actually gave them such high morale? Yan Zhanyun was puzzled as well. But right now, both sides were like arrows on the bow, and a war was unavoidable. Ha, Yan Zhanyun, hand over Jiang Qin now, and I'll let you die a quick death. Li Sanyu laughed out loudly. His energy was soaring, and his face was filled with confidence as if everything was under his control. Today, I'll kill every single member of the Yan family, and then I'll destroy the Misty Rain Tower. The Li family's grand elder shouted out arrogantly. With the help of a heavenly core demon lord, they were confident that they could make the Yan family disappear from Red City in one night. On the other side, Jiang Qin furrowed his brows even deeper. When he thought about the heavenly core demon lord who had disappeared, he had a bad feeling about this. Humph. Li Sanyu, the younger generation of your Li family has been wiped out. Today's war will be the day your Li family is destroyed. Yan Zhanyun let out a cold snort and shouted out loud. Ha, Yan Zhanyun, if that's the case, I'll let you die first. Li Sanyu laughed out loud, then he turned towards a direction and shouted, "Senior, please kill Yan Zhanyun." Swoosh! Right after Li Sanyu's words left his mouth, a sharp bird cry sounded out from the sky. Everyone saw a majestic black hawk suddenly appear in the sky. The black hawk flapped its wings and transformed into an old man in a black robe. He unleashed the energy of a heavenly core warrior, causing everyone in the central square to feel a great pressure. It was an indescribable feeling of discomfort. "It's that great Yao." The faces of the Yen family members changed drastically. The old man was standing in the air. Being able to fly was the symbol of a heavenly core warrior. No matter if it was a demon beast or a human warrior, only those who reached the heavenly core realm would be able to control the natural energies and fly. Qi High and mortal core warriors could only absorb natural Yuan Qi, but they were far from being able to control it. This was the difference between the mortal core realm and the heavenly core realm. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Of course, the old man was an eagle, and he was a flying demon beast. Even before he reached the heavenly core realm, he could still fly. The sudden appearance of the old man in black changed the situation in an instant. A heavenly core demon lord was enough to change everything in Red City. All the men from the Yen family were terrified under the pressure of the old man's energy, and their morale had been completely suppressed. Yan Zhanyun's heart skipped a beat. Now, he finally understood why Li Sanyu was so confident all of a sudden. With the help of a heavenly core demon beast, he would be extremely arrogant and confident. Jiang Chen, who was standing aside, had an extremely cold expression. The sudden appearance of a heavenly core demon beast had messed up all of his plans. If it was in his previous life, he could kill a heavenly core demon beast with just a stare. But too bad, he was only at the late Qi High realm now. No matter how many skills he had, he couldn't use them. He was no match for a heavenly core warrior. Jiang Chen took a deep breath. He had no choice but to use the Great Soul Derivation skill. But, it wasn't easy to scare away a heavenly core demon beast with just soul pressure. "Ha ha ha, Yan Zhanyun, I'll let you die a quick death today. I'll definitely kill everyone from the Yen family and let them accompany you in hell. Jiang Chen, you little bastard, I'll skin you alive and tear out your tendons. I'll grind your bones into ashes to vent my hatred." Li Sanyu had a ferocious expression on his face. When he thought about how his old enemy was going to die in front of him, and how he would be able to avenge his son, he was extremely excited. In the sky, the old man's sharp eagle eyes landed on Yan Zhanyun. This was the man he wanted to kill tonight. After killing this man, he would turn around and leave. "Are you Yan Zhanyun?" In order to confirm Yan Zhanyun's identity, the old man asked. Yan Zhanyun's expression suddenly changed. Just a single look from the old man in the black robe was enough to frighten him. With his current strength, there was no way he could fight a heavenly core warrior. They were not on the same level. "Don't hurt my dad." Yan Chenyu spread her arms and stood in front of Yan Zhanyun. She was unleashing a freezing cold energy from her body, and she was ready to attack. She would never allow anyone to kill her father in front of her, unless the old man stepped over her dead body first. What a strong cold energy. I never thought there would be someone with such a miraculous body in this small place. Too bad, your cultivation level is too low. The old man was shocked at first, but soon, a cold smile appeared on his face. Move aside. It looks like Dad is going to die today. Yan Zhanyun said. "Dad, I won't move aside." Yan Chenyu was very firm. "Humph. Since you have such a deep relationship with your daughter, then let's die together." The old man obviously didn't have much patience. He stretched out his palm and was about to grab Yan Zhanyun and Yan Chenyu. The grab of a heavenly core warrior was unstoppable, and if they were hit by it, the Yen father and daughter pair would definitely die a horrible death. Woof! Right at this moment, a dog's bark sounded out. The Huang dog raised his head and barked at the old man in the sky. The old man felt that the sound was familiar. He quickly retracted his energy and looked towards the direction of the sound. When he saw that it was the Huang dog, his expression changed. In the next moment, the black-robed old man did something that shocked countless people on the spot. The old man, who was filled with killing intent, immediately retracted his energy. He turned into a beam of light and flew down from the sky. He arrived in front of the Huang dog and kneeled down on the ground. The old man was kneeling down on the ground, and his forehead was touching the ground. It was obvious how much respect he had for the Huang dog. What? What was going on? A heavenly core demon lord had kneeled down in front of a dog. The lively scene immediately quieted down. The entire square had become extremely quiet. Everyone had the same expression, their mouths were wide open as they stared at the old man kneeling down in shock. What the fuck? What was going on? That was a heavenly core demon lord, but why did he kneel down in front of a dog? What kind of god was this dog? Everyone had a bad feeling about this. This scene had gone beyond their imagination. A war could change in an instant. The smile on Li Sanyu's face hadn't disappeared yet, but it had frozen on the spot. The old man was his biggest and only support. Today's war was already a foregone conclusion, and the Yen family was going to be wiped out. As long as Yen Zhanyun was alive, everything would go according to Li Sanyu's plan. But no one had expected such an incomprehensible scene to happen at the last moment. The Yen family felt like they were being toyed with by fate. According to their plan, today's war with the Li family would cause the Li family's morale to drop, and the Yen family would definitely win. But no one had expected that a heavenly core demon lord would appear at the last moment and change the situation. Right at this moment, the Yen family had lost all hope, and so did Yen Zhanyun. But who would have thought that when the demon lord was about to strike, he would kneel down in front of a dog? What the hell was going on? Jiang Chen's eyes were wide open. He looked at the arrogant and narcissistic De Huang dog with surprise. Even with his experience as the greatest saint in the world, he had no idea why the old man would suddenly kneel down in front of De Huang dog. Although De Huang dog's bloodline was noble, strength was everything in this world. The old man's strength was much stronger than De Huang dog's. If they were to fight, De Huang dog wouldn't even be a match for him. But the reality was that the demon lord had kneeled down in front of him. What the fuck? De Huang, how did you do it? Jiang Chen transmitted his voice to De Huang dog. For the first time, he was impressed by this dog. How is it? Impressed, right? That's right. For someone like me, who is handsome and domineering, there's nothing that's impossible for me. De Huang dog's narcissism had reached the pinnacle. He began to talk to Jiang Qin using his divine sense. Enough. Hurry up and tell me, what method did you use to make this eagle kneel down? Jiang Chen's eyes widened. Hee, I'm such a mighty existence. Of course, I have my own means. Do you believe that if I ask this little eagle to commit suicide right in front of me, it won't even dare to resist? The Huang dog raised his huge dog head high. He was so arrogant that he was about to reach the sky. Forget about committing suicide. Do you have any way to make this eagle listen to me? Jiang Chen asked. That's easy. Watch me. As De Huang dog spoke, he looked at the black-robed old man who was kneeling on the ground and said, "Little eagle, stand up." Yes. The black-robed old man didn't dare to be stubborn. He quickly stood up from the ground and stood at the side respectfully, like a child who had done something wrong waiting for an adult to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, everyone looked at De Huang Dog in a different light. Their eyes were filled with admiration. It was as if they were prostrating themselves before him. Even Jiang Qin had to admit that this dog was very miraculous. In his previous life, although he had many methods to subdue demonic beasts, they were all built on the basis of strength and certain methods. From now on, he's your master. You'll do whatever he asks you to do. De Huang Dog stood up straight and placed his front hooves behind his back. He circled around the black-robed old man like a human and spoke with a mature expression. Right after De Huang Dog finished speaking, the black-robed old man kneeled down in front of Jiang Qin and respectfully called out, "Master." Damn it! How could this be? Who the hell was this De Huang Dog? The crowd felt as if they had been struck by lightning on a sunny day. They staggered and almost fell to the ground. They couldn't take it anymore. This was a heavenly core demon lord. Just a moment ago, he was ferocious, but in the blink of an eye, he had become as docile as a little lamb. Chapter 63. Even Jiang Qin was shocked. He thought that De Huang Dog might have a way to make the old man listen to him, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. A heavenly core demon lord didn't dare go against De Huang Dog's words at all. He just obeyed him unconditionally. Looking at this, even if De Huang Dog really asked the old man to commit suicide on the spot, he wouldn't dare go against him. It was hard to imagine how De Huang Dog did it. Looking at the situation, the Yan family members who had lost all hope started smiling again. Yan Zhanyun was laughing out loudly. Fate really knew how to play a joke on him. Not only did it play a trick on him, it also played a trick on Li Sanyu. Yan Zhanyun was very excited, but Li Sanyu didn't feel the same way. This old fool felt his head spinning, and he was completely stunned. How could this happen? Why did this happen? What was going on? A brutal and overbearing heavenly core demon lord was here to help him kill, but now he suddenly kneeled down in front of the enemy. Wasn't this just toying with him? Big Black Hawk, stand up. Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. The old man stood up from the ground. He couldn't help but feel surprised. This young man in front of him looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old, but he had such an attitude. It was as if he was a superior man who had hidden his true strength. If it was any other ordinary man, he, a heavenly core demon lord, would have panicked when he saw him kneeling down in front of him. But this young man in front of him was calm, and his eyes were calm, as if kneeling down in front of him was a matter of course. But the old man immediately felt relieved. Since De Huang Dog was willing to follow him, how could he be an ordinary man? Jiang Qin placed his hands behind his back and took 2 steps forward. He looked at Li Sanyu with an indifferent expression and said slowly, Li Sanyu, have you ever heard of the saying, lifting a rock only to smash your own feet? When Jiang Qin's words came out, Li Sanyu almost vomited blood. This was simply the biggest mockery to him. He was simply the biggest idiot. Not only did he lose the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit, he even made a fool out of himself. If he didn't ask for the black-robed old man's help, with the Li family's strength, even if they couldn't win, they could at least put up a fight. But now, what's the point of putting up a fight? Li Sanyu, you should have heard of another saying, giving someone a taste of their own medicine. You wanted to use a heavenly core demon lord to kill Yan Zhanyun, and now, I'll use a heavenly core demon lord to kill you. What do you think? Jiang Qin continued speaking with an indifferent tone. The Li family's camp immediately fell into chaos. If Li Sanyu died, there would be no point in fighting this war. Big Black Hawk, bring me Li Sanyu's head. Without giving Li Sanyu any time to think, Jiang Chen had already given the order to the black-robed old man. "Yes, master." The black-robed old man bowed. With a sway of his body, he moved like a ghost and appeared in front of Li Sanyu. His cold eyes locked onto Li Sanyu. Li Sanyu immediately felt a chill in his heart. It was the threat of death. Being stared at by the black-robed old man was like being stared at by a poisonous snake. "No, don't kill me, I've already given you the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit," Li Sanyu said with a trembling voice. Jiang Chen heard the words blood-winged hawk clearly, and his eyes lit up. He thought to himself, no wonder Li Shanyu was able to ask the old man in black to kill someone for him. It was because of the temptation of the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. The blood-winged hawk's demon spirit was a rare treasure. Not only was it tempting to the black-robed old man, it was also tempting to Jiang Chen. If it was in his previous life, the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit wouldn't be of much use to him. However, it was different now. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill and could absorb any strange bloodlines in the world. So far, aside from absorbing the poison of the green hellish python, he had yet to absorb any strange bloodlines. If the dragon transformation skill wanted to level up, absorbing strange bloodlines was the best shortcut. Moreover, according to the records of the dragon transformation skill, if he could obtain the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit, he would be able to inherit the blood-winged hawk's innate ability. The so-called innate ability was different from normal combat skills. Normal combat skills had a fixed level. Take Jiang Chen for example. He knew quite a few saint-tier combat skills, and the 9 solar energies was created by himself. However, his cultivation was too low, so his cultivation was limited. Even if he had a powerful combat skill, he still couldn't practice it. However, the innate supernatural powers were different. Whether it was the god body of humans or the supernatural powers of beasts, they all changed according to the changes of the cultivators. The maximum power of an innate supernatural power would increase along with the increase of the cultivator's cultivation base. It would always be in the most perfect condition. It was also the terrifying feature of the innate supernatural powers. The reason why divine bodies and beasts were so powerful was because they didn't need to practice any combat skills. They only needed to awaken their innate ability and use the support of their unique bloodlines to bring out their innate ability to its most powerful state. Crack! Completely ignoring Li Sanyu's panic, the old man's sharp claw landed on Li Sanyu's head. After that, under Li Sanyu's desperate expression, the old man crushed his head. One of the strongest men in Red City had died on the spot. Swoosh! The death of Li Sanyu had instantly caused chaos within the Li family's camp. The imposing aura had disappeared, and everyone's faces had turned pale. Facing such a powerful heavenly core demon lord, Li Sanyu was killed with just a single strike. How were they going to deal with him? After killing Li Sanyu, the old man turned around and walked back to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. He was extremely respectful. "Little Black Hawk, well done." Big Yellow praised the old man. He was a heavenly core demon lord, but he was called a Little Black Hawk. If it was someone else, the old man would definitely tear that person into pieces. Big Yellow praised the old man. "Buddy, what should we do with the rest of them?" De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Chen. "That's the Yen family's problem, it has nothing to do with us. Let's go." Jiang Chen smiled, then he turned to Yen Zhanyan and said, "Chief Yen, I'll leave the rest to your family. I'll go back and wait for your good news. Remember, Chief Yen, when you're cutting the weeds, you have to remove the roots." His impression of De Huang Dog had improved. Ordinary defense mechanisms couldn't pose a problem to Jiang Chen, but he was after all the once greatest saint in the world, and he had a lifetime of experience. Besides, breaking defense mechanisms sometimes required great strength as a foundation, but this dog was actually able to break the defense mechanism of the demon sealing tower and release 3 demon lords. Of course I have my ways, I won't tell you. The Huang dog said proudly. Didn't you say the demon lords you released were captured by the inner circle disciples of the Tianjin Gate? Why did this Black Hawk come out again? Chapter 64. The 3 demon beasts were indeed captured by the inner disciples. I never thought that this Black Hawk would be able to escape. It seems that flying demon beasts have an advantage in escaping. The Huang dog said. You unreliable dog, but you did something reliable today. You have made a great contribution. Jiang Chen patted the Huang dog's head. Get lost. Don't pat my head. Also, I'm not a dog, you're the real dog, woof. The Huang dog's face was filled with anger. The last bark he let out made Jiang Chen chuckle. Not long after that, Jiang Chen and the other 2 arrived at the Yan family. Yan Zhanyan had prepared a special courtyard for him, and no one was allowed to get close to it. In the courtyard, Jiang Chen and the black-robed old man stood facing each other. The black-robed old man's face was filled with respect. He didn't dare to show any neglect. Although he was not satisfied with this kind of subservient attitude, he couldn't do anything about it. His life was in the hands of De Huang dog. As long as De Huang dog willed it, he would die. Even though he hated De Huang dog, he still had to pray that nothing bad would happen to De Huang dog, because once De Huang dog died, the divine sense seed in his divine sense would explode, and he wouldn't be able to survive. Big Black Hawk, let me ask you, did you get a blood-winged hawk's demon soul from Li Sanyu? Jiang Chen asked. Yes. The black-robed old man didn't dare to lie. Give it to me. Jiang Chen's tone didn't allow any refusal. It was an order. What? The black-robed old man's expression changed. The blood-winged hawk's demon soul was very useful to him. It could be considered as a great opportunity for him. But now, Jiang Chen wanted to take it away. How could he feel good about it? I asked you to give it to me, so hurry up and give it to me. You don't even dare to listen to your master's words. Believe it or not, I'll make you die a horrible death. The Huang dog humphed. Yes, yes. The black-robed old man quickly nodded his head and took out the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. This dog is definitely a ruthless character. Towards De Huang dog's words, he doesn't dare to have the slightest bit of resistance. Compared to the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, his life is obviously more important. Seeing the blood-colored demon spirit, Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He is experienced and knowledgeable. With just a glance, he could tell that this demon spirit is indeed the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit. Furthermore, it contains the complete bloodline of the blood-winged hawk. This demon's soul was only at the late mortal core realm, which was perfect for Jiang Chen to absorb. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, if he absorbed this demon's soul and absorbed the energy within, then the dragon transformation skill would absorb the blood-winged hawk's bloodline, and he would be able to break through to the mortal core realm. However, Master is a human. This blood-winged hawk's demon spirit isn't very useful to Master. As an eagle, this blood-winged hawk's demon spirit is the most suitable. The black-robed old man said unwillingly. Jiang Chen glared at the black-robed old man, then he grabbed the blood-colored demon spirit. Don't worry, I won't take it for free. I'll give you a sacred heavenly demonic skill. If you cultivate it, the benefits will be even greater than the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit. It's not impossible for you to break through to the Demon King realm in the future. After saying that, Jiang Chen told the black-robed old man about the sacred heavenly demonic skill through his divine sense. The black-robed old man's body trembled, and his eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, his eyes were glowing with a strange light. This sacred heavenly demonic skill was obtained by Jiang Qin from a powerful demonic saint in his previous life. It's a supreme demonic cultivation technique. If it were to be measured by human cultivators, it would be a sacred level cultivation technique. In the Saint Origin world, anything related to a sacred level is a supreme treasure. Whether it's a cultivation technique, a combat skill, or a combat weapon, it's all the same. Demonic cultivation techniques are even rarer. Jiang Chen was involved in many things in his previous life. Although he couldn't cultivate this sacred heavenly demonic skill, he still memorized it. Today, besides the fact that the black-robed old man had taken out the blood-winged hawk's demon spirit, Jiang Chen also had another reason for passing this demonic cultivation technique to the black-robed old man. Not long from now, he will embark on his real journey. The Jiang family is the only thing he's worried about. If there's a great demon guarding the family, he can be at ease. Therefore, the stronger the black-robed old man is, the more help he can provide. After the chant of the sacred heavenly demonic skill was passed to him, the black-robed old man trembled with excitement. He knelt down on the ground and said, "Thank you, Master, for your gift. Thank you, Master, for your gift." The black-robed old man's eyes were filled with tears. The way he looked at Jiang Qin had completely changed. Although Jiang Qin was only at the Qi High realm, in the black-robed old man's heart, he was like a mountain that he could only look up to. That was a sacred-level demonic cultivation technique. This young man in front of him could casually take out a sacred-level demonic cultivation technique. How could he be an ordinary person? This was unbelievable. Even the legendary powerful demonic king would not be able to obtain a sacred-level demonic cultivation technique. Moreover, even if one had such a powerful sacred heavenly demonic skill, who would be willing to take it out? There was not a single sacred-level cultivation technique in the entire Eastern continent. Not only did Jiang Qin take it out, he even gave it to the black-robed old man so casually. This boldness, coupled with his mysteriousness, had completely conquered the black-robed old man. Jiang Qin was right. To the black-robed old man, this sacred heavenly demonic skill was far more valuable than the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. Damn you! How did you know the sacred heavenly demonic skill? Are you the reincarnation of an old monster? Tell me what good stuff you have so that I can benefit from it. The Huang dog looked at Jiang Qin in surprise. He had always felt that Jiang Qin was mysterious. However, when he saw Jiang Qin casually take out the sacred heavenly demonic skill, he was still deeply shocked. Go away. Demonic cultivation techniques are useless to you. Jiang Qin said impatiently. This guy was a genuine dragon horse. His bloodline was at the peak of all demonic beasts. Naturally, he did not need the demonic cultivation technique. If he forced himself to train, it would limit his growth. I'm going to train in seclusion. You two guard the gate of the courtyard for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Jiang Qin said, then turned around and walked into the room. Stinking brat, you're too awesome. The Huang dog looked at Jiang Qin's back with an annoyed expression. He then turned to the black-robed old man who just stood up and said, Go, guard the gate. I'll lie here and sleep. Yes. The black-robed old man bowed at Big Yellow, then he happily walked towards the door. His face was filled with joy, and the gloominess from before had disappeared. Obtaining the sacred heavenly demonic skill was a real fortune. In the room, Jiang Qin sat cross-legged. He used his demon soul to lift the blood-red demon soul and let it float in front of his face. Jiang Qin did not immediately swallow the demon soul. This was his first time refining a demon soul with a strange bloodline. He needed to adjust his condition to the best and circulate the dragon transformation skill to the extreme. Big Yellow was lying on a big green rock in the courtyard, snoring away without a care in the world. The black-robed old man was standing solemnly in front of the main entrance. While acting as Jiang Chen's loyal guardian, he was also pondering the sacred heavenly demonic skill that he had just obtained. It was a dark and windy night. In the central square of Red City, there was another bloody scene. This was going to be a bloody battle without any suspense. The Li family had lost Li Shanyu. Not only had they lost their pillar of support, they had also lost their morale. In this situation, they could only wait to be slaughtered by the Yan family. The battle only lasted for half an hour before it ended with the Li family's defeat. Blood flowed like a river in the central square. Dead bodies and broken limbs were everywhere. This was definitely the most brutal battle in the history of Red City. More than 100 people from the Li family had died. The remaining few hundred people had surrendered. They were surrounded by the Yan family's people. Their faces were pale, and no one knew what kind of punishment they were going to receive. "Master, what should we do with these people?" Yan Yang asked in high spirits. "Kill them all." Brother Jiang Qin said before he left that we need to eliminate the roots when we cut the grass. An old mortal core warrior from the Yan family said. "Don't." Yan Qinyuke hurriedly cried out. Her face was pale, and her expression was unnatural. As a young girl who didn't know much about the world, she had never seen a scene like this. In the battle just now, she had used the cold energy from her 9 meridians and killed 2 people. This made Yan Qinyu feel terrible. If she killed these few hundred people as well, it would be too cruel, and she couldn't accept it. "Dad, they have already surrendered. Killing them is too cruel." "I believe that big bro Jiang Qin didn't mean it like that," Yan Qinyuke hurriedly said. Yan Zhanyan lovingly touched Yan Qinyu's head. His face was filled with pain. His daughter had a kind heart, and she didn't know much about the world. She would definitely suffer in the future. This was also the reason why he had to let Yan Qinyu participate in this battle. It was always a bad feeling to kill someone for the first time, but as a cultivator, she had to get used to it. If not, when she entered the Qi province in the future, she would be the one who would suffer. Yan Qinyu was born with a divine body. This small red city wouldn't be able to hold her down. Besides, his daughter and Jiang Qin were in love. Who was Jiang Qin? He was a real devil incarnate. If she wanted to be his woman, she couldn't be a burden to him. You can leave now. I know what to do, and I also know what brother Jiang Qin wants." After saying that, Yan Zhanyan took a step forward. He glanced at the Li family members with a cold gaze and said, "Kill all the people from the main branch of the Li family. As for the people from the subsidiary forces, we can accept their surrender, but they will have to go through a test." Yan Zhanyan's words had decided the life and death of the Li family members. It was similar to how Jiang Qin dealt with the Mu Rong family. However, compared to Jiang Qin, Yan Zhanyan was a bit more merciful. At least he had accepted the surrender of the subsidiary forces. Yan Zhanyan understood what Jiang Qin meant. The so-called cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots was referring to the people from the main branch of the Li family. As for the people who had already surrendered, they couldn't be killed. In the future, when the Yan family ruled over the entire Red City, they still had to show some mercy. Yan Qinyu sighed and left the central square with a lonely face. Yan Yang hurriedly followed behind her. Today's battle had left a huge impact on Yan Qinyu's heart. This little girl might not be able to get used to it in a few days. Chapter 65. On the same night, the Li family was annihilated. All of their men were killed, and most of their affiliated forces surrendered. Some of the more stubborn ones were killed as well. To put it bluntly, a new order had arrived in Red City. From now on, the Yen family was the biggest family in Red City. All the properties of the Li family were now owned by the Yen family. From now on, the Li family no longer existed in Red City. Li Sanyu, the tycoon who had dominated Red City for more than 20 years, had disappeared in the long river of history. This was a huge event that shook the entire Red City. There was no way it could be hidden, and no one tried to hide it. Almost as soon as the Li family was annihilated, everyone in Red City knew the result. Such an explosive event had shaken the entire Red City. No one could remain calm, especially when they found out about the unpredictable changes of the battle. They couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of the world. Sigh, the tycoon of Red City has been annihilated just like that. From now on, the Yen family will be the only tycoon in Red City, and no one will be able to challenge them anymore. Do you guys still remember that demon lord who appeared before? I heard that he was helping the Li family to kill Yen Zhanyun, but he was conquered by a dog. That's right, the dog that the Tianjin Gate is looking for. This is so funny. That dog is really evil, even the demon lords are obeying him. That's right. The Heavenly Core demon lord who was helping the Li family turned around and killed Li Sanyu. Such a huge change, who could have predicted it? This is so brutal. That dog is definitely not an ordinary dog. I heard that the demon lord kneeled down in front of the dog, and he didn't even dare to move. Many people were talking about the incident. The Huang dog had become the center of attention. Who could have thought that a bloody battle would be changed so easily by a dog? In my opinion, the reason why the Li family was annihilated so quickly was because of that Jiang Qin. Ever since he came to Red City, there has been no peace in this city. You're right. Everything was caused by Jiang Qin. You should know that Jiang Qin was the one who brought that dog out. That Jiang Qin is a very ruthless man. He not only killed the 3 sons of Li Sanyu, but also the disciples of Tianjin Gate. He is so ruthless and audacious. Although the Yen family had defeated the Li family, everyone's topic was only Jiang Qin and De Huang dog. This man and dog were the key to the destruction of the Li family. The entire Crimson City fell into a state of sleepless nights. At this moment, Jiang Qin was wholeheartedly refining the blood-winged hawk's demon soul. After spending half an hour, Jiang Qin had adjusted himself to his best condition. The 10 dragon marks in his chi kept vibrating, and a blood-red shadow of a dragon was floating above Jiang Qin's head. His vitality was very strong, and after absorbing the blood of De Huang dog, he could now transform into the shape of a dragon. Jiang Qin opened his mouth and swallowed the blood-red demon soul that was floating in front of him. In an instant, 2 blood-red beams shot out from Jiang Qin's eyes, causing the air to tremble. Buzz! After the blood-winged hawk's demon soul entered his body, a buzzing sound could be heard from Jiang Qin's body, and his yuan energy kept vibrating. Jiang Qin was circulating the dragon transformation skill to its limit, and he started refining the blood-winged hawk's demon soul bit by bit. What a powerful energy! If I can absorb all the energy from the demon soul and merge the blood of the blood-winged hawk into my body, my strength will double, and I will reach the early mortal core realm. A happy expression emerged on Jiang Qin's face. A late mortal core demon soul was the most suitable for him to absorb right now. Under the control of the dragon transformation skill, the blood-red dragon marks were like real little dragons. They were twisting around the blood-red demon soul. Jiang Qin had a lot of experience, and with his control of the dragon transformation skill, he could ensure that the energy from the demon soul was released and absorbed bit by bit. There wouldn't be a situation where the energy was too strong for his body to handle, and there wouldn't be a situation where his energy was drained. Time passed by, and Jiang Qin had entered a special state. Within the courtyard, the Huang dog was lying on a big green rock, sleeping soundly. Suddenly, a faint golden light was emitting from the Huang dog's body. The golden light was getting stronger and stronger, and it gradually wrapped up the Huang dog and turned it into a huge golden cocoon. The Huang dog's energy was getting stronger, and it was as if something inside his body was about to wake up. His entire body was undergoing a fundamental change. If Jiang Qin saw this, he would probably start cursing out loud. This dog had entered a special state in his sleep, and he was activating his bloodline and innate abilities. Once this process was completed, the Huang dog would become a mortal core warrior. As an ancient dragon horse, it was normal for it to activate its innate abilities. A rare breed like this would have more than one innate ability. But what made people depressed was the way this dog was leveling up. This method of leveling up while sleeping was ridiculous, and it was a huge blow to people's morale. Others would work themselves to death just to level up, but this dog just needed to sleep and leveled up. The courtyard was extremely quiet. Jiang Chen was absorbing the blood-winged hawk's demon's soul in his room, and the Huang dog was sleeping soundly on a big green rock. Outside the door, the old man in black robe was guarding the place with a dedicated attitude. In Red City, with the protection of a heavenly core demon lord, no one would be able to get close to the courtyard. The old man in black robe stood there with an infatuated look in his eyes. He was like a statue, and he didn't move at all. His entire mind was focused on the sacred heavenly demonic skill. If this skill was used properly, the old man in black robe could really become a powerful demon king like Jiang Qin had said. Two figures came from afar, a man and a woman. They were Yan Qinyu and Yan Yang, who had rushed back from the central square. Yan Qinyu was in a bad mood, so the first person she thought of was her big bro Jiang Qin. "Stop right there." The old man in black robe, Ling Ling, said as he raised his head and looked at the two. "Where is big bro Jiang Qin? I want to see big bro Jiang Qin." Yan Qinyu said. Both she and Yan Yang looked at the old man in black robe with fear in their eyes. This old man in front of them was definitely a ruthless man. They could still clearly remember how Li Sanyu was killed. Master is in secluded cultivation, no one is allowed to disturb him. The old man's voice was still cold. In front of the Huang dog and Jiang Qin, he was indeed a docile little sheep. But in front of outsiders, he was a brutal eagle, a powerful heavenly core demon lord. "Let's go, little you, don't disturb brother Jiang's secluded cultivation," Yan Yang said. Yan Qinyu nodded her head, then she turned around and left. Jiang Chen's secluded cultivation was an important matter, so of course they couldn't disturb him. Another hour passed, and it was already nightfall. Yan Zhanyun and the other high-ranked men had dealt with the Li family men, and they returned to the Yan family in high spirits. The first thing they wanted to do when they returned was to visit and thank Jiang Qin. Of course, the Huang dog was there as well, but they were stopped by Yan Yang. "Chief, brother Jiang is in secluded cultivation right now, don't disturb him," Yan Yang said. "Looks like brother Jiang Qin has learned something new again. Maybe he will be able to break through to the mortal core realm after this secluded cultivation," Yan Zhanyun said with a sigh. "Compared to brother Jiang Qin, I don't think there are many people in this world who would dare call themselves a genius. His age, his strength, his methods, and his horrifying speed of leveling up, a man like him is simply a peerless monster." Everyone was sighing. "Yan Yang, from now on, you have to set brother Jiang Qin as your goal. I'm afraid it's impossible for you to reach his level, but it's still good to have a goal and an idol." Yan Zhanyun patted Yan Yang's shoulder. "I will. Brother Jiang is the goal that I, Yan Yang, have been chasing after for my entire life. Yan Yang rarely admired people, but when it came to Jiang Qin, he was completely convinced. This time, Brother Jiang Qin has helped us a lot. You can even say that he has saved the entire Yan family. This is a great favor that we, the Yan family, will never forget. When Brother Jiang Qin comes out from his secluded cultivation, we must thank him properly. Yan Zhanyan said. Indeed, from saving you, to saving the entire Yan family today, Brother Jiang Chen's kindness to the Yan family can't be expressed with words. A mortal core elder said. Towards Jiang Qin, everyone in the Yan family was deeply grateful. To put it bluntly, without Jiang Qin, there would be no Yan family today. Yan Yang, how is you, Yan Zhanyan asked. She locked herself in her room, she wants to have some peace and quiet. This time, it was a huge blow to her. All these years, Yu has never stepped out of the Yan family. She is just a little girl who doesn't know much about the world. She has never seen such a tragic scene before. Yan Yang said. She will have to experience this sooner or later. She has the 9 Yin meridians, so she will have to face a lot more in the future. Besides, since she wants to be with Jiang Qin, she can't just be a burden to him. Yan Zhanyan said with a smile. Everyone knew that Yan Qinyu was going to walk a different path from them in the future, and she might even walk the path of Jiang Qin. Rumble, right at this moment, a loud explosion sounded out from the depths of the Yan family. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound and saw a blood-red beam shooting out from the courtyard where Jiang Qin was cultivating. The beam shot up into the sky, and an extremely powerful aura spread across the entire place. Jiang Qin's eyes were shining with a bright light. Swoosh! After that, a whirlwind appeared above the Yan family. All the natural energies were sucked out, and within the blood-red beam of light, a tiny golden light suddenly appeared. Slowly, the golden light became brighter and brighter, and eventually, it formed into a golden core the size of a fist. Look, that's a mortal core. Brother Jiang Qin has formed his mortal core. Such a powerful energy. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. How long has it been? And he has already broken through to the mortal core realm. He has just broken through to the mortal core realm, how can he have such a powerful energy? I am a mid-mortal core warrior, but under the energy of Brother Jiang Qin, even my soul is trembling. Monster, he is a peerless monster. Everyone from the Yan family were shocked, especially the few mortal core warriors. They had all broken through to the mortal core realm before, but they had never seen an energy like Jiang Qin's before. They didn't even dare think about it. Swoosh! Chapter 66. Swoosh swoosh, the powerful energy turned into ripples as it spread out from Jiang Qin's body, covering the entire sky above the Yan family. Especially the illusionary blood wings on his back. Every time they flapped, they would create a hurricane, making Jiang Qin look extremely magical. Right at this moment, everyone raised their heads and looked at Jiang Qin in the sky, including the Huang dog who had just woken up. Heavens, what am I seeing? Brother Jiang Qin has just broken through to the mortal core realm, but he can actually fly. This is unbelievable. You know, only heavenly core warriors can use the heavenly core in their bodies to control natural energy. This is a miracle. Look at that pair of blood wings on his back, it's the blood wings that allow him to fly. It's not because he can control natural energy. This is amazing. I wonder how Brother Jiang Qin did it. That pair of blood wings is emitting the aura of a demon beast. It must be the wings of a demon beast. I wonder what method Brother Jiang Qin used to refine it for his own use. A mortal core warrior can fly. This is beyond our knowledge. Brother Jiang Qin is indeed a rare genius. Yan Zhanyun and the others were excited. They had witnessed the birth of another miracle. Jiang Chen's blood wings had changed their minds. Sigh, I will never be able to catch up to Brother Jiang in this lifetime. Looks like I can only look at him as my idol from now on. Yan Yang sighed. Living in the same place as a man like Jiang Chen was a huge blow to him. In the sky, Jiang Chen's black hair was fluttering in the wind. His eyes were like stars, shining brightly. He looked like a god who had descended from the heavens. Absorbing the blood-winged hawk's demon's soul had given him endless benefits. At the same time, he had also revealed the true power of the dragon transformation skill. The dragon transformation skill had completely absorbed the blood-winged hawk's bloodline, and even the blood wings had evolved. This was beyond Jiang Chen's imagination. It was an unexpected surprise. Being able to fly in the sky at the mortal core realm was a huge advantage that ordinary people couldn't achieve. Not only that, Jiang Chen had also inherited the innate ability of the blood-winged hawk's bloodline. The innate ability of the blood-winged hawk, Nine Heavens Hawk Cry, was a powerful sound wave battle skill. It did not have a grade, and it would continue to grow according to Jiang Chen's cultivation. The so-called sound wave battle skill was even more terrifying than normal battle skills. It was also harder to defend against. The powerful sound waves could penetrate a person's soul and directly attack a person's origin, causing damage to their origin. The reason why the blood-winged hawk could become the king of the hawk bloodline was because of this innate ability. And this was not all that Jiang Chen had gained. The impact of the bloodline and the energy had allowed Jiang Chen to form his mortal core. Right now, within Jiang Chen's Qi Si, the golden mortal core was like a pillar in the middle of the ocean, stabilizing the entire Qi Si. 15 dragon marks were circling around the mortal core, like the moon surrounded by stars. That's right, 15 dragon marks. When Jiang Chen broke through to the late Qi High realm, he had 8 dragon marks. Because of the abundant energy, he now had 10 dragon marks. Now that he had formed his mortal core, his strength had almost doubled, and he now had 15 dragon marks. According to Jiang Chen's estimation, if he wanted to break through to the mid-mortal core realm, his strength would need to double, and he would need at least 30 dragon marks. This time, absorbing the blood-winged hawk's demon's soul had allowed Jiang Chen to fully understand the terrifying power of the dragon transformation skill. It had also allowed Jiang Chen to confirm the path of cultivation that he wanted to walk in the future. All the skills and combat skills from his past life, besides the 9 solar energy skill, could be discarded. Just imagine, if Jiang Chen used the dragon transformation skill to absorb all sorts of rare bloodlines and obtain powerful innate abilities, he would be able to reach a terrifying level. It was simply unimaginable. Outside the courtyard, the old man in black robes stared at Jiang Chen, who was floating in the sky with his mouth wide open. The shock on his face was no less than the others, it was even more intense. As a demon beast, and an eagle at that, no one understood better than him what it meant for Jiang Chen to absorb the blood-winged hawk's bloodline. This was unprecedented. How is this possible? How did he do it? He is just a human, how could he absorb the bloodline of a demon beast and merge it perfectly with his own body? The old man in black robes muttered to himself. Even though he had lived for more than 100 years, he still couldn't understand it. This is too miraculous. This young man is really extraordinary. Could he be the chosen one? Or is he the descendant of a god? His body is emitting an aura that makes people's hearts palpitate. His eyes are as cold as water, and even when he is facing me, his expression hasn't changed. He can casually take out the sacred heavenly demonic skill, and now he even has a way to merge with the blood-winged hawk's bloodline. Is he still human? The old man in black robes was completely convinced by Jiang Chen. In his mind, Jiang Chen was definitely not an ordinary human, and his future achievements were beyond his imagination. Woof, woof. God damn it. How did this kid do it? There must be a big secret on his body. He must have cultivated an ancient divine skill. A human being can actually merge with the bloodline of a demon beast. This is really blinding my dog eyes. The Huang dog was jumping up and down in the courtyard. He simply couldn't stay calm anymore. This young man was too mysterious. He was like a bottomless pit that no one could see through. The Huang dog was already depressed when he was able to absorb his own blood in Origin Mountain. But now, he had directly absorbed the bloodline of a blood-winged hawk, and he could casually take out the sacred heavenly demonic skill. What kind of monster was he? Everyone from the Yen family was staring at the young man with the blood wings flapping in the sky. Other than shock, they couldn't find any other words to describe their feelings. This was a godlike young man. Swoosh! Jiang Chen flapped his blood wings and slowly descended from the sky. With a shake of his shoulder, he retracted the blood wings back into his body. Kid, tell me quickly, what kind of divine skill are you cultivating? How can you merge with the bloodline of a demon beast? The Huang dog rushed to Jiang Chen's side and asked impatiently. I'm not telling you. Jiang Chen glanced at the Huang dog, then he strode out of the courtyard. Damn you, what are you so proud of? The Huang dog snorted and followed behind Jiang Chen while wagging his tail. Master. When the old man in black saw Jiang Chen coming out, he quickly bowed and said, Master, your power is unfathomable. You will definitely soar into the sky in the future. If the old man in black had addressed Jiang Chen as master because he was afraid of the divine sense seed that the Huang dog had planted in him, then right now, he was more than willing to address Jiang Chen as master. Black Hawk, what's your name? Jiang Chen looked at the old man in black. His eyes were shining brightly, like a king looking down at his subjects. Master, you can just call me Old Black. The old man said respectfully. All right, Old Black, let me ask you. From now on, are you willing to serve me completely? Jiang Chen asked. Your humble servant is willing to listen to all of Master's orders. Old Black didn't dare show any neglect. He knew that with his potential, it would be extremely difficult for him to reach the peak heavenly core realm, and it would be extremely difficult for him to form a divine core. Jiang Chen had given him the sacred heavenly demonic skill, giving him the potential to break through to the Demon King realm, or even the Demon Emperor realm. For him, this was a great opportunity. Besides, Jiang Chen was a miraculous person, and his future achievements were immeasurable. Following him would definitely bring him endless benefits. Alright, I'll leave this place in a few days and head to the inner regions of the Qi province. From now on, you'll stay here and guard the Yen family, and focus on cultivating the sacred heavenly demonic skill. As long as you do your job well, there will be plenty of benefits for you in the future. Jiang Chen said. Now that he had broken through to the mortal core realm, and the grudge between him and the Li family had been settled, it was time for him to embark on his own journey. The Jiang family was the one he worried about the most, and if Old Black was here to protect them, he would be able to leave without worries. Jiang Chen didn't ask Old Black to protect the Jiang family, but the Yen family. The reason was simple. First, he wanted the Jiang family to occupy Fragrant Sky City in peace, and he didn't want to attract too much attention. Second, there was no difference between Old Black protecting the Yen family and the Jiang family. With Jiang Chen's help to the Yen family, even if Yen Zhanyun had to die, he would still protect the Jiang family. Therefore, as long as the Yen family was safe, the Jiang family would be safe as well. Old Black will not disappoint you. I will ensure the Yen family's safety. Old Black bowed. He really needed a place to focus on cultivating the sacred heavenly demonic skill. The Yen family had become the local tyrant of Red City, and it was perfect for him to cultivate. At this moment, Yen Zhanyun and the others arrived one after another. All of them had happy expressions on their faces. Congratulations, Brother Jiang Qin, for breaking through to the mortal core realm. Congratulations. Yen Zhanyun cupped his fist and congratulated Old Black. Chief Yen, I was just about to look for you. I'll be heading to the inner region of the Qi province in a few days. Everything in Red City has been settled, and from now on, there will no longer be any forces that can fight against the Yen family. Besides, after I leave, I'll ask Old Black to stay here and protect the Yen family. Please arrange a place for Old Black to cultivate behind closed doors. Jiang Qin said. Hearing this, the Yen family was startled at first, but then a happy expression emerged on their faces. As for Jiang Qin leaving for the Qi province, everyone was prepared for this. Jiang Qin was a golden-scaled beast, and sooner or later, he was going to soar into the skies. There was no way he would stay in this small red city. What surprised the Yen family was that Jiang Qin had asked the Black Hawk to stay here. They had witnessed the Black Hawk's strength before. It was a real heavenly core demon lord. The Yen family was already one of the biggest forces in Red City, and if they had a heavenly core demon lord to protect them, they would be the king of all the kings. Brother Jiang Qin has done so much for the Yen family, and Yen Zhanyun can't repay it. I'm willing to move the Jiang family from Fragrant Sky City here, and I'll give half of the Misty Rain Tower to the Jiang family. Yen Zhanyun said in a serious manner. The Misty Rain Tower was the Yen family's main property, and it was also their only property. It wasn't easy for Yen Zhanyun to give half of it to them. However, no one from the Yen family objected to Yen Zhanyun's decision. If Yen Qinyu and Jiang Qin were to be together in the future, the Yen family and the Jiang family would be one big family. Besides, on the surface, it seemed like the Jiang family wanted to move to Red City because of the Yen family, but in fact, everyone knew that it was the Yen family that was relying on the Jiang family. Chief Yen, you're being too polite. My dad is used to living in Fragrant Sky City, so I'm afraid he won't be willing to move to Red City. I don't want the Jiang family to attract too much attention either. It's good for the Jiang family to be the king of Fragrant Sky City, but I hope Chief Yen can take care of the Jiang family in the future. Chapter 67. Brother Jiang Qin, don't worry. From now on, the Jiang family's business in Fragrant Sky City will be my business. In this 28 cities, whoever dares to disrespect the Jiang family, I will be the first to kill him. Yen Zhanyun patted his chest and promised. He had planned to give up half of the Yen family's assets to the Jiang family, but he didn't expect that Jiang Qin didn't care about the Yen family at all. Maybe in Jiang Chen's eyes, he didn't care about the Yen family's assets at all. With Jiang Chen's ability, he could get anything he wanted. With Chief Yan's words, I can rest assured. Tomorrow morning, I will return to Fragrant Sky City and leave in a few days. Jiang Qin said. In his previous life, he had nothing to worry about, but this life was different. He was an orphan in his previous life, but now he had a father who loved him dearly. He knew very well that no matter where he went, Jiang Zhenhai would always be the one who would worry about him the most. Therefore, before he left, he needed to spend more time with his father. This kind of opportunity might be rare in the future. The next day, Jiang Qin opened the gate of his house and walked out with the Huang dog. He saw Yen Zhanyun and Yen Qinyu, who was dressed in purple, fighting side by side. When they saw Jiang Qin coming out, they both had a faint smile on their faces. Xiao Yu, you seem to be in a good mood. Jiang Qin smiled and said. I've thought about it for the whole night, and I've figured it out. It's just like what Dad and Brother Jiangqin said, some things have to be experienced sooner or later. Now, I have completely walked out of the shadow of yesterday. Yan Qinyu took a step forward and held Jiang Chen's arm as she said happily. That's right, Xiao Yu is born with a divine body. You have a lot of things to experience in the future. But, I'm still surprised that you can adapt so fast. Jiang Qin reached out his hand and scratched Yan Qinyu's nose. Annoying. Yan Qinyu stared at Jiang Qin, but her face was full of joy. In a girl's heart, as long as she could be with the person she liked, that was the happiest thing. Brother Jiang Qin, are you returning to Tianxiang City? Yan Zhanyun asked. That's right. Jiang Qin nodded. He was indeed going back to the Tianxiang City. Big brother Jiang Qin, father and I will go back to Tianxiang City with you. Yan Qinyu said. From now on, the Jiang family and the Yan family will be one big family. Brother Jiang Qin has been helping the Yan family for so long. As the leader of the family, I have to pay him a visit personally. Yan Zhanyun said. Thank you, Leader Yan. Jiang Qin smiled, but he didn't say anything. Yan Zhanyun was right. In the future, the Jiang family and the Yan family would have a lot of interactions. Yan Zhanyun should really pay Jiang Zhenhai a visit. Therefore, Jiang Qin, Yan Zhanyun, Yan Qinyu, and De Huang Dog left the Yan family. They walked out of Red City and headed towards Tianxiang City. As for Old Black, Yan Zhanyun had already found him a quiet place to stay. Old Black had gone into closed-door cultivation to focus on studying the sacred heavenly demonic skill. Tianxiang City, Jiang family. Ever since the Mu Rong family was destroyed, the entire Tianxiang City had finally calmed down. There were almost no more fights. The mayor's mansion was the only family that ruled the entire Tianxiang City. Jiang Zhenhai had recently learned the Xian Yuan skill, and he was trying his best to break through to the mortal core realm. Right now, in the Jiang family's meeting hall, Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Hongtai were sitting leisurely. Brother Jiang's energy is getting stronger and stronger, and his Yuan energy is getting stronger as well. I believe that in a few days, he will be able to form his mortal core. Yan Hongtai said. He had been in the Jiang family for 4 days now, and he had been chatting happily with Jiang Zhenhai. Yan Hongtai was after all a late mortal core warrior, much stronger than Jiang Zhenhai, who was only at the peak of the Qi High realm. When they first met, Jiang Zhenhai was a bit nervous, but after knowing what Jiang Qin had done in Red City, he became less nervous. After a while, the two of them became good friends. That's right, I can feel it too. I never thought that I would be able to break through to the mortal core realm so quickly. Jiang Zhenhai said with a smile on his face. He knew that this was all because of the Xian Yuan skill. His son was the biggest pride of his life. Brother Yan, you said that the Yan family and the Li family are going to fight soon. I wonder how they are doing now. Jiang Zhenhai asked. He was worried about Jiang Qin. Although his son had extraordinary abilities, his cultivation level was still weak. That's right, I wonder how he is doing now. Yan Hongtai's worries were no less than Jiang Zhenhai's. They still hadn't received any news about what happened in Red City last night. Right at this moment, the guard Jiang Qing walked in and said, Mayor, Master Yan, there is a man named Yan Meng outside the door. He said that he is from the Yan family, and he wants to see the mayor. It's Yan Meng. It's probably about the war between the Yan family and the Li family. Yan Hongtai said with a serious expression. Hurry up and invite him in. Jiang Zhenhai said quickly. Yes. Jiang Qing didn't dare to hesitate. He turned around and left. Not long after that, an old man in his 40s or 50s walked in. It was Yen Meng. Yen Meng, has the war started? Yen Hongtai asked impatiently. Chief Elder, the Yen family and the Li family had a war last night. The Li family has been destroyed, and Li Sanyu is dead as well. Now, Red City belongs to the Yen family. Yen Meng said excitedly. When he thought about the exciting battle last night, he couldn't help but feel excited. After the battle was over, Yen Meng rushed over from Red City to report the good news. He arrived early in the morning. What? Yen Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai shouted out at the same time. They couldn't believe their ears. Li Sanyu is dead, and the Li family has been destroyed. Great! Yen Meng, tell us, how did we win? Yen Hongtai laughed out loud. He had been living in fear for the past few days, and today, he finally heard some exciting news. The battle last night was too dangerous and exciting. Li Sanyu had invited a heavenly core demon lord to help him kill the chief. Yen Meng told the story vividly. When he thought about the old man in the black robe, his face was still filled with fear. What? A heavenly core demon lord? Jiang Zhenhai and Yen Hongtai shouted out again. Even a heavenly core demon lord came, how did we win? Yen Hongtai asked impatiently. This is all thanks to Brother Jiang Qin. If it wasn't for Brother Jiang Qin, the Yen family would have been destroyed last night. Chief Elder, do you still remember the De Huang dog that Brother Jiang Qin brought out from Mount Origin? Yen Meng said. Yes, I do. Yen Hongtai nodded his head. That dog was really amazing. It only barked once, and it scared the heavenly core demon lord silly. After that, the demon lord kneeled down and listened to Brother Jiang Chen's orders, and then he killed Li Sanyu. Li Sanyu had shot himself in the foot. Yen Meng said in an excited tone. He still hadn't recovered from yesterday's excitement. Hearing this, Yen Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai looked at each other. Both of them had an unnatural expression on their faces. A heavenly core demon lord was subdued by a dog at such a critical moment, and the dog turned around and killed Li Shanyu. This was too dramatic, but just thinking about that kind of scene was exciting and soul-stirring. Brother Jiang, you've given birth to a good son. The Yen family will never forget the great kindness your son has shown us. Yen Hongtai suddenly bowed deeply towards Jiang Zhenhai. Yen Meng, who was standing beside him, bowed as well. His tone and expression were extremely solemn. Normally, with Yen Hongtai's status, he wouldn't bow to a Qi-Hai warrior, but the man in front of him was no ordinary man. He was Jiang Chen's father. Brother Yen, don't be so polite. The smile on Jiang Zhenhai's face almost reached the back of his ears. Even the leader of Red City, a late mortal core warrior, had bowed down to him. This was a scene that he had never even dreamed of. All of this was because he had a good son. There's another good news. Brother Jiang Chen has formed his mortal core, and he has become a mortal core warrior. He will return to Fragrant Sky City today. Yen Meng continued. He left the Yen family after Jiang Qin had broken through to the mortal core realm. Yen Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai were shocked once again, especially Jiang Zhenhai. He clearly remembered that not long ago, Jiang Qin was only at the first level of the Qi Jing realm. Even when he left the Jiang family, he was only at the early Qi-Hai realm. Since noon, Jiang Zhenhai, Yen Hongtai and the rest of the Jiang family had gathered outside the main gate, waiting for Jiang Chen's return. Everyone in the Jiang family had heard about their young master's glorious achievements, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Not long after, Jiang Chen and the other three arrived at the main gate of the Jiang family. With their speed, they had spent such a long time traveling from Red City to Fragrant Sky City. They didn't forget to go sightseeing along the way. Dad! When he saw Jiang Zhenhai, Jiang Qin called out to him. Good boy. It's only been a while, and you've changed so much. You really are my son. Jiang Zhenhai's face was filled with smiles. Having a son like this, his face was filled with pride. Leader, you're here as well. Yan Hongtai was not surprised to see Yan Zhanyun and Jiang Qin. Jiang Chen had helped the Yan family a lot, and if he was the leader, he would have come to visit the Jiang family in person. Dad, let me introduce you. This is the leader of the Yan family in Red City, Yan Zhanyun. This is the daughter of the Yan family, Yan Qinyu. You can call her Xiao Yu. Jiang Qin quickly introduced them to Jiang Zhenhai. I didn't know that the leader of the Yan family would be here. Please forgive me for not coming out to greet you. Jiang Zhenhai cupped his hands towards Yan Zhanyun. He still looked a little nervous. This was the leader of Red City, and if it wasn't for his son, he wouldn't have the chance to stand next to Yan Zhanyun. Brother Jiang, please don't be so courteous. You have given birth to a good son, and he is the savior of our entire Yan family. From now on, the Yan family and the Jiang family are one big family. You, hurry up and greet Uncle Jiang. Yan Zhanyun said. You, greets Uncle. Yan Qinyu bowed towards Jiang Zhenhai. What a beautiful girl. If I could have such a beautiful daughter-in-law, then my life would be perfect. Jiang Zhenhai looked at Yan Qinyu. He was shocked by her beauty, and couldn't help but want to introduce his son to her. Hearing this, Yan Qinyu's face blushed. She was extremely shy. If Brother Jiang doesn't mind, then let you, be your daughter-in-law. Yan Zhanyun laughed out loud. Dad, you're so annoying. Chapter 68. Yan Qinyu suddenly felt like an ugly daughter-in-law meeting her father-in-law. Of course, this daughter-in-law was definitely not ugly. From the way Jiang Zhenhai kept signaling to Jiang Qin with his eyes, she could tell that this mayor was really satisfied with this daughter-in-law. Jiang Chen, who was standing aside, had a silly smile on his face, and he didn't say anything. Kid, in my opinion, you should take this opportunity to marry little Yu. The Huang dog's voice reached Jiang Chen's ears. Marry your ass, get the hell out of here. Jiang Chen stared at the Huang dog angrily. At this moment, everyone finally noticed the Huang dog. Yan Hongtai and Jiang Zhenhai thought about the De Huang dog who defeated a heavenly core demon lord yesterday, and they knew that it must be this De Huang dog in front of them. They immediately put on a serious expression, and they didn't dare show any disrespect. Young master, you're finally back. I've missed you so much. Jiang Qing walked to Jiang Chen's side, bowing and flattering him. Jiang Qing, you've worked hard during this period of time. Later, go to the accountant and get 10 gold coins. Jiang Chen patted Jiang Cheng's shoulder. Hearing his young master asking for another 10 gold coins, Jiang Cheng's eyes were filled with tears. He was so excited that he almost kneeled down and called Jiang Chen his ancestor. Let's not stand in front of the gate. Chief Yan, please come in. Jiang Zhenhai made an inviting gesture, and everyone entered the Jiang family's courtyard. When they arrived at the main hall, Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu walked at the back. Little Yu, you can think about what my dad said. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Think about what? Yan Qinyu was startled at first, but then she remembered about her daughter-in-law. She blushed and said, Big bro Jiang Chen is so annoying. On the same day, the Jiang family held a big banquet to celebrate. The destruction of the Mu Rong family and the Li family had made the Jiang family and the Yan family the rulers of their respective cities. Furthermore, from now on, these two families were the rulers of this region, and no one else could compete with them anymore. They were the real tyrants of this region. Jiang Zhenhai and Yan Zhanyun chatted happily until sunset, when Yan Zhanyun finally got up to leave. The Yan family has just defeated the Li family. There are a lot of things to take care of, so I won't bother you any longer. Yan Zhanyun cupped his fists towards Jiang Zhenhai. If Brother Jiang has time in the future, please come to the Misty Rain Tower in Red City. Let me be your host. Alright, if I have time, I will definitely visit Brother Yan in Red City. Jiang Zhenhai was a straightforward person. Then it's settled. I'll be waiting for Brother Jiang at the Misty Rain Pavilion. Brother Jiang, please wait. We'll be taking our leave. Yan Zhanyun said. Chen, help me send off the leader of the Yan family. Jiang Zhenhai's face was beaming with happiness. Outside the Jiang family. Leader Yan, there's one more thing. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Zhanyun. Brother Jiang Chen, please speak. Yan Zhanyun said. I've decided. I'll leave in 3 days and go to the inner region of the Qi province. I need some human elixir, and I hope that you can prepare some for me. I want some of the highest quality pills, at least 70% effectiveness. Jiang Chen said. He didn't know when he would be back, so he needed to prepare himself. Human elixir was an essential treasure for any cultivator. Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, had a strong desire for human elixir. Jiang Chen didn't ask the Yan family to prepare all the pills with 100% effectiveness. In this small city, pills with 100% effectiveness were still very rare. He could synthesize any pill he wanted anyway. Even if he consumed it directly, the dragon transformation skill could remove the impurities from the pill. Brother Jiang Chen, don't worry. I'll take care of it. Yan Zhanyun promised. Alright, I'll go to the Misty Rain Tower in 3 days, and then I'll leave. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang Chen, I want to leave with you in 3 days. Yan Chen said suddenly. Leave with me. Jiang Chen frowned. Xiao Yu, you need to know that I'm not going on a vacation this time. I've made up my mind. Wherever Brother Jiang Chen goes, I'll go. I have the ability to protect myself. I won't drag you down. Yan Chen said with determination. It seemed like she had made up her mind. That's good. Brother Jiang Chen has the 9 yin meridians. She was born with a divine body. Staying in this city will limit her growth. She'll have to leave sooner or later. Yan Zhanyun nodded. Although he loved his daughter like a treasure, he still had to think about Yan Chenyu's future. Alright, Xiao Yu, go back and get ready. We'll leave in 3 days. Jiang Chen said. He knew more about the power of the 9 yin meridians than Yan Zhanyun. Yan Chenyu's future was limitless. This small city would definitely limit her growth. Plus, with a beautiful girl by his side, Jiang Chen wouldn't reject it. That night, Jiang Chen came to Jiang Zhenhai's room. Chen, you're here. Jiang Zhenhai's face softened when he saw Jiang Chen. Dad, there's something I want to tell you. Jiang Chen said. You want to leave, right? Jiang Zhenhai said. Dad, you already know. Jiang Chen smiled. I guessed it. With your talent and ability, you'll have to leave this city sooner or later. Fragrant Sky City and Red City are too small. It's good for you to travel, but don't forget, this is your home. Jiang Zhenhai patted Jiang Chen's shoulder with a lot of force. This was a man's unique way of expressing his feelings. Jiang Chen could feel his father's reluctance to leave. Jiang Chen felt warm in his heart. He couldn't help but feel a little sour in his nose. He just realized that he was Jiang Zhenhai's only son, and also his only son. "When are you leaving?" Jiang Zhenhai asked. "In 3 days. 3 days. So soon?" Jiang Zhenhai's eyes showed a trace of loneliness. "Dad, don't worry about me. I've already made arrangements for the Jiang family. I have a few low-ranked combat weapons for you. They can help strengthen the Jiang family." After saying that, Jiang Chen took out 3 low-ranked combat weapons from his storage bag. They were the ones he got from Li Changhao, Li Changming, and Qin Shuang. These low-ranked combat weapons were nothing in his eyes, but for the Jiang family, they were rare treasures. Combat weapons. Jiang Zhenhai's eyes fell onto the 3 low-ranked combat weapons. His eyes immediately lit up. Although he was the mayor of Fragrant Sky City, this was the first time he had seen a real combat weapon. "Dad, I can see that your Yuan energy is restless. You'll be able to break through to the mortal core realm in 2 days." After being reborn for 100 years, he had come to this remote area. In such a short period of time, he had destroyed the Mu Rong family and the Li family. He had completely changed the order of this area. And this was just the beginning. Jiang Chen not only wanted to change the order of Red City, but sooner or later, he wanted to change the order of the entire Saint Origin realm. Today, he had completely embarked on his journey. After being reborn for 100 years, he wanted to once again fight for the world. A real man was full of hot blood. He would dance in the sky and fight in the sky. Wherever he went, he would leave a deep footprint. Chapter 69. Origin Mountain had a circumference of 10,000 miles, and this 10,000 miles was a straight line distance from any direction. It was extremely vast, and the terrain of the mountain was rugged. There were dense forests and valleys all around. It was not an easy task to travel through the mountains. This was also the reason why Qin Shuang and the other 2 lost their way while chasing after the Huang dog, and it took them a month to get there. The Huang dog was a mysterious man, and he was very familiar with the path. Under his lead, they had traveled 1,000 miles in just half a day. At this place, the demon beasts had become stronger. The demon beasts in the outer perimeter of the mountain were usually wild beasts or ferocious beasts. But after traveling 1,000 miles, the demon beasts that appeared were all at the Qi Hai realm. Many of them were at the late Qi Hai realm, and they were very powerful. Of course, this kind of power was only for ordinary people. For Jiang Chen and the other 2, they were still too weak. Right now, Jiang Chen and Yan Qin Yu were both early Mortal Core warriors, and a Huang dog had also reached the Mortal Core realm after he awakened his innate ability. With such a powerful combination, they could practically do whatever they wanted in Origin Mountain. Of course, they still had to be careful. Origin Mountain was an ancient mountain, and there might be some unusual creatures in the deeper parts of the mountain. No one could be sure of this. Therefore, the deeper they went, the slower their speed became. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar that shook the entire forest sounded out from the bushes in front of them. After that, a scorching hot wind came from within. Jiang Chen looked over and saw 2 ferocious tigers with spotted skin all over their bodies suddenly appearing out of nowhere. These 2 ferocious tigers were as tall as a human, and they looked strong and ferocious. Both of them looked exactly the same, and their bloodthirsty eyes were staring at Jiang Chen and the other 2. Twin tigers, both at the late Qi Hai realm, hee. Jiang Chen laughed with a relaxed expression on his face. Along the way, not a single demon beast had stood in their way, and they had been walking for half a day without a single fight. Who would have thought that they would run into two fools here? Jijia, these two little tigers are really stupid. They didn't hide when they saw us, but instead came to seek death. Watch me bite them to death. The Huang dog had an evil smile on his face as he walked towards the twin tigers with his head held high. Roar! The twin tigers roared out once again. Although they were only at the late Qi High realm, because they were twins, their combat strength could complement each other. Together, they could fight against a mortal core warrior. The twin tigers leaped in unison. They were more than 3 meters tall, and they pounced towards the De Huang dog. Wherever their huge bodies passed, even the air would emit crackling sounds. It could be seen how powerful they were. Kaka, you guys are still far from being able to compete with me in terms of ferocity. De Huang dog laughed out loud. With a leap, he transformed into a beam of golden light and rushed out. The Huang dog's body glowed with a faint golden light, and in the blink of an eye, he collided with the ferocious tiger. Bang! A muffled bang rang out, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Under the collision of the De Huang dog, the originally ferocious tiger let out a miserable cry, and its majestic body was sent flying away like a kite with a broken string. Bang bang bang, the tiger couldn't control its body, and its head smashed into dozens of trees. Blood kept spitting out from its mouth, and in the end, its majestic body landed 20 meters away, creating a huge crater on the ground. The tiger wriggled for a bit, and then it completely stopped breathing. When the other tiger saw its companion die, it immediately became furious. It pounced towards De Huang dog like a madman. But too bad, in front of De Huang dog, its speed was too slow. De Huang dog opened up his bloody mouth, and with lightning speed, he bit the tiger's neck. Swoosh! A stream of blood shot out from the tiger's neck. De Huang dog forcefully tore off a large piece of the tiger's flesh, and a huge bloody hole appeared on the tiger's neck. This kind of injury was fatal, and it instantly caused the tiger to lose all its combat strength. It let out a miserable cry, but this wasn't the end. De Huang dog was extremely cruel. He used his steel-like hard head and rammed it on the tiger's skull, causing the tiger's head to split open. Even its demon soul was squeezed out, and it died on the spot. Jijia, just two little tigers, how dare you fight me? You're courting death. De Huang dog laughed out proudly. Looking at the broken corpses of the two tigers, he finally found the thrill of bloodthirst. Damn it, when did this dog level up? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. When De Huang dog attacked just now, with Jiang Chen's eyes, he could tell that De Huang dog had broken through to the mortal core realm. What made Jiang Chen depressed was that this dog had been following him all this time. Besides eating and sleeping, he had never paid attention to cultivation. But now, he had broken through just like that. This was a huge blow to Jiang Chen's confidence. Puppy dog, you're too cruel. Yan Chen Yu glared at De Huang dog. Facing such a bloody scene, she still wasn't used to it. If it was her, she would just kill the twin tigers, but she wouldn't do something as cruel as De Huang dog. Plop! The arrogant and narcissistic De Huang dog suddenly fell onto the ground. After that, he stood up angrily with his front legs off the ground. He glared at Yan Chen Yu and said, "Don't call me puppy dog. How am I small? I'm not a dog." De Huang dog roared out. He couldn't tolerate being called small. This was an insult to him, and it was a waste of his majestic body. Puppy dog, you look really cute when you're angry. Yan Chen Yu blinked her big bright eyes. Facing the angry De Huang dog, she wasn't afraid at all. Plop! De Huang dog fell onto the ground once again. Damn it. How dare you describe me as cute? Can't you see how cruel I am? Have you ever seen such a cruel dog as cute? The Huang dog was so angry that his body started twitching. In the end, he rolled his eyes and sighed. He thought to himself, forget it, I'm a big man, I'll forgive this ignorant girl. Ah, Jiang Chen laughed out loud. This cynical dog had finally found his match. Jiang Chen walked up to the two tiger corpses and picked up the demon souls. The late Qi demon souls were no longer useful to him, but they were still treasures. It would be a waste to just leave them here. In the next 7 days, Jiang Chen and the other two had traveled 4,000 miles. This speed could be considered extremely slow. Along the way, they had encountered many powerful demon beasts that tried to stop them. There were even early mortal core demon beasts, but they were all brutally killed by Big Yellow. This dog had vented his dissatisfaction towards Yan Qinyu onto these demon beasts, and what happened to these demon beasts could only be described as a horrible scene. This place is the deepest part of the mountain range. There might be even more powerful demon beasts here. Jiang Chen said. We're walking in a straight line right now. This should be the most dangerous place in the mountain range. But the more dangerous a place is, the higher the chance of finding something good. Damn it, we've been walking for so long, but we haven't found anything good at all. The Huang dog said angrily. He kept looking left and right, trying to find something good. Let's go, there are no real treasures here. Jiang Chen shook his head. He had the experience of a saint, and his ability to sense treasures was extraordinary. If there was a real treasure nearby, he would definitely be able to sense it. Big bro Jiang Chen, let's hurry up and leave this mountain range as soon as possible. Yan Qinyu said. After these 7 days, she had gotten used to Big Yellow's brutality, and this was a good thing for her. The more she killed, the more scenes she saw, the more mature her mind would become. Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Alright, this mountain range is too remote. Besides, the natural energies in this area are scarce, so there's no way any real treasures can be found here. Jiang Chen nodded his head. In the world, there would always be natural essences in special places and environments. But there was a precondition. Natural energies could create natural products, and in places where natural energies were scarce, precious natural essences couldn't be found. This was also the reason why there was such a huge gap between warriors in different places. The gap between natural energies would lead to the gap between cultivators, and with the lack of natural energies, the gap would only get bigger and bigger. In Red City, a mortal core warrior was a true warrior, and he would be respected by everyone. But in the Divine Continent where Jiang Qin lived in his previous life, not to mention mortal core warriors, even heavenly core warriors didn't have a chance to survive. This was the gap between them. 3 men and a dog continued walking. After walking for about 2 to 3 miles, the Huang dog's ears suddenly twitched. He sniffed with his nose, then he turned around and walked towards the left side. Puppy dog, where are you going? Yan Qinyu said. Don't talk nonsense, just follow me. The Huang dog said without turning his head around. Towards Yan Qinyu calling him puppy dog, the Huang dog had tacitly accepted it. There was a saying in life, if you can't fight back, then just accept it. But the Huang dog swore that only Yan Qinyu was allowed to call him puppy dog. If anyone else dared to call him puppy dog, he would definitely tear them apart. What did this dog find? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. He and Yan Qinyu hurriedly followed the Huang dog's footsteps. After passing through a dense forest, there was a narrow valley in front of them. Inside the valley was a huge pond. Looking at it from the outside, the water in the pond was clear, and it looked very ordinary. De Huang, this valley looks very ordinary, why did you bring us here? Jiang Chen asked with a puzzled expression. Do you see that pond? The Huang dog's eyes lit up as he looked at the pond in the valley. It looks very ordinary. Yan Chenyu said in a serious manner. There is a treasure in the pond. The Huang dog laughed. The Huang dog, you must be joking, right? It's just an ordinary pond, how can there be any treasure? Jiang Chen snorted disdainfully. He had already scanned the pond with his divine sense, and the pond looked very ordinary. There wasn't even a strand of hair in it. Kid, how dare you question me? The Huang dog bared his teeth at Jiang Chen. Chapter 70. There is indeed something fishy about it. Jiang Chen's expression changed. The pool was indeed not ordinary. This made him change the way he looked at the Huang dog. If it was him in his previous life, he would have been able to easily see through this pool. However, his current cultivation was too weak, and his abilities could not be compared to his previous life. In other words, Jiang Chen only had the experience and mentality of a saint, but he did not have the abilities of a saint. De Huang, how did you sense it? Jiang Chen asked curiously. The valley was small and hidden, and the pool was very ordinary. Even if someone passed by, they would not pay attention to it. However, the Huang dog was able to sense that there was a treasure in the pool from a few miles away. This was too extraordinary. There must be something good in the pool. I don't know what it is exactly. I forgot to tell you, but I have an amazing ability, and that is my ability to sense treasures. Within a radius of 5 miles, as long as there is a treasure, I will be able to sense it. This range will increase along with my cultivation. The Huang dog said proudly. Damn, it really is an insane ability. Jiang Chen was immediately surprised. As a descendant of the dragon horse, it was normal for the Huang dog to have a special ability. This kind of treasure hunting ability was really insane. It could be said that the Huang dog was blessed by the heavens. It seemed like as long as this dog followed him, he would be able to find a lot of treasures. Puppy dog, you are so amazing. It was rare for Yan Chenyu to praise the Huang dog. Kaka, of course. There are still many things that I am amazing at. When I get to the Qi province, I want to have tens of thousands of pets. The Huang dog had a proud look on his face. Such a big dream made Jiang Chen and Yan Chen speechless. Let's go and see what's in the pool. Jiang Chen was the first to enter the valley and walk towards the pool. There seems to be an invisible barrier around the pool. Be careful. Jiang Chen reminded. 2 people and a dog stood 10 feet away from the pool. Looking at the pool in front of them, they could not help but have a serious look on their faces. Jiang Chen slowly reached out his hand and moved it forward bit by bit. Chi just as Jiang Chen's palm was about 3 meters away, there was a chi sound. Jiang Chen quickly pulled his hand back and saw 2 fingers covered in frost. Jiang Chen waved his hand and a scarlet flame rushed out, dispersing the frost. What a strong chill. Jiang Chen sighed. Big brother Jiang Chen, let me try. After saying that, Yan Chenyu directly strode forward. Others might be afraid of the cold air, but she wasn't. She had the 9 Yin meridians, which was the coldest divine body in the world. The cold air was just a tonic to her. Xiaoyu, how is it? Jiang Chen looked at Yan Chenyu, who was 2 steps away from him. From the outside, Yan Chenyu still looked the same as before. Everything was calm and peaceful. However, from her eyes, he could tell that the scene she was looking at was completely different from what they were looking at. This pool has such a strong cold qi. Yan Chenyu was extremely shocked. Come, let's go in and have a look. A golden barrier appeared around the Huang dog's body, and a scarlet flame appeared around Jiang Chen's body. Both of them were men with strong vitality, so they weren't afraid of normal cold air. Swoosh! When Jiang Chen and Big Yellow entered the 3-meter radius, the scene in front of them immediately changed. The pond in front of them was covered in a layer of white fog, and it was filled with a bone-chilling cold air. With such a strong cold air, if any ordinary mortal core warrior came here, he or she would be frozen to death. Behind Jiang Chen, there was an invisible ice screen that kept shaking. This ice screen has blocked the cold air from leaking out, and it has also turned the freezing pool into an illusion, making it impossible for people to see what's going on inside. There must be something good in this freezing pool. If not, there wouldn't be such a strong cold air. Jiang Chen said. Yan Chen stood aside and let the cold air enter her body like nothing had happened. The cold air didn't pose any threat to her, and it was even a great supplement for her 9 meridians. Let me see what's underneath the freezing pool. Jiang Chen unleashed his powerful senses and penetrated into the freezing pool. Sure enough, he saw a crystal-like stone at the bottom of the freezing pool. It was the size of a fist. 10,000-year freezing crystal. There is a 10,000-year freezing crystal at the bottom of the freezing pool. That's why this place is so strange. The ice screen is also formed by the 10,000-year freezing crystal, and it can block everything. What a great treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Yan Qinyu. The 10,000-year freezing crystal was an extremely rare treasure, and it was extremely difficult to form. This fist-sized 10,000-year freezing crystal was a rare treasure even in the Divine Continent. He didn't expect to find it in this remote and desolate place. The 10,000-year freezing crystal was useless to ordinary cultivators, because it contained a huge amount of cold air that ordinary cultivators couldn't even get close to. However, for some cultivators who cultivated cold bodies, it was a supreme treasure. Just like now, the 10,000-year freezing crystal was useless to Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog, but to Yan Qinyu, it couldn't be any better. Not good, there's danger in there. Jiang Chen's expression changed. Just as his voice faded away, the freezing pool began to churn, and a loud roar came out. In the next second, a huge monster suddenly rushed out from the freezing pool. Roar before they could even see what it was, a loud roar that shook the entire valley sounded out. Jiang Chen looked over and saw a huge monster in front of them. The monster was 3 meters long, and it was looking down at the trio from above. The monster's body was like an ice sculpture, and white fog was coming out from its body. Only half of its body was outside the freezing pool, and the other half was still inside. If its whole body came out, it would be at least 6 meters tall. The monster's eyes were like ice cubes, and the white fog that was coming out from its mouth was terrifying. The 10,000-year freezing crystal has been here for too long, and it has already given birth to a living being. This monster is at the mid-mortal core realm, and with the cold air here, it can continuously absorb energy from the 10,000-year freezing crystal. It's really hard to deal with. Jiang Chen's expression became serious. With his current abilities, ordinary late mortal core warriors were no match for him. But this monster in front of him was different. The environment here was too cold, and if Jiang Chen fought with it, he wouldn't be able to use his full strength while defending against the cold air. Besides, this monster had the help of the 10,000-year freezing crystal. It was much stronger than any ordinary demon beast. Roar! The monster let out an angry roar. Anyone who stepped into the freezing pool would be treated as its mortal enemy. In the monster's mind, the 10,000-year freezing crystal was its own, and no one could touch it. The monster's body trembled, and dozens of ice arrows shot out from its body towards Jiang Chen and the other two. Humph! Jiang Chen let out a cold snort and unleashed his double solar finger. The golden finger collided with the ice arrows, and a huge amount of energy rippled out, causing the entire freezing space to be destroyed. Roar, roar, the monster kept roaring, and it kept going crazy. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and the other two quickly retreated 10 meters away from the freezing pool. After retreating from the icy pool, the freezing pool returned to its peaceful state, and no monster came out from the pool. This monster won't come out, it's only guarding the 10,000-year freezing crystal. As long as we step within 10 meters of it, it will attack us. The Huang dog said. Big bro Jiang Chen, let me try. Yan Chenyu suddenly said. Jiang Chen looked at Yan Chenyu and nodded, all right, you have the 9 meridians, so you won't be afraid of the cold. You might be able to deal with that monster, and get the 10,000-year freezing crystal. It will be very beneficial for you. Yan Chenyu took a deep breath and walked towards the freezing pool. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog were afraid that something might happen to her, so they followed closely behind her. Roar. As soon as the three of them crossed the icy pool, the monster roared. It leaped up, and its entire body was pulled out of the freezing pool. With a height of more than 20 meters, it looked like an ice mountain, and the horrifying cold air was wreaking havoc in the surroundings. This time, the monster was really angry, and it wanted to tear these three guys into pieces for invading its territory. Ha! Right at this moment, Yan Chenyu let out a light shout. Her jade-like palms danced in the air, creating a mysterious trajectory, and then suddenly pushed towards the monster. Wolala! The air began to tremble. The cold air emitted from Yan Chenyu's body was even colder than the freezing pool. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog, who were following behind her, couldn't help but shiver. Yan Chenyu shot out an ice beam, and the monster felt the cold air becoming even stronger. A surprised expression appeared on its face, and it didn't even try to dodge, letting Yan Chenyu's ice beam land on its body. Crack! When Yan Chenyu's ice beam landed on the monster's body, it instantly turned into a huge net, and covered the entire monster. In the blink of an eye, a thick layer of ice had formed around the monster's body. Only then did the monster feel a trace of danger, and it wanted to resist, but it was already too late. The cold air that came from the 9 meridians actually made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts, as if it was the ancestor of all cold. Roar! The monster let out another roar, and then it stopped breathing. Its gigantic body had been frozen. Above the freezing pool, the monster had completely turned into an ice sculpture, and the cold air was spreading everywhere. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog, who were standing aside, were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. The monster itself had an ice body, or in other words, it was a block of ice itself, and it could actually be frozen by ice. This was an eye-opener for them. The 9 meridians is indeed worthy of being called the body of all cold. It's really scary. Xiaoyu, what's this skill called? Jiang Chen asked. De Huang dog also looked at Yan Chenyu with interest. This skill is called 3 Feet of Frost. Yan Chenyu said. This was an innate skill that she got when she formed her 9 meridians, and it was really scary. 3 Feet of Frost wasn't built in a day, no wonder it could freeze the monster. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Yan Chenyu only lacked combat experience, but her body was really scary. Just this 3 Feet of Frost alone was something that not many Mortal Core warriors could deal with. Big bro Jiang Chen, I'm not very familiar with this skill, I can only freeze the monster for a minute at most. Yan Chenyu said. And 1 minute is enough. Xiaoyu, go into the freezing pool and take out the 10,000-year-old freezing crystal. Jiang Chen said. N. Chapter 71. Big brother Jiang Chen, I got it. Yan Chenyu's face was filled with joy as she held the 10,000-year freezing crystal in her hand. Perhaps only Yen Qin Yu's 9 meridians could hold the 10,000-year freezing crystal in her hand like this. Even if it was Jiang Qin or De Huang Dog, they would have to use their powerful yuan force and blood qi to block the bone-chilling cold from the crystal. The 10,000-year freezing crystal is a miraculous and precious natural treasure. Even on the ranking list, it has a place. Little you, this is your fortune. Jiang Qin said with a smile. If Yen Qin Yu could get her hands on the 10,000-year freezing crystal, it would be a great help to her 9 meridians. Big brother Jiang Qin, this treasure was found by you and Puppy, how could I take it? Yen Qin Yu was a little embarrassed. Little girl, as long as you don't call me Puppy anymore, this 10,000-year freezing crystal is yours. De Huang Dog would not let go of any chance to change his fate. He looked at Yen Qin Yu with a pleading look. Okay, then I won't call you Puppy anymore. I'll just call you Puppy, okay? Yen Qin Yu said in a serious tone. Plop, De Huang Dog fell again. Alright, little you, although this 10,000-year freezing crystal is a rare treasure, it is not useful to everyone. Let's quickly finish off the frozen monster and leave this place. Jiang Qin said. Okay. Yen Qin Yu put away the 10,000-year freezing crystal and turned around. Her purple dress fluttered in the wind, and with a wave of her hand, a few feet long ice sword was formed. Yen Qin Yu swung it with all her strength, and the ice sword pierced through the air and landed on the frozen monster. Without the support of the 10,000-year freezing crystal, the frozen monster had no power to resist at all. Under Yen Qin Yu's sword, it was directly cut in half and shattered into pieces of ice. Once the 9 meridians were opened, they would be absolutely terrifying. Even if Yen Qin Yu had no battle experience, her own strength was enough to make ordinary people unable to deal with her. Little you, it's best if you don't refine the 10,000-year cold crystal directly. Although the 9 meridians can absorb the cold energy within the 10,000-year cold crystal, the energy contained within the 10,000-year cold crystal is not something you can handle right now. Therefore, you have to refine it slowly. Jiang Qin reminded. I know, I'm going to use the 9 meridians to fuse the 10,000-year cold crystal into my mortal core, and then slowly absorb the energy within. Yen Qin Yu said. Merging the 10,000 years freezing crystal with the mortal core meant that Yen Qin Yu could absorb the energy from the 10,000 years freezing crystal at any time. This kind of unique cultivation condition was really enviable. Half an hour later, 3 men and a dog left the valley. Right now, Yen Qin Yu had become a mid-mortal core warrior. The merging of the 10,000-year freezing crystal with the mortal core had brought Yen Qin Yu great benefits, allowing her to break through to the next level. Yen Qin Yu was wearing purple clothes, and she had completely concealed the cold energy within her body. She followed behind Jiang Qin, and on the surface, she didn't look like any other ordinary person. This meant that she could now control the 9 meridians very well, and she could control and release the cold energy freely. 2 freaks. De Huang Dog, who was following behind the two, couldn't help but mutter to himself. There was no need to mention Jiang Qin, he was a freak, a peerless monster, and now, even the woman next to him had a god's body. He was really blessed by the heavens. Puppy, you are also a freak. Yen Qin Yu patted De Huang Dog's head. Grand Aunt, you should just call me Puppy Dog. De Huang Dog wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He was completely defeated by Yen Qin Yu. One day later. Roar, a loud roar shook the entire forest. A majestic golden lion appeared in front of Jiang Qin and the other 2 men. Its bloodthirsty eyes were glowing with a cold light. It was treating the 3 men and the dog as its prey. The golden lion in front of them had a strange appearance. It had a pair of strange wings on its back. This lion's name was the revolving golden lion. Although it wasn't a demon beast with a strange bloodline, it was still a rare species among the lions. Not only did the revolving golden lion have a strong body and strong attack, it could also fly in the sky. Although its flying speed wasn't as fast as a real flying demon beast, that pair of wings was still a unique advantage for it. This place was located in the center of the mountain range. The revolving golden lion in front of them had reached the peak of the mid-mortal core realm, and it was only one step away from the late mortal core realm. It was not easy to deal with. Damn it, another one that doesn't want to live anymore. Let daddy go and bite it to death. The Huang dog bared his fangs, and his eyes looked ferocious. He had the bloodline of the dragon horse, and ordinary mortal core demon beasts were no match for him. After saying that, the Huang dog turned into a golden beam and dashed towards the revolving golden lion. This guy's head was extremely hard, it was as if it was made from steel. Roar! Seeing a dog provoking it, the revolving golden lion was instantly enraged. It let out a loud roar and shook its head, then it dashed towards the Huang dog. This was the most primitive way of fighting between demon beasts, the ultimate duel of body strength. At this moment, the entire forest was shaking, as if there was an earthquake. Bang! The Huang dog and the revolving golden lion crashed into each other. The collision created a huge amount of sparks, and even the air produced a cracking sound. The collision of the two beasts was like two mountains crashing into each other. The energy was overwhelming, and it made people's hearts tremble. In terms of strength, although the revolving golden lion had an advantage in terms of cultivation, it was still no match for the abnormal De Huang dog. The revolving golden lion's gigantic body was knocked back a few meters, and it even broke a few big trees. Its bloodthirsty eyes were now filled with fear. It looked at the ferocious De Huang dog, and its eyes were filled with fear. Roar, of course, the revolving golden lion wouldn't let it go so easily. It flapped its wings, and its gigantic body instantly flew up into the sky. The revolving golden lion in the sky was glowing in a golden light, and it looked like a gigantic sun hanging in the sky. The revolving golden lion roared once again. It opened its mouth and spat out countless golden beams. Each beam was like a sharp sword, and it attacked from above towards the Huang dog. The Huang dog also spat out golden beams from its mouth and collided with the revolving golden lion. However, this kind of attack obviously couldn't cause any damage to the revolving golden lion who was in the sky. Damn you! Come down here if you have the guts. See if I don't tear you apart. The Huang dog jumped up and down, and he angrily cursed at the revolving golden lion. He only hated that he didn't have a pair of wings. Otherwise, he would definitely fly up and explode the revolving golden lion. Boom! Boom! The revolving golden lion continued to attack. Seeing that the Huang dog was about to die from anger, the revolving golden lion's face actually revealed a look of delight and ridicule. The revolving golden lion's performance made the Huang dog even angrier. Motherfucker! Come down here. The Huang dog was so angry that smoke was coming out of his nostrils. Jiang Chen, who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore either. He couldn't help but shake his head. He raised his head and glanced at the revolving golden lion that was looking smug in the sky. His body trembled, and a pair of blood wings appeared on his back. With the help of the blood wings, Jiang Chen flew up into the sky like a sharp sword. This human who suddenly flew up scared the revolving golden lion. It turned its head to look at the blood wings on Jiang Chen's back, and its eyes revealed a look of shock. Humph! Jiang Chen coldly snorted and punched the revolving golden lion with lightning speed. Bang! At such a close distance, with Jiang Chen's speed, the revolving golden lion didn't even have a chance to react. The punch landed on its body, and it was sent flying dozens of feet away. Such a huge force caused the revolving golden lion to spit out a mouthful of blood in mid-air, and its body was on the verge of collapsing. The revolving golden lion was shocked. It was too unlucky today. What kind of people did it encounter? A dog that was so ferocious, and now it encountered a human who could fly, and it seemed even more ferocious than the dog. What should it do? What was there to fight? Just run. The revolving golden lion didn't dare to be negligent. With a flap of its wings, it dragged its heavily injured body to escape. Unfortunately, its speed was trash compared to Jiang Qin. Not to mention that the revolving golden lion was already heavily injured. Even if it was at its peak condition, it still wouldn't be a match for Jiang Qin in terms of speed. Jiang Qin had inherited the blood wings of the blood-winged hawk. The hawk itself was a valiant flying demonic beast, and the blood-winged hawk was the king of hawks. Jiang Qin's blood wings casually flapped, and he blocked in front of the revolving golden lion. Still want to run? Try my ninth heaven hawk cry. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. His spirit force vibrated, and he roared at the revolving golden lion. Screech, the sharp cry of an eagle sounded out. Invisible sound waves came out from Jiang Qin's mouth like ripples. In an instant, the sound waves reached the sky and resounded through the 9 heavens. Layers upon layers of sound waves interweaved into an invisible sound wave net, and it instantly covered the revolving golden lion. The sound waves were like knives. Not only could it hurt the revolving golden lion's body, it could also hurt its soul. Jiang Qin's sound waves directly penetrated into the revolving golden lion's body. Puff! The revolving golden lion spat out a mouthful of blood, and its eyes immediately became weak. After that, it shook its head violently and let out a blood-curdling scream. Not only had Jiang Qin's sound waves severely injured its soul, it had also damaged its divine sense. Bang! The revolving golden lion couldn't control its body anymore, and it fell down from the sky, creating a huge crater on the ground. Right now, there were many wounds on the golden lion's body, and blood kept flowing out of its mouth. After wriggling a few times, it completely stopped breathing. A mid-mortal core demon beast was killed by a single roar from Jiang Qin. This was the first time Jiang Qin had used the 9th heaven hawk cry, and its power was much stronger than he had imagined. Jiang Qin's blood wings fluttered as he slowly descended from the sky. The Huang dog's eyes were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Big brother, your 9th heaven hawk cry is really powerful. I was caught off guard just now, and it almost made me lose control of my mind. Yan Chen said with a surprised tone. Soundwave combat skills were the hardest to defend against, let alone a powerful innate skill like the 9th heaven hawk cry. The blood-winged hawk is the king of all hawks, of course its innate skill is not weak. Chapter 72. For Jiang Qin, a mid-mortal core demon's soul was very useful. The dragon transformation skill could absorb it directly. This revolving golden lion's demon's soul could at least help Jiang Qin form another 2 dragon marks. Jiang Qin had broken through to the early mortal core realm and formed 15 dragon marks. According to his estimation, in order to break through to the mid-mortal core realm, he would need to double the number of dragon marks, which would be 30. And if he wanted to break through to the late mortal core realm, he would need 60. The dragon transformation skill could allow one to transform into a dragon and soar into the sky with 100,000 dragon marks. However, the distance between 100,000 dragon marks was still too far. Furthermore, the process of cultivating the dragon transformation skill required a huge amount of energy to condense each new dragon mark. The path that he had chosen was a process of consumption in itself. To put it bluntly, his consumption was equivalent to the consumption of thousands of geniuses combined. Jiang Chen swallowed the revolving golden lion's demon soul. With the help of the dragon transformation skill, it only took him a few minutes to completely absorb it. 2 more dragon marks appeared in his chi sea, and they surrounded his mortal core. The 17 dragon marks were like loyal guardians. Every time a new dragon mark was formed, it meant that Jiang Chen's combat strength had increased. For the next 3 days, 3 men and a dog stayed in the center of the mountain range. Along the way, they met many powerful demon beasts, and they were even attacked by a pack of wolves. Luckily, the 3 of them were strong enough to kill all the demon beasts that tried to stop them. When Jiang Chen and the other 2 left the center of the mountain range, because of the demon soul, Jiang Chen had formed another 2 dragon marks in his dantian, making it a total of 19 dragon marks. 4 dragon marks was Jiang Chen's biggest gain from his trip to Origin Mountain. The only regret was that he didn't meet any demon beasts with special bloodlines. If he had, he would have been able to obtain new innate abilities. The one who had the biggest gain was Yan Qinyu. Not to mention the 10,000-year freezing crystal. After more than 10 days of training in the mountain range, Yan Qinyu's temperament had changed completely. At least, she had gotten used to killing, and she was getting more and more familiar with her innate combat skills. The only one who was depressed was De Huang Dog. His face was gloomy. Looking at the 2 of them getting quite a lot of benefits while he didn't even get to train a single hair, he really didn't feel good. De Huang Dog's nose sniffed around, trying to find the spiritual essence of heaven and earth to heal his wounded heart, but in the end, he was disappointed. The pitiful De Huang Dog had the ability to search for treasures, but there were no high-grade treasures in this place. The only thing he found was the 10,000-year cold crystal, but he gave it back to Yan Qinyu. Sigh. Why was his dog life so bitter? Another 3 days passed. After half a month of travel, they had finally arrived at the border of the Qi province. They were only 1,000 miles away from the edge of the mountain range. In this area, there weren't any powerful demonic beasts. The 3 of them had been traveling at an extremely fast speed. Another 1,000 miles and we will reach the Qi province. De Huang Dog, tell me about the big powers in the Qi province. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. This guy used to come from the Qi province, so he must have some knowledge about the big powers in the Qi province. You've asked the right person. I've been in the Qi province for so long, there's nothing I don't know. The eastern continent has a total of 28 big provinces, and the Qi province is the smallest one. It only has a circumference of a few 100,000 miles. De Huang Dog said. What? A circumference of a few 100,000 miles is the smallest. Yan Chenyu cried out in surprise. Her face was filled with disbelief. A few 100,000 miles. What kind of concept was that? It could be described as boundless. And this was only the smallest of the 28 provinces. If that was the case, then wouldn't the entire eastern continent be boundless? If the eastern continent was already like this, then what about the entire Saint Origin realm? Yan Chenyu couldn't even imagine it. Of course, she couldn't be blamed for this. She had been living in Red City since she was young, and she rarely left the Yan family. She had no idea how vast the Saint Origin realm was. Jiang Chen just smiled and didn't comment. De Huang Dog was right. A province with a circumference of a few 100,000 miles was really nothing. Compared to the divine continent, not to mention the Qi province, even the entire eastern continent was tiny. A powerful saint could tear the void with their bare hands and travel millions of miles with a single step. This kind of concept was not something an ordinary person could understand. Jiang Chen still had a long way to go if he wanted to return to the peak of his power in his previous life. I heard that there are 4 big sects in the Qi province. Aside from the Tianjin Gate, who are the other three? Jiang Chen asked. He was about to enter the Qi province, so he needed to have a better understanding of the powers in the Qi province. This was something he needed to know. The Qi province is a big province after all, and it is considered a vast land with abundant resources. There are countless big and small powers here, but all of them are second and third-rate powers. The real big powers, aside from the Tianjin Gate, are the Black Sect, Valley of Happiness, and the Burning Sky Pavilion. These four big powers are competing with each other in the Qi province. You can imagine the relationship between them. It's not an exaggeration to say that they are like fire and water. Fights between their disciples are common occurrences. The Huang dog talked non-stop. He knew everything about the distribution of the powers in the Qi province. Wherever there are fights, it will be very lively. Jiang Chen smiled. He was a devil incarnate himself, so he wasn't afraid of getting into trouble. De Huang, do you know what is the cultivation level of the strongest among these four powers? Jiang Chen asked again. Let's take the Tianjin Gate as an example. Qi High warriors can only be registered disciples, Mortal Core warriors are Outer Circle disciples, and Heavenly Core warriors are Inner Circle disciples. I heard that there are a few core disciples above them, and all of them are Divine Core warriors. If my guess is correct, there might be a combat soul warrior hidden in the Tianjin Gate. Of course, this is just a guess. I don't think there are many combat soul warriors in the entire Eastern continent. The Huang dog said. Combat soul realm. Jiang Chen smiled. In the path of cultivation, the Qi Jing realm, Qi High realm, Mortal Core realm, Heavenly Core realm, and Divine Core realm could only be considered the 5 basic stages. Only after breaking through the Divine Core realm would a warrior be able to form a true combat body, and form a combat soul in his Qi Si. This was the combat soul realm. The gap between the Divine Core realm and the combat soul realm couldn't be mentioned in the same breath, and it was extremely difficult to cross this gap. This gap was like a natural chasm, and it had stopped countless heroes. Many Divine Core warriors couldn't even cross this gap in their entire lives, let alone the higher Combat King realm. That was the realm where the true upper echelons of the world stood. The Qi province was a place with many geniuses. Although the Tianjin Gate had some Divine Core disciples, it was hard to say if there were any combat soul warriors among them. But, since we've killed a disciple from the Tianjin Gate, we better stay away from those men from the Tianjin Gate in the future. The Huang dog said with a guilty expression. Speaking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel speechless. He really wished he could stew this dog. If not for this dog, he wouldn't have offended a big sect before he even arrived. Damn it, damn dog, let's go our separate ways. Jiang Chen suddenly remembered that all the disciples from the Tianjin Gate knew this dog. If this dog followed him, it would be a disaster, and no matter where he went, the Tianjin Gate would chase after him. Damn you, you brat, you're too mean. The Huang dog bared his fangs at Jiang Chen. Right at this moment, 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of them. These 4 men came from the other side of the mountain range, and they immediately saw Jiang Chen and the other 2. When they saw the Huang dog, their expressions immediately changed. Damn it, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The Huang dog almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Chen even rubbed his forehead with his hand. He knew that his miserable life in Qi province was about to begin. The 4 men in front of him were wearing light yellow clothes with a short sword embroidered on their chests. It was the symbol of the Tianjin Gate. Even without the short sword, the way they looked at the Huang dog was enough to tell their identity. Damn dog, look. It's that damn dog. Damn it. That dog is still alive. Where did junior brother Qin Shuang and the others go? Cut the crap. Kill him. When the disciples of Tianjin Gate saw De Huang Dog, it was as if they had just seen their father and mother's murderer. They immediately became enraged and unleashed their yuan energy. Two of them even drew their weapons. It looked like they wouldn't stop until they killed De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen wanted to cry, but no tears came out. What kind of hatred was this? But when he thought about what De Huang Dog had done, if it was him, he would probably stew De Huang Dog as well. Among the four men in front of him, two of them were at the early mortal core realm, one was at the mid-mortal core realm, and the last one was a young man in his 20s. He was at the late mortal core realm. With a cultivation level like this, even in the outer circle of Tianjin Gate, he would be one of the best. You guys from Tianjin Gate are endless. Do you believe that I, your father, will bite you to death? De Huang Dog's nostrils flared as he threatened. Humph. Damn dog, you can't atone for your sins. Before you die, tell us where junior brother Qin Shuang is. The young man at the late mortal core realm let out a cold snort and asked. Jiang Chen immediately understood that the reason these four men came to Origin Mountain was not only to kill De Huang Dog, but also to find Qin Shuang and the other two. Thinking up to this point, Jiang Chen's eyes instantly turned cold, and a faint killing intent emerged from his body. He would never allow these four men to pass through Mount Origin and enter Red City. If they did, he would be unable to cover up everything that happened in Red City. Those three cowards wanted to kill your father, but your father has already eaten them. De Huang Dog said in an extremely arrogant manner. What? Senior brother Qin Shuang and the other two really met with misfortune. Senior brother Liang Dong, kill this damn dog and avenge senior brother Qin Shuang. One of the men immediately became furious. The young man at the late mortal core realm was called Liang Dong. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, his killing intent immediately burst out. But right after that, he turned his gaze to Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu. Or, it could be said that the last thing he saw was Yan Qinyu. When he saw Yan Qinyu, Liang Dong's eyes immediately lit up. He felt as if a beautiful scene had appeared in front of him, and he was mesmerized by it. Such a beautiful girl was rarely seen in this world. If you look at her one more time, I promise you that you won't be able to see anything anymore. Chapter 73. Jiang Chen's words carried a trace of soul energy, causing Liang Dong to shiver. Only now did he turn his attention back to the young man in white. Who are you? Liang Dong asked. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen told his name calmly. He had a plan in his mind. Senior disciple Liang, this guy is with De Huang Dog, he's definitely not a good guy. He must be De Huang Dog's accomplice, let's kill him as well. One of them said in a vicious manner. You guys better not provoke me, or else, you'll end up like those three. Qin Shuang, Nguyen Ling, and that guy named Xiao Hua, they were all killed by me. Jiang Chen said with an indifferent tone. What? Hearing what he said, the four men immediately shouted out in shock. They couldn't help but carefully observe this young man in white. Young man, I guess you don't know who we are. Let me tell you, we are from the Tianjin Gate. If you dare kill people from the Tianjin Gate, there will be no place for you to live in the Qi province. No one in this world can save you. The mid-mortal core disciple said in an arrogant manner. Good, very good. Jiang Chen, I don't care who you are, and I don't care where you come from. Since you dare kill people from the Tianjin Gate, you have to die. Today, you and De Huang Dog will both die. As for this beautiful lady, I'll take good care of her. Liang Dong's face was cold. When he saw Yan Qinyu, his eyes were filled with a perverted look. You have no idea what will happen to you just because of what you said. Jiang Chen's eyes were extremely cold. In his mind, he had already sentenced this Liang Dong to death. Humph. Kill him. Liang Dong let out a cold snort and gave the order without hesitation. Right after he finished speaking, the two early Mortal Core disciples unleashed their energy and dashed towards Jiang Qin. Seeing this, Jiang Qin shook his head. Two early Mortal Core warriors were just courting death. Shua. Jiang Qin moved. His body swayed slightly, and he rushed out like a beam of white light, rushing in front of the two of them. Jiang Chen's speed was extremely fast. His two index fingers pointed at the center of the eyebrows of the two men. The originally tyrannical aura of the two men instantly disappeared without a trace. Their bodies, which were rushing forward, also stiffened and became motionless. With a casual push from Jiang Qin, the two of them fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at the space between their eyebrows, there were two bloody holes, and dark red blood was still gushing out. The two of them widened their eyes, which were filled with the fear of death. Looking at this scene, Liang Dong and the other mid-mortal core disciple couldn't help but gasp. The way they looked at Jiang Qin had completely changed. After all, the two men lying on the ground were mortal core warriors. When they attacked together, even Liang Dong couldn't kill them so easily. This situation could only mean one thing: this young man in front of him was too strong. His strength was too strong. Translator ramblings: only now did the two men remember that this young man in front of them had killed Chen Shuang. Chen Shuang was a mid-mortal core warrior, and he even had a low-ranked combat weapon. But still, he was killed by Jiang Qin. Kaka, do you see this? This is what will happen to you. Going against your father is even worse than this. You'll die without a complete corpse. The Huang dog was laughing out loudly. The ferocious man ran next to the bodies of the two men and stomped on their heads, instantly turning them into a bloody mist. The Huang dog's attack was extremely brutal. How dare you? Jiang Chen, do you know what you're doing? Liang Dong shouted out loudly. He couldn't believe his own eyes. In the Qi province, no one had ever dared to kill a disciple of the Tianjin Gate in such a blatant manner. This guy was extremely daring. Don't tell me you're the only one allowed to kill me. Jiang Qin snorted disdainfully. He walked towards Liang Dong and the other man step by step. His entire body was emitting a faint aura of a superior being. Just one look from him was enough to make these two men feel like they were about to submit to him. Liang Dong was still fine, but the mid-mortal core disciple had started trembling. After Jiang Qin had broken through to the mortal core realm, he was not someone these two men could compare with. Senior disciple Liang, what should we do? The man asked while trembling. Humph. Don't be afraid, I can tell this guy is just an early mortal core warrior, he's no match for me. Liang Dong let out a cold snort. He shook his arm, and a shining longsword was thrown out by him. The longsword was like a long snake as it pierced towards Jiang Qin. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Qin casually pointed his finger out. A huge golden finger carrying an irresistible force dashed towards Liang Dong. What? Liang Dong let out a scream. He could feel a vast amount of energy from the huge golden finger. It was like a huge mountain was pressing down on him. This was an absolute suppression, and it made it hard for him to even breathe. Let's risk it all. Sword-breaking style. Liang Dong gritted his teeth. He was a late mortal core warrior after all. He immediately used the sword skill from the Tianjin Gate. The long sword produced a clattering sound as it slashed towards the huge golden finger. Bang! A deafening explosion sounded out. The huge golden finger and the long sword collided. Even though Liang Dong had used all his strength, he still couldn't block the powerful 6 solar fingers. Liang Dong was sent flying backwards. His back crashed into a huge tree more than 30 meters away. The tree broke into pieces, and Liang Dong was lying on the ground, coughing up blood. Even the long sword in his hand was knocked away by the impact. While Liang Dong let out another wah sound. The blood he spat out was mixed with some of his internal organs. It was obvious how serious his injuries were. Right now, even the mortal core within his chi had cracks on it. Jiang Chen walked towards Liang Dong step by step. He bent down and picked up the long sword. It was a low-ranked combat weapon. Let me go. Liang Dong slowly raised his head and begged. No one wanted to die. Besides, he still had a bright future ahead of him. Swoosh. Right after he finished speaking, Jiang Chen casually waved his hand. The long sword slashed across Liang Dong's face and destroyed both of his eyes. Arg! Liang Dong's body was twitching, and he let out a miserable scream. He covered both of his eyes with both of his hands, which were still bleeding. He screamed in a heart-wrenching manner, my eyes, you destroyed my eyes. I just wanted you to taste the feeling of not being able to see. Now that you've tasted it, you can die now. Jiang Chen didn't show any mercy. The long sword pierced through Liang Dong's neck, and the scream stopped abruptly. Jiang Chen wanted him dead no matter what. Destroying his eyes was just a punishment for Yan Qinyu's blasphemy. After killing Liang Dong, Jiang Chen turned around and walked towards another man. That man was terrified, his body was trembling, and his face was pale white. When he looked at Jiang Chen, it was as if he was looking at a devil. Just a simple glance from Jiang Chen was enough to make him tremble in fear. Don't kill me, I don't want to die. The man knelt on the ground with a puff. He had no backbone at all. As a matter of fact, under the pressure of Jiang Chen's superior aura, he had no way to resist even if he had the courage to do so. Look at your pathetic face, killing you will only dirty my hands. Jiang Chen spat. Yes, killing me will only dirty your hands. Just treat me as a fart and let me go. That man kept kowtowing. When he heard Jiang Chen saying that killing him would only dirty his hands, he was overjoyed. It was obviously an insult, but he felt like Jiang Chen was praising him instead of insulting him. Damn you, you're too fucking useless. The Huang dog looked at him in disdain, brat, get out of the way. Let me kick his head. Hearing that his head would be kicked, that man immediately cried. His nose was full of tears, and there was even liquid flowing out of his crotch. A dignified outer sect disciple of Tianjin Gate was actually scared to the point of peeing his pants. Get lost. Jiang Chen furrowed his brows and shouted coldly at the man. What? That man quivered and looked at Jiang Chen in shock. For a moment, he didn't understand what Jiang Chen meant. Letting him go so easily and asking him to get lost. How could this be possible? Get out of my sight before I change my mind. Jiang Chen looked at him in disgust. Yes. That disciple felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly ran out of the mountain range. He was running for his life, how could he not be fast? Brat, why did you let him go? You killed a member of Tianjin Gate in front of him, and now you let him go. Tianjin Gate won't let you go. What are you thinking? The Huang dog didn't understand. Cutting the grass without removing the roots wasn't like Jiang Chen's style. What do you know? Jiang Chen glared at the Huang dog and said, with a dog like you by my side, Tianjin Gate won't let me go. If I don't let him go, Tianjin Gate will send more people to look for them. Just like this time, if we didn't meet them, they would have found Red City sooner or later. Once they reach Red City, all the information will be exposed. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, Yan Qinyu immediately understood. She couldn't help but feel scared. Big bro Jiang Chen is right. If that's the case, Tianjin Gate will definitely blame the Yan family and Jiang family. With their strength, it's impossible for them to fight against Tianjin Gate. I have to ensure the peace of Red City. If I let that guy go, Tianjin Gate will target us, and they won't be able to find Red City. I, Jiang Chen, can handle Tianjin Gate alone, but the Yan family and Jiang family can't. Jiang Chen looked serious. This was the reason why he let that guy go. If he didn't let him go, Tianjin Gate would keep sending people to Red City, and they would find their way to Red City sooner or later. If he let him go, all the blame would fall on him. Good, brat, you have guts. The Huang dog praised Jiang Chen, but you haven't even reached Qi province, and you've already started fighting against Tianjin Gate. I'm afraid your future life won't be easy. If I want a peaceful life, I won't come to Qi province. I'll stay in Fragrant Sky City and be a young master. That's what I call a peaceful life. Jiang Chen smiled and said, let's go. We'll be out of Mount Origin in another 1,000 miles, and we'll be in the Qi province. Jiang Chen brought Yan Qinyu and the Huang dog and continued walking. Yan Qinyu kept glancing at Jiang Chen from the corner of her eyes. She was very happy. This was the man she wanted in her heart. He was a true hero in her heart. He was handsome, responsible, and strong. 1,000 miles was nothing for the three of them. There were no more demon beasts that could threaten them in the outer area of Mount Origin. Therefore, it only took them 2 hours to walk out of Mount Origin. Chapter 74. After leaving Origin Mountain, Jiang Chen could clearly feel that the natural yuan energy here was much denser. It was at least twice as dense as the Red City area. Besides, this was just the edge of the Qi province. The deeper they went into the Qi province, the denser the natural yuan energy would be. Besides, the places occupied by the 4 big sects must be the places with the densest natural yuan energy. Powerful warriors could even use the terrain and formations to gather natural yuan energy, making the sects the most suitable place for cultivation. Everyone would yearn for this place, and it would flourish for a long time. Outside of Origin Mountain, there wasn't a bustling scene like what Jiang Chen had imagined. In front of them was a vast grassland. The wind was blowing, and the grass was swaying. There were people and caravans coming and going on the grassland, but they were very few. Outside of Origin Mountain, there is such a huge grassland. Yan Qinyu was surprised. Mount Origin is too remote. Even the people from the Qi province rarely come here. Only a small number of caravans would come here to look for opportunities. This grassland in front of us has a circumference of at least 5,000 miles. After crossing this grassland, there is a large stretch of barren hills and hills, which has a circumference of another 8,000 miles. After crossing these barren hills and hills, we will finally reach the Qi province. The Huang dog said. No wonder the 4 big sects didn't expand to the Red City area. Jiang Chen suddenly understood. This area was too desolate. Origin Mountain was a huge barrier, and there was still a grassland and barren mountain in front of them. It was normal that no one would pay attention to this area. Let's go, it's getting late. If we can cross the grassland and barren mountain by tomorrow morning, that'll be good enough. The Huang dog said. Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu nodded their heads. The 3 of them started running at full speed across the vast grassland. All three of them were monsters among monsters, and their speed was extremely fast. The Huang dog was the descendant of a dragon horse, and he was the king of speed. Jiang Chen had an amazing movement skill, and he had absorbed the blood-winged hawk's demon soul, so his speed was amazing as well. Yan Qinyu was born with a divine body, and she had reached the mid-mortal core realm after absorbing the 10,000 years freezing crystal. Although she was not as fast as Jiang Chen and the Huang dog, she was not any weaker. Huff huff, as the strong wind blew past her ears, Yan Qinyu's pretty face was filled with excitement. The pleasant feeling brought by running on the prairie made her feel extremely good. This kind of scene was something that she had never imagined before. From the corner of her eyes, Yan Qinyu looked at Jiang Chen, who had a relaxed expression on his face. She couldn't help but smile. Following this man, her future life would definitely be very exciting. Running all the way, the next morning, 2 people and a dog crossed the grassland and barren mountains, completely out of the desolate area. Only the 3 of them could do this. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not be able to do it. Even a mortal core warrior wouldn't be able to keep running at high speed for a long period of time. After a long period of time, their yuan energy wouldn't be able to keep up. However, none of these 3 were normal people. Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, was one of them. His yuan energy was so strong that it could never be used up. The Huang dog was the descendant of the dragon horse, and Yan Qinyu had the 9 yin meridians. Their yuan energy was extremely strong. After leaving the barren mountains, there were obviously more people coming and going. Some of them didn't like each other, and some of them even started fighting. Yan Qinyu was very curious, so she kept looking around. Jiang Chen and the Huang dog had obviously gotten used to this. In the cultivation world, there were many situations where people would start fighting because they didn't like each other. If my memory serves me right, after we cross this mountain and walk for another 10 miles, there will be a city. I don't remember which city it is exactly, and I've never been there before. The Huang dog said while wagging his tail. Let's go. We'll go check out the city first, and also find out about the Qi province's current situation. Jiang Chen said. 3 men and a dog slowed down their speed. Soon, they crossed the last mountain, and a city could be seen from afar. There really is a city, and it looks like Red City. Yan Qinyu said. This can only be considered the smallest city in the Qi province. It can't be compared to some of the bigger cities. The Huang dog said. Soon, 3 men and a dog arrived in front of the city's gate. The gate was 30 feet tall, and it looked very majestic. On top of the gate, there were 3 big silver words, Silver Moon City. There were a lot of warriors coming and going in Silver Moon City, and Yan Qinyu's beauty had attracted a lot of attention. This girl is so pretty, she looks like a fairy that has descended from the heavens. Yeah, she is emitting an aura of the heavens and the earth. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. I don't know where she came from, but she is so beautiful. Countless eyes and praises could be heard. Seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. A girl like Yan Qinyu would always be the center of attention no matter where she went. Not to mention this small Silver Moon City, even those saintesses from the big sects in the Divine Continent 100 years ago were not as beautiful as Yan Qinyu. Little brat, you bringing her out is just like bringing trouble with you. The Huang dog said. You're the trouble. Yan Qinyu stared at the Huang dog, unconvinced. Alright, let's enter the city. Jiang Chen said as he walked towards the gate of Silver Moon City. Stop. Every person entering the city will have to pay 3 human elixir pills. There were 5 guards standing in front of the city gate. One of them said arrogantly. All 5 of them were Qi high warriors, and the leader of them was a late Chi High warrior. A late Chi High warrior would be considered a tyrant in Fragrant Sky City. Even in Red City, he would be respected by everyone. However, in this small Silver Moon City, he could only be a guard. This was the difference between the two of them. Damn you, we need human elixir pills to enter the city. Big Yellow couldn't take it anymore. Where did this dog come from? So much bullshit. This is the rule set by the mayor's mansion, who dares to disobey it? One of the guards said rudely. Damn, a guard is so arrogant, I will bite you to death. The Huang dog showed his fangs, but Jiang Qin quickly stopped him. He knew the Huang dog too well. This guy even dared to cause trouble at Tianjin Gate, so there was nothing he wouldn't dare to do. If Jiang Chen was half a beat slower, this guy would have bitten that guard to death. Jiang Chen didn't care about a few human elixir pills. He didn't want to fight with people right after he arrived in Qi province. If he offended Tianjin Gate for the time being, he would have a hard time in the future. Jiang Chen waved his hand casually and took out 9 human elixir pills from his storage bag. He threw them into the guard's arms and walked into the city. I have never seen this guy before. He must be an outsider. He looks rich. If I knew this earlier, I would have asked for more. The guard's voice came from behind Jiang Chen and the other two. That pretty girl is so hot. If she could sleep with me for a night, that would be a real pleasure. Another guard had a lecherous look on his face. His eyes were staring at Yan Qinyu's back, and he was almost drooling. However, as soon as the guard finished speaking, his body suddenly trembled, and the smile on his face froze. Then, a cracking sound came out from his body. In the blink of an eye, a layer of transparent ice appeared on his body, and he had completely turned into a statue. Hey, old Wang, what happened to you? How did he get frozen? He's dead, he's not breathing anymore. Old Wang is dead. What happened? Who did this? The guards immediately panicked, each of them revealing a horrified expression. A living person, who was still alive and kicking just a moment ago, had turned into an ice sculpture in the next moment, frozen to death. It was really like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. It was that young man just now. The leader of the guard said. They raised their heads, but the shadows of Jiang Chen and the other two were nowhere to be seen. Inside Silver Moon City, the Huang dog grinned and laughed. Jia Jia, Xiao Yu has learned to be ruthless now. You can kill without leaving a trace. He said something disrespectful, so I just wanted to teach him a lesson. I didn't expect him to be so weak, and he just froze to death. Yan Qinyue said with a wronged expression. Cough cough. Hearing this, Jiang Chen started coughing violently. Big sis, the 9 meridians fused with the 10,000-year freezing crystal, and you let a mid-Chi high warrior withstand it. Can you blame him for being weak? Jiang Chen and the Huang dog were speechless. Even a mortal core warrior couldn't withstand Yan Qinyu's attack, let alone a Chi high warrior. That guard was just asking for death. Sometimes you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. The Yan Qinyue today was no longer the innocent girl from Red City. After being together with Jiang Chen and the Huang dog, she had already gotten used to killing. Did you hear? The inner circle disciples from the 4 big sects have been decided in the Qi province competition. Really? Who got first place? I heard that Liang Xiao from the Tianjin Gate, Bai Hua Dai from the Valley of Happiness, and Guan Niyun from the Black Sect are all late heavenly core warriors. In this inner circle disciple competition, the winner will definitely be decided by these 3. That's right, these 3 are all geniuses amongst geniuses, and each of them has their own powerful skills. Even if they want to decide the winner, I'm afraid that both sides will be severely injured. You guys are wrong this time. The winner of this Qi province competition isn't these three, it's the northern and southern dynasties from the Burning Sky Pavilion. Along the way, people were talking about the Qi province competition everywhere. It was hard for Jiang Qin and the other two to not hear them. What is the Qi province competition? Jiang Qin asked. This is a competition held by the four big sects of the Qi province. It is held once a year, and it is divided into the inner circle competition and the outer circle competition. The reason why it is called the Qi province competition, and not the four big sects competition, is because all geniuses in the Qi province are allowed to participate. It can be considered as giving everyone a chance. Of course, although it's called this way, in fact, it is still a competition between the four big sections. Most of the geniuses in the Qi province have been recruited by the four big sects, and ordinary people who participate in the Qi province competition will never be able to fight against the geniuses from the four big sections. De Huang Dog said. It looked like he was very familiar with the Qi province competition. Northern and Southern dynasties. I've never heard of them before. I only know that there is a Wu Xing from the Burning Sky Pavilion, but 2 months ago, he had a fight with Guanayun from the Black Sect, and he was defeated by Guanayun. I thought the Burning Sky Pavilion would definitely lose this competition, but who are these Northern and Southern dynasties? Chapter 75. What? An 18-year-old mid-heavenly core warrior. What kind of genius is this Northern and Southern dynasties? How can he be so frightening? An 18-year-old mid-heavenly core warrior is indeed frightening, but what's even more frightening is that he defeated late heavenly core warriors with just a mid-heavenly core cultivation base, and he even defeated Guanayun and Bai Hua Dai. They are the top disciples amongst all the inner circle disciples from the four big sects. No ordinary late heavenly core warrior can compare with them. I never expected such a monster to appear in the Burning Sky Pavilion. The disciples from the other three big sects must be feeling a lot of pressure. Besides, this Northern and Southern dynasties disciple is only 18 years old, his future is limitless, and he will be a potential threat to the other three big sects in the future. Many people were talking about this Northern and Southern dynasties disciple. The Qi province competition was meant for the four big sects, and since this Northern and Southern dynasties disciple was able to defeat all the inner circle disciples from the four big sects, it was enough to prove that he was extremely talented. Besides, he was only 18 years old, and at this age, he could become one of the rising stars of the Qi province. What's there to be proud of? The real genius is here. De Huang Dog looked at Jiang Qin. In his mind, Jiang Qin was the most talented genius he had ever seen. Although he was only at the early mortal core realm, it would be hard for him to find a match for anyone below the heavenly core realm. Besides, Jiang Qin wasn't even 16 years old yet, so his future achievements might not be any worse than those from the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Qin Gij, this Northern and Southern dynasties disciple looks really strong. Yan Qin said. Looks like this Qi province is a place with many hidden talents. That's good, I didn't waste my time coming here. If all the geniuses in the Qi province were so ordinary, then it would be boring. Jiang Qin chuckled as he remembered Nan Bei Chao's name in his mind. There weren't many people in his generation that he cared about. Buddy, after walking in this mountain range for so long, Daddy's mouth is getting bland. Don't you think you should treat me to a big meal? De Huang Dog said. Sure, you pick the place. Jiang Qin was very forthright. He could still afford a meal. Why would I choose an egg? This is my first time here too, but I want to eat the best. De Huang Dog was very impolite. Jiang Qin grabbed a passerby and asked, Brother, where is the best restaurant in Silver Moon City? Little brother, you must be new here. You don't even know about the Silver Moon restaurant. Just follow this road and walk for about an hour before you see the Silver Moon restaurant. However, the price of the Silver Moon restaurant is not low. Most people cannot afford it. The man pointed to a wide road and introduced. Alright, let's go to the Silver Moon restaurant. I'm going to eat everything in the Silver Moon restaurant today. The Huang dog jumped up and down in excitement. He was like a beggar who had been starving for 3 days and suddenly heard that there was roast chicken in front of him. The Huang dog walked in front with his fat body, while Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu followed behind him. They were all walking towards the Silver Moon restaurant. In Silver Moon City, only the mayor's mansion could be named after the Silver Moon. Therefore, the Silver Moon restaurant was the property of the mayor's mansion. In Silver Moon City, the mayor's mansion was the most powerful family. All the other big and small families followed the mayor's lead. The mayor was a heavenly core warrior, and he was the only heavenly core warrior in Silver Moon City. Of course, he could rule the entire city. Not long after that, Jiang Chen and the other two arrived at the Silver Moon restaurant. It was a magnificent restaurant with 2 floors, and the words Silver Moon were written in golden letters. The restaurant was luxuriously decorated, and it gave off an aura of nobility. Obviously, those who could afford to spend money in the Silver Moon restaurant were all nobles and rich people in Silver Moon City. They didn't accept gold or silver here, they only accepted human elixir. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. It was not long before noon, and this was the time when the Silver Moon restaurant's business was the best. Many rich people wearing luxurious clothes could be seen walking into the Silver Moon restaurant. Sirs, please come in. Serve us tea, the best dragon tea. A young man who looked like a waiter was nodding his head and bowing to the customers. In the Silver Moon restaurant, even a waiter was at the Qi High realm. This was something that Red City couldn't compare with. When the waiter saw Jiang Chen and the other two, he quickly walked up to them and said, "Sirs, this must be your first time here in the Silver Moon restaurant. Please come in." The waiter had good eyesight, he could remember those who had been to the Silver Moon restaurant. Those who he hadn't seen before must be here for the first time. He looked at Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu. One was handsome, and the other was as beautiful as a goddess. Both of them were emitting an aura of nobility, so he knew they must be rich. Therefore, he didn't dare neglect them. Jiang Chen nodded his head casually, then he walked into the Silver Moon restaurant with big steps. The De Huang dog stuck out his tongue and ran faster than Jiang Chen. Hey, hey! This is a high-class restaurant, pet beasts are not allowed in. Only now did the waiter notice the De Huang dog. He immediately stood in front of the De Huang dog. Hearing the word pet, the De Huang dog's expression changed. He couldn't stand it anymore. The De Huang dog jumped up as high as a person and pressed the waiter to the ground. The waiter was at the Qi High realm, but when he was pressed down by the De Huang dog, he felt like there was a mountain on his body. Not to mention fighting back, he couldn't even breathe. Bastard, who are you calling a pet beast? I am so wise and powerful, how dare you call me a pet beast? How dare you call this shabby restaurant noble? I am giving you face by coming here. Motherfucker, how dare you look down on me? I will bite you to death. The De Huang dog was not someone to be trifled with. He was a noble descendant of the dragon horse, but he was being treated as a pet beast by the waiter. Of course, the De Huang dog wouldn't accept it. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly stopped the De Huang dog. He was worried that the De Huang dog would really bite the waiter to death. The waiter had just called him a pet beast, it wasn't enough to kill him. Right at this moment, many people in the Silver Moon restaurant looked over. Most of them were looking at the ferocious-looking dog. A dog that could talk, this was not an ordinary dog. What's going on? Right at this moment, an old man walked out from the restaurant. This man had a strong aura, he was a mortal core warrior. When he saw Jiang Qin, Yan Qinyu, and the De Huang dog, his expression changed. His experience was not something the waiter could compare with. With just a glance, he could tell that these three men and a dog were not people to be trifled with. This young master has a lot of money. Why is the Silver Moon restaurant stopping my friends? What is the meaning of this? Jiang Chen's expression turned cold as he spoke in a cold manner. We don't dare. Please come in. The manager made an inviting gesture. Only then did the De Huang dog stand up from the waiter and walk into the Silver Moon restaurant. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen such a handsome dog before? The De Huang dog stared at everyone with a narcissistic expression. Fuck. What's so great about a dog? Everyone was speechless. Behind them, the waiter had a wronged expression as he stood respectfully beside the manager. He knew he had caused trouble, so he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Next time, be more attentive. Hurry up and serve them properly. The manager glared at the waiter. As soon as Jiang Qin entered the Silver Moon restaurant, he felt a pair of eyes looking at him. He followed the gaze and saw a young man sitting by the window. This young man looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. He was wearing a blue robe, and his black hair was parted in the middle. He had a handsome face and bright eyes. Although he appeared to be very lazy, it couldn't hide his extraordinary aura. The young man in blue had one foot on the chair and was leaning against the wall. He was holding a crystal wine pot in his hand. When he saw Jiang Qin looking over, he raised the wine pot in his hand and smiled at Jiang Qin. The corner of Jiang Qin's mouth twitched, returning a smile as a greeting. Dear guests, this way please. The waiter greeted them politely and led Jiang Qin and the other two to a big table in the middle. He looked at the De Huang dog with eyes full of fear. This dog was really scary. He couldn't resist the aura he emitted. Dear guests, what would you like to eat? The waiter asked. Serve whatever you have. Give me a portion of the best food in your restaurant. If not, give me 3 portions. The De Huang dog wasn't polite at all. In addition, his voice was loud, which attracted a lot of surprised gazes. What? All of them? The waiter was stunned. The Silver Moon restaurant was the biggest restaurant in Silver Moon City. The food inside was naturally the most expensive. If all of them were served, it would probably cost 200 to 300 people's elixir. Even the rich wouldn't dare to eat and drink like this. This dog was shameless and asked for 3 portions. That was the elixir of thousands of people. What are you doing? I have all the money. Hurry up and serve me. If you're any slower, I'll bite you to death. The De Huang dog bared his teeth. Yes, the waiter didn't dare to be slow. He couldn't be happier to meet a rich customer. This dog must be Tai Chi, he can eat so much. He's so fucking rich. This is the behavior of a prodigal. That girl is so pretty. I wonder where she came from. While the crowd was talking, the waiter had already brought out a table full of food. There were even mortal core demon beast hearts and all kinds of spirit herbs and spirit ginseng. It was really luxurious. Kaka, I can't wait any longer. The De Huang dog laughed excitedly. He leaned forward like a human and placed both of his paws on the table. His saliva was dripping onto the demon beast hearts. Seeing this, Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu both frowned at the same time. Can this still be eaten? The appetite that he had worked so hard to arouse instantly disappeared without a trace. Kaka, the whole restaurant was filled with the De Huang dog's laughter. He suddenly stuck out his 1-meter-long tongue. What happened next shocked everyone present. The De Huang dog swept everything away. In just 1 minute, his tongue had swept all the food on the table into his mouth. He licked the plates so much that one could look into a mirror. Not bad. Give me another table. The liquid in the De Huang dog's mouth was flying everywhere. He shouted at the waiter who was standing next to him. Fuck you. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and serve me more food. The De Huang dog slammed his paws on the table, causing the plates to fall to the ground. Fuck. Chapter 76. This black-bellied dog was too outrageous. It was brutal when it killed people, and even more brutal when it was eating. It was simply unbearable to watch. Holy shit, this dog is too outrageous. He can eat too much. Whoever this dog follows, he will definitely eat until he becomes poor. Oh my god, I can't stand it anymore. Where did this dog come from? Isn't it affecting my appetite? Manager, hurry up and beat it out. Affecting my appetite, it's really affecting my appetite. Many people couldn't stand it anymore. De Huang dog's saliva was flying everywhere, making people lose their appetite. This dog was definitely a genius in the world of top-quality food. Waiter, why aren't you serving the dishes? The big yellow dog ignored the disdainful looks and shouted at the stunned waiter, who was still standing there in a daze. Yes, the waiter didn't dare to neglect and hurriedly went to prepare the dishes. At the same time, 2 servants came out and quickly cleaned up the broken plates on the ground. Next to the window, the young man in blue was still lazily leaning against the railing, minding his own business and occasionally looking at De Huang dog with a smile. Not long after, another table of steaming hot dishes was served. De Huang's eyes lit up, and he was about to pounce on it. Jiang Chen reacted quickly and pressed down on De Huang dog's head. Damn dog, you motherfucker, leave some face for me. No one is going to snatch it away from you. Woof. Little brat, take your hand away. De Huang dog roared and didn't care about his image at all. He stuck out his 1-meter-long tongue again and swept away all the dishes. All the customers in the restaurant were stunned. Everyone forgot to eat and looked at De Huang dog. Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu were speechless. Jiang Chen swore that he would never take De Huang dog to eat again. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Waiter, give me another table. De Huang dog finished all the dishes in a minute and shouted at the waiter again. What the fuck, this dog is really wasteful. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of people's elixir have been eaten. Motherfucker, my food is not even as good as that dog's. I'm so angry. Someone angrily slammed the table. So many good things were wasted by a dog. It was simply a reckless waste of resources. They could not afford to eat many of the expensive dishes. Many people suddenly felt that they were not as good as a dog in the Silver Moon restaurant. Good, it tastes good. Hey, Jiang Chen, little brat, little you, why aren't you eating? You can't just sit there and watch. Come here and eat a bit. Big Yellow stared at Jiang Chen and Yan Qinyu with a serious expression. He didn't think what he said was shameless, and he didn't notice that there were only empty plates on the table. Jiang Chen couldn't take it anymore. He kicked the dog's head and sent De Huang dog flying 2 meters away. He suddenly had an urge to skin De Huang dog and stew it. Someone next to him spat out the food. He really couldn't take it anymore. Where did this dog come from? It was too troublesome. Not long after, the waiter brought another table of dishes over. Another 2 servants cleaned up the floor to keep the Silver Moon restaurant clean. Seeing the dishes being served, De Huang dog's eyes lit up again. He eagerly ran to the table and stuck out his 1-meter-long tongue. However, when he saw Jiang Qin and Yan Qin use murderous gazes, the Huang dog chuckled and retracted his tongue. Hee, let's eat together. The Huang dog chuckled. He stretched out his paw and pulled a plate to his side. This time, he chewed slowly, looking much better than before. Eat, why aren't you two eating? While eating, the Huang dog urged Jiang Qin and Yan Qin Yu. Just eat your food. Hurry up and leave. Jiang Qin angrily stared at the Huang dog. Eat my ass. Sitting with this dog, it would be strange if he had any appetite. Hee, then I won't be polite. The Huang dog's face was filled with lust. This time, it seemed like this guy had made up his mind to carefully taste the food, so he ate slowly. The other customers watched for a while, then felt bored. So they stopped watching and turned around to drink and eat, talking about other topics. The Qi province inner disciple competition has ended. The northern and southern dynasties from the Burning Sky Pavilion have won first place. I heard that the rewards are pretty good. A high-ranked combat weapon and a 10,000-year-old herb. That's right. The rewards for the Qi province competition are provided by the 4 big sections. The Burning Sky Pavilion is really proud. The northern and southern dynasties are only 18 years old, it's really hard to imagine. Jiang Chen's ears perked up. Nowadays, no matter where he went, he could hear the names of the northern and southern dynasties. He had really become famous overnight. I heard that the Qi province outer disciple competition will also be held in Whirling Sun City in half a month. At this time, all the disciples from the 4 big sects should be there. The Whirling Sun City is located in the middle of the Qi province. It is a truly big city, and it is not something that this small Silver Moon city can compare with. There are also quite a few talented outer court disciples from the 4 big sections. Who do you think will win this competition? I think the Little Deviled King from the Black Sect and Li Wushuang from the Tianjin Gate have more hope. Although the Burning Sky Pavilion and Valley of Happiness also have geniuses, they can't find anyone who can compare with the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang. That's right, I also think the Little Devil King and Li Wushuang will win. Everyone was talking about the Qi province competition. The competition between the inner circle disciples had ended, and it was the outer circle disciples' turn next. The 4 big sects of the Qi province were fighting each other openly and secretly. Every year, the Qi province competition would be held, and there would be huge rewards. Firstly, it was to stimulate the disciples' cultivation, and secondly, it was for the glory of the 4 big sections. It could also be considered as a ranking. Also, many of the famous youths of the Qi province became famous through the Qi province competition. Hearing the words Little Devil King, the young man in blue couldn't help but smile. He drank alone and didn't talk to anyone, he seemed to be very isolated. Qi province competition, Whirling Sun City. Jiang Qin whispered. He was really interested in the Qi province competition. Right at this moment, 4 figures walked in from the outside. The one in front was a fat man who looked to be in his 20s. His face was oily, and his hair was sparse. His beady eyes kept rolling around. He walked with his chest puffed out, and his whole body was emitting a domineering aura. Beside the fat man, there was another young man who looked to be in his 20s. He was holding a paper fan in his hand, and it was obvious that he was from a rich family in Silver Moon City. Behind the 2 of them, there were 2 tall and sturdy attendants. Their faces were filled with arrogance. Wow, young Master Yin is here, and young Master Lu is here as well. Young masters, please come upstairs. When the waiter saw the fat man, he nodded and bowed, and his face was filled with flattery. When the people saw the fat man, they quickly lowered their heads. Those who were talking loudly just now also quickly shut their mouths, like mice that had seen a cat. This young Master Ian was not someone to be trifled with. He was the son of the mayor, and his name was Ian Wren. This Silver Moon restaurant was opened by him. Ian Wren was the evil tyrant of Silver Moon City, and he was a super playboy. His temperament was just like his name, he was really a perverted person. Normally, he liked to bully people and take advantage of women. The young master beside him was a young master from the Liu family of Silver Moon City. Both of them had similar interests and were like-minded. Ian Wren nodded his head and strode towards the stairs. His pair of lustful green beady eyes glanced around the hall on the first floor, and when his gaze fell on Yan Qinyu, his eyes immediately widened. Even though he was only looking at Yan Qinyu's side profile, his blood began to boil. Ian Wren's biggest hobby was women. A peerless beauty like Yan Qinyu was a fatal attraction for a playboy like Ian Wren. Damn it, I didn't come out for nothing today. I never thought that there would be such a beautiful girl in Silver Moon City. She's like a fairy that descended from the heavens. In this world, I'm afraid only a girl like her is worthy of me. Ian Wren stared at Yan Qinyu without blinking his eyes, and said without any hesitation. When he said that, many people in the restaurant couldn't help but shake their heads. They looked at Yan Qinyu and Jiang Qin with pity and sympathy. Being liked by Ian Wren meant that they were finished. Ian Wren signaled the two attendants beside him with his eyes. The two of them had followed their young master for a long time, so they immediately understood what he meant. They walked in front of Jiang Chen's table in an imposing manner. "Miss, my young master invites you upstairs for a chat," one of the muscular men said with a voice that he thought was very polite. "Get lost," Jiang Chen said without even raising his head. "Kid, what did you just say?" The other muscular man immediately became furious. He looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. How dare a young man talk to him like this in the Silver Moon restaurant? He was simply courting death. He asked you to get lost, are you deaf? Fuck, where the hell are you going? Don't disturb your father's meal. The Huang dog became even more impolite. He raised his head and said impatiently. The young man in blue who wasn't far away also looked over. It seemed like he wanted to see how Jiang Qin was going to deal with this. Those two muscular men were both Mortal Core warriors. Damn it, where did this stupid dog come from? How dare you talk to your father like this? The muscular man was furious. Stop talking nonsense, take this girl away, don't disturb our young master's business. After saying that, the two muscular men stretched out their hands and tried to grab Yan Qinyu. It looked like since they couldn't invite her, they would have to use force. These two men had obviously done this kind of thing many times before. She's finished, sigh, it's really unfortunate that the lecher young master has taken a fancy to her. That's right, such a good girl is going to be ruined just like this. Many people sighed in their hearts. Their faces were filled with pity. But what happened next made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. Just when the two muscular men's hands were about to touch Yan Qinyu, Jiang Chen moved. Jiang Chen raised his arm, and a golden beam shot out from his fingertip. The beam was like a long sword, and it slashed towards the two muscular men with lightning speed. Puchi puchi. Following four puchi sounds, four bloody arms flew into the air. Blood sprayed out from the two men's arms like a fountain, splashing all over the other tables. No one noticed that when the blood got close to Jiang Chen's table, it immediately froze and disappeared. Ah! Chapter 77. Fast, it was just too fast. Many people who were sitting so close to Jiang Qin didn't even notice how he attacked. Some of them only saw him move his shoulder, and all 4 arms of the 2 men were cut off. It was a terrifying scene. The feeling of losing 1 arm and 2 arms were completely different, and the pain was different as well. Even mortal core warriors couldn't bear it for a short period of time. Both men looked at their arms twitching not far away, and they could feel the blood gushing out from their arms. Besides fear, they couldn't feel anything else. Blood was everywhere. Some of them had blood all over their faces, and they immediately ran to a corner. The entire restaurant was in chaos. Many people had frightened expressions on their faces, especially the waiter who was standing closest to them. He looked at Jiang Qin as if he was looking at a ghost. The only person who could remain calm in the entire restaurant, besides Jiang Qin's table, was the young man in blue. The young man in blue's eyes were brighter than before. Even he didn't expect Jiang Qin to be so ruthless and decisive. Besides, Jiang Qin's attack was so fast that no one could see it clearly, but he could. And because he could see it clearly, he finally noticed Jiang Qin. When he first entered the restaurant, he had a feeling that Jiang Qin wasn't an ordinary man, and now, it looked like he was right. He's finished, he dared to cut off Yin Ren's follower, he's dead meat. That's right, Yin Ren is famous for being overbearing and arrogant, and he has a heavenly core father supporting him. He can do whatever he wants in Silver Moon City, and no one dares to say anything. Although this young man doesn't look like someone easy to deal with, offending Yin Ren won't end well for him either. I don't think this young man is an ordinary man. I'm afraid there will be a good show today. Many people were talking about it. No one dared cause trouble in the Silver Moon restaurant, and no one dared to hurt the people from the mayor's mansion. Doing that was no different than courting death. Damn it, what a horrible scream, it's affecting my meal. The Huang dog cursed loudly. Then, he opened his mouth and spat out 2 beams of golden light. They pierced through the space between the eyebrows of the 2 strong men, leaving behind 2 hideous bloody holes. The screams of the 2 men came to an abrupt end, and they fell to the ground with their backs facing up. Even when they died, the fear from before still remained in their eyes. As the follower of the young master from the mayor's mansion, and they were also mortal core warriors, they could do whatever they wanted in Silver Moon City. Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that they would die here, in the Silver Moon restaurant, where they were usually the most arrogant, and in the hands of a dog. Following the disappearance of the 2 men's screams, the restaurant became quiet. At this time, Yin Ren and young Master Lu also reacted. The 2 of them looked at their lackeys lying motionless in a pool of blood with astonishment on their faces. Dead? Someone actually dared to kill his people in the Silver Moon restaurant? Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? This was simply unimaginable. He had been a tyrant in Silver Moon City for so many years, but no one had ever dared to touch his people, let alone kill them. Seeing that something big had happened, the manager hurriedly walked up to Yin Ren while trembling. It's none of your business. How dare he offend me? Today, he won't be able to walk out of the Silver Moon restaurant. Yin Ren waved his hand, signaling the manager to leave. With an evil expression, he walked towards Jiang Qin with big steps. The muscles on his body were trembling. Young Master Lu followed behind Yin Ren with the same arrogant expression. In Silver Moon City, there was no one they didn't dare to offend. Even if this young man in front of them had some abilities, they still didn't put him in their eyes. This was a serious case of a playboy mentality. They were used to being arrogant and despotic. They only knew that they had a powerful backer behind them, and they could do whatever they wanted. They had long forgotten that their own strength was actually not that great. They didn't even know that there were people in this world who didn't put them in their eyes. They didn't know what it meant to kick an iron plate. They didn't know what it meant to court death. Today, Jiang Qin would tell them. Everyone put on a posture of watching a good show. They didn't know how the young man would deal with the young master of the city lord's mansion. Only the blue-clothed young man not far away shook his head. He wasn't worried for Jiang Chen at all. The pity in his eyes was for Yin Ren and young Master Lu. "Brat, you dared to kill my people. Do you know who I am? Even 10 lives wouldn't be enough for you to die," Yin Ren said arrogantly. Scram! Jiang Chen didn't even look at Yin Ren. He spat out a word indifferently, just like how he treated the 2 strong men before. Yin Ren's fat face was obviously stunned. In Silver Moon City, no one had ever dared to say, "Scram," in front of him. This brat who came out of nowhere actually dared to say, "Scram," to him. This was simply a great disrespect. "Brat, what did you say?" Young Master Lu shouted, "Do you know who you're talking to? This is the young master of Silver Moon City's City Lord's mansion. If you know what's good for you, then hand over this young lady and apologize. Only then can you keep your life. If you don't scram, then go to hell." Jiang Chen didn't even turn his head and gave a backhand slap. This slap landed on young Master Lu's face. Crack, 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 crack. This slap from Jiang Chen made young Master Lu's head spin like a whirlwind. It spun more than 10 rounds before it stopped. His neck kept making cracking sounds. The young master didn't move his body, but his head spun more than 10 rounds. When it stopped, his face was behind him, and he died tragically. Wow! This time, the restaurant was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone's expression changed. They looked at Jiang Chen with eyes full of fear. It was too ruthless. This seemingly harmless young man was simply brutal when he attacked. That was the young master of the Lu family, but he was killed with a slap just like that. How ruthless was his method? It was simply shocking. Where did this young man come from? He's too ruthless. Yeah, Yin Ren had already announced his name, but this young man still attacked mercilessly. Who on earth is he? Looks like it won't end well today. Many people sighed. At this point, even an idiot could see that the arrogant and despotic Yin Ren had kicked an iron plate this time. He had encountered a tough nut to crack. The youth had killed someone with just a raise of his hand. It was a ghastly and shocking scene. The fact that Jiang Qin killed young Master Lu with a slap had really shocked Yin Ren. This fatty's forehead was covered with sweat, and his body began to tremble. However, he still didn't back down. In his mind, he was still that lawless young master that no one dared to mess with. My father is the city lord. In this Silver Moon restaurant, no one dares to touch me. Only I, Yin Ren, can touch the woman I like. I, Yin Ren, will definitely get her. Yin Ren gave himself courage in his heart. His pair of eyes glanced at Yan Qinyu's body, and his whole body became excited again. Seeing this, the young man in blue who was not far away couldn't help but sneer, "Idiot." This young Master Yin Ren was really too stupid. Couldn't he see that the girl was not afraid of him at all? If he was a bit smarter, he would have immediately left and called for help. Unfortunately, this young master was really too arrogant. His mind was completely occupied by the idea that in this Silver Moon City, he was the king. He had completely forgotten that this title was given to him by himself. Brat, you dare to offend me. Today, you won't be able to walk out of the Silver Moon restaurant. The muscles on Yin Ren's face trembled. While he was talking to Jiang Qin, he didn't forget to look at Yan Qinyu's body with his obscene eyes, which made Yan Qinyu frown. Fatty, move your eyes away. Otherwise, you will end up miserable. The Huang dog, who was eating and drinking, kindly reminded him. Such a bloody scene did not affect the Huang dog's appetite at all. Where did this stupid dog come from? How dare you talk to this young master like this? Yin Ren's aura was shaken, and his eyes returned to Yan Qinyu. Sigh. Jiang Qin sighed. He knew that he couldn't be polite with this kind of person. Once you provoked him, he would be like a dog's skin plaster that you couldn't get rid of. This kind of person wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Therefore, Jiang Qin didn't have any scruples when he attacked. He moved his fingers, picked up 2 chopsticks from the table, and fiercely stabbed them towards Yin Ren's eyes. Puchi! Puchi! With 2 soft sounds, Jiang Chen's chopsticks fiercely stabbed into Yin Ren's eyes. The sound of an eyeball bursting could be heard. The chopsticks had pierced halfway into Yin Ren's eyes, and blood kept flowing out from the chopsticks. Ah! Fatty Yin Ren let out a blood-curdling scream. He was terrified. As the young master of the city palace, he was a dignified and elegant man. When had he ever suffered such an injury? The pain caused by a hard object piercing through the eyeball was not something an ordinary person could endure. Ah! I'm dead. Yin Ren kept rolling on the ground. He took out a golden talisman from his clothes and crushed it. Seeing this, Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. It was a divine sense talisman, and even a heavenly core warrior could make it. The talisman contained the divine sense of a heavenly core warrior, and it was obviously left behind by the mayor for his son. Once the talisman was crushed, the mayor would be able to sense it immediately. De Huang, stop eating, let's go. After saying that, Jiang Qin stood up from his seat. Right at this moment, the shopkeeper led a group of men and rushed out from behind, stopping Jiang Qin and the other 2. Yin Ren was severely injured, and if they let the murderer go, all of them would be killed when the mayor arrived. We're finished, this is going to get out of hand. This young man is too cruel, and he has blinded Yin Ren's eyes. The mayor will definitely not let this matter go. That's right, the mayor is a heavenly core warrior. I wonder how he is going to deal with this matter. Is there even a need to think about it? The mayor will definitely avenge Yin Ren. I wonder where this young man came from, but he is so cruel and ruthless. It really makes people feel disappointed. Everyone were discussing in low voices. The famous young master Yin Ren had been blinded in the Silver Moon restaurant. This was definitely a huge incident in Silver Moon City, and it would definitely cause a huge uproar. Everyone looked at Jiang Qin with fear. This young man's cruel and ruthless method sent chills down their spines. Get lost. Those who stand in my way will die. Chapter 78. Under the pressure of Jiang Chen's energy, the manager and the rest of the men's expressions changed, and they started trembling. They didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. If they dared to stop him, they would be killed immediately. This guy even dared to touch young master Yin Ren, let alone them. Ah, Yin Ren's screams were still going on. His hands were trembling, and he wanted to touch the chopsticks in his eyes, but he didn't dare. The intense pain had made his body cramp, and he could only scream to vent his pain. Everyone's hair stood on end, and the atmosphere in the restaurant became extremely oppressive. Who dares hurt my son? Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from outside the Silver Moon restaurant. The voice was deep, and it carried a powerful pressure. After that, a whirlwind blew by, and a man appeared in the restaurant. The man looked like he was in his 40s, and he wasn't tall. Just like Yin Ren, he was also a fat man, but his energy was a few hundred times stronger than Yin Ren's. This man was the mayor of Silver Moon City, Yin Zhongqing. Seeing the mayor arrive, the manager and the rest of the men let out a sigh of relief and quickly moved aside. The mayor's mansion wasn't far from the Silver Moon restaurant. When Yin Zhongqing sensed the talisman being broken, he immediately rushed over. A heavenly core warrior could fly in the air, and it would only take him a blink of an eye to arrive at the Silver Moon restaurant. When Yin Zhongqing arrived, he immediately saw Yin Ren, who was lying on the ground and screaming in pain. When he saw Yin Ren's terrible condition and the dead body on the ground, he immediately became furious. Yin Zhongqing slammed his palm onto Yin Ren's neck and knocked him out. After that, he used his yuan energy to seal the wound in his eyes, temporarily stopping the bleeding. After that, he shouted angrily, "Who did this? Who did this?" Yin Zhongqing was furious, he was completely furious. In this Silver Moon restaurant, someone had dared to touch his son. How could he let this happen? This was someone who dared to mess with the Tai Sui. He was going to make them pay a terrible price. "Mayor, it's him." The manager pointed at Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. With his current strength, it was hard for him to find a worthy opponent in the mortal core realm, but if he met a heavenly core warrior, he would still be at a disadvantage. It wouldn't be easy to deal with them, but he wasn't afraid. With his current abilities, even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape with his blood wings. Besides, with the help of De Huang Dog and Yan Qinyu, who had broken through to the mid-mortal core realm, it wasn't impossible for them to fight Yin Zhongqing. Yan Qinyu's 9 Yin meridians gave her an advantage that ordinary people couldn't compare with. And besides the blood wings, Jiang Qin also had a trump card called poison. "Brat, I don't care who you are, and I don't care what reason you have. You ruined my son's eyes, so you'll have to pay with your life." Yin Zhongqing's killing intent soared to the heavens. The elemental energy in his palms revolved, and he was about to make a move. "Stop!" Right at this moment, an indifferent voice came from the corner of the restaurant. Everyone looked towards the direction of the voice and saw the young man in blue standing up slowly from the window. He was slowly walking towards them. No one paid any attention to this young man in blue, but at this moment, everyone couldn't help but look at the two men. Anyone who dared to offend the mayor at this moment was either an idiot or someone with a high status. This young man in blue looked handsome, so he couldn't be an idiot. Jiang Chen looked over as well. He had been paying attention to this young man since he entered the restaurant, but he didn't expect this young man to stand out and help him at this moment. "Who are you? How dare you stick your nose into my business?" Yin Zhongqing shouted out loudly. He was extremely angry right now. "I have a bad habit, and that is I like to stick my nose into other people's business. When I see someone I don't like, I'll stick my nose into it. You can't blame this young man for what happened today. Your son's brain was filled with lust, and he asked for it. You should thank this young man for showing mercy and only blinding his eyes. If it was me, he would be dead by now." The young man in blue said indifferently. He didn't care about Yin Zhongqing at all. "What did you say? Who do you think you are? How dare you stick your nose into my business? In this Silver Moon City, no one dares talk to me like this." Yin Zhongqing became even angrier, but with his experience, he could tell that this young man in front of him wasn't an ordinary man. That's why he didn't attack immediately. "Let alone your tiny Silver Moon City, I'll stick my nose into any business in the Qi province. This is my bad habit. Yin Zhongqing, if you dare touch this young man today, you'll be going against me, the Black Sect's Han Yen." The young man in blue said in an impolite manner. When the name Han Yen came out from the Black Sect, it immediately caused an uproar. "What? He's the little devil king of the Black Sect, Han Yen. Why isn't he participating in the Qi province competition? Why is he here? Heavens, he's the little devil king. I never thought I would have the honor of having a meal with the little devil king. He's the #1 genius in the outer circle of the Black Sect. I think he's at the peak of the mortal core realm right now, and he'll be able to step into the heavenly core realm soon. With his talent, he won't be any weaker than Guan Yun from the Black Sect in the future. Of course, his potential is even higher than Guan Yun's. I heard that he's the descendant of the heavenly devil, and Gu Tianma's power is sealed within his body. He's not someone anyone can compare with. Besides, this man doesn't strike easily, but when he strikes, he'll take someone's life. That's why he's called the Little Devil King. Since the Little Devil King wants to stick his nose into this business, I'm afraid even the mayor will have to admit defeat. Han Yan is a rare genius in the Black Sect, and he has a high chance of becoming a core disciple in the future. He's highly valued by the upper echelons of the Black Sect, and he's not someone the tiny Silver Moon City can afford to offend. Sounds of discussions could be heard everywhere. Obviously, the Little Devil King had been famous for a long time, but not many people had seen his face. No one would have thought that the Little Devil King would come to the Silver Moon restaurant to drink. "You're the Little Devil King." Yin Zhongqing was shocked as well. He no longer had the arrogant attitude he had before. He could offend anyone else, but he couldn't afford to offend the Little Devil King. Obviously, this straightforward Little Devil King had a good impression of Jiang Qin. "Young man, do you want to go to Whirling Sun City and experience the Qi province competition?" De Huang Dog said. "Alright, since I've just arrived in the Qi province, I don't have many places to go. Going to Whirling Sun City isn't a bad idea." Jiang Chen nodded his head and prepared to go to Whirling Sun City. "Big bro Jiang Chen, let's leave this place as soon as possible. If the mayor catches up with us, it won't be easy to deal with him." Yan Qinyu said. "Don't worry, little you. If Yin Zhongqing really wanted to kill us, he would have done it in the restaurant just now. He is worried about the Little Devil King, so if he comes out to kill us, it would be the same as offending the Little Devil King. He can't afford to offend the Little Devil King. Besides, I didn't kill his son, I was just blind." Jiang Chen said with a relaxed expression. Besides, even if Yin Zhongqing caught up with them, he wouldn't be afraid. With the three of them working together, it would be more than enough to deal with an early heavenly core warrior. Let's go to Whirling Sun City. Chapter 79. Jiang Chen was getting ready to leave for Whirling Sun City. He couldn't stay in Silver Moon City any longer, and he didn't want to stay in Silver Moon City for too long. Whirling Sun City was located in the middle of the Qi province, and it would take a lot of time to get there from here. "De Huang, how long does it take to get to Whirling Sun City from here?" Jiang Chen asked. "With our previous speed, it would take at least a dozen days. It would be good if we could make it in time for the competition. If you're willing to carry us on your back, then we'll be able to make it in no time." De Huang Dog laughed. He actually wanted to carry Jiang Qin. "Don't even think about it. If the Little Devil King can make it in time for the competition, then we can." Jiang Qin sneered. This dog was definitely still holding a grudge against him for carrying him last time, and he was looking for an opportunity to get back at him. He was really evil. "It's your loss not to carry me. You don't even know how many people are fighting to carry me on their backs." De Huang Dog was extremely narcissistic. His face was showing an expression that made him think he was a great person. Jiang Chen and the other two quickly moved towards Whirling Sun City. After walking for less than 10 miles, they suddenly heard a few screeches coming from behind them. Jiang Chen turned around and saw 3 powerful flying demon beasts flying towards them at high speed. 3 mortal core warriors were standing on top of each demon beast. Each of them was filled with killing intent, and 2 of them were carrying combat weapons in their hands. Jiang Chen could tell that these people were coming for him just by looking at them and feeling their energy. Humph. Yin Zhongqing really didn't want to give up. He didn't do it himself, but he sent his men. This way, he won't offend the little devil king, and at the same time, he can get his revenge. Jiang Chen let out a cold snort. A grin appeared on his face. Stop. Where do you think you're going? A loud shout came from the demon beasts. In the next second, 3 demon beasts appeared in front of Jiang Chen, and 6 mortal core warriors jumped down from their demon beasts. The leading man was in his 40s or 50s, and his face was filled with killing intent. He was staring at Jiang Chen angrily. This man was at the peak of the late mortal core realm, and he was much stronger than Yan Zhanyun and Li Xinyu from Red City. There were 9 of them in total. Out of the other 8, 4 of them were at the late mortal core realm, and all of them were at the same level as Yan Zhanyun. The other 4 were also at the mid-mortal core realm. If this force was in Red City, they would be able to wipe out any family. You killed my son, and you think you can just walk away like this? City Lord gave the little devil king some face, but Lu Wei Wang, didn't agree. The old man bellowed. Jiang Chen immediately understood that this Lu Wei Wang in front of him was most likely the chief of the Lu family in Silver Moon City. He had killed the young master of the Lu family in the Silver Moon restaurant, so it was normal that the chief wouldn't let it go. Of course, even if the Lu family was a powerful family, it was impossible for them to send so many strong warriors at once. There were also 3 early mortal core flying demon beasts. Some of them must have been sent by the mayor. Obviously, Jiang Chen's whereabouts had been monitored by the mayor. Once the little devil king left, the mayor would use the power of the Lu family to deal with Jiang Chen. The 9 mortal core warriors were emitting powerful energy. They had surrounded Jiang Chen and the other 2. Their energy had locked down their surroundings, making it impossible for Jiang Chen to escape. In fact, Jiang Chen didn't plan to escape at all. A group like this didn't have the right to let them escape. I suggest you leave now and make way for me. Yan Chenyu and Lu Wei Wang's palms collided. Lu Wei Wang, who was full of energy, was knocked back by the attack. But this wasn't the most frightening part. The most frightening part was that Lu Wei Wang's entire arm was covered with a layer of frost. In the next second, Lu Wei Wang's arm was covered with a layer of ice. A bone-piercing cold energy rushed into his body, causing him to tremble. What? Lu Wei Wang shouted out in shock. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. But no matter what, he was still a late mortal core warrior. He quickly used his yuan energy to break the ice on his arm, but one of his arms had already lost all feeling due to the cold. Lu Wei Wang was staring at the beautiful girl in front of him with a frightened expression. The shock in his heart was like a tsunami. Cold body. Lu Wei Wang's lips were trembling. He could feel that Yan Chenyu's body was extraordinary. Ah! Right at this moment, a shrill scream came from the side. The late mortal core warrior from the mayor's mansion let out a blood-curdling scream. Both of his hands were scratching his face, and a green mist was rising from his body. The old man's scream only lasted for 3 seconds before he fell onto the ground. His body was burned black, and his face was full of holes because of the poison. Poison, this guy knows how to use poison. Someone shouted out loudly. His voice was filled with fear. Ah! Another shrill scream sounded out. The Huang dog had bitten a mid-mortal core warrior into pieces. It was a horrible scene. In the blink of an eye, 4 out of the 9 men had died. The Huang dog had killed 3 mid-mortal core warriors, and Jiang Qin had killed a late mortal core warrior. Even Lu Wei Wang, who was the strongest among them, had been severely injured by Yan Qinyu's attack. The remaining 5 men were all scared out of their wits. They no longer had the arrogant attitude they had before. All of them were staring at the 2 men and 1 dog in front of them with fear. What kind of combination was this? How could they be so abnormal? Oh my God, how could this happen? That dog is so cruel. It killed 3 men in one go. Mid-mortal core warriors are nothing in front of it. This is too cruel. That young man can actually use poison. Even a late mortal core warrior was poisoned to death. This kind of poison is really rare. That beautiful girl is even scarier. Even Lu Wei Wang was injured by her. Where did this genius come from? Why have I never heard of him before? Don't tell me he is a genius from one of the 4 big sects. Many of the spectators who were watching the fight from afar were terrified. They thought the fight was going to end without any suspense, but in the blink of an eye, it had turned into this. It was really hard for them to accept this. The way they looked at the 2 men and the dog had completely changed. You dare kill the men from the mayor's mansion. You guys are really daring. Lu Wei Wang shouted out loudly. What he said was just some bullshit. Chief Lu, this is a tough nut to crack, what should we do? An old man with a pale face asked in a low voice. Looks like the mayor has to deal with this personally. Let's go. Lu Wei Wang said to Leng Leng. He whistled, and the flying demon beasts that were circling in the sky immediately swooped down. Still want to leave? Jiang Qin would never let go of an enemy who wanted to kill him. He pointed his finger like a sword, and with both hands, he pointed out 3 bright lights. The single solar finger pierced through the air and accurately hit the 3 demon beasts. Roar! The 3 demon beasts let out a blood-curdling scream at the same time. After that, they fell down from the sky like kites with broken strings. Their blood splashed all over the place. After the 3 demon beasts fell onto the ground, they only moved a few times before they completely stopped moving. Under Jiang Chen's 6 solar fingers, these early mortal core demon beasts couldn't even withstand a single blow. What? Someone shouted out in shock. Xiao Yu, attack! Jiang Qin shouted out coldly. Yes. After saying that, Yan Qinyu's palms started dancing in the air. Streams of ice energy shot out towards Lu Wei Wang. I don't believe that with my strength, I can't deal with an ice body. Lu Wei Wang unleashed his energy. A low-ranked combat weapon appeared in his hand, and he forcefully thrust it towards Yan Qinyu. If Yan Qinyu was still an early mortal core warrior from Red City, she might not be a match for Lu Wei Wang. But now, she was a mid-mortal core warrior, and her body had fused with the 10,000 years freezing crystal. Even the monster in the pond could be killed by her with a single strike, let alone Lu Wei Wang. Swoosh! Chapter 80. A late mortal core warrior, the chief of a noble family in Silver Moon City, had just died a horrible death a few miles away from Silver Moon City. He had been turned into an ice sculpture. At the same time, a sharp howl suddenly came out from Jiang Chen's mouth. The sound waves turned into ripples and spread out, cutting the air apart. The powerful sound waves weaved into a huge net and flew towards the other 3 mortal core warriors. Sound wave combat skill. Someone shouted out in shock. He immediately unleashed his powerful Yuan energy and formed a barrier around himself, trying to block Jiang Chen's sound wave combat skill. As powerful mortal core warriors, they had some understanding of sound wave combat skills. The powerful sound waves were everywhere, and it was very difficult to defend against. Bop, too bad, the gap between them was just too big. Jiang Chen, who was cultivating the dragon transformation skill, could easily destroy any mortal core warrior. Under the impact of the sonic hawk cry, the three men's Yuan energy barrier was shattered, and the sound waves went through their bodies. Wah! The three men spat out blood at the same time, and their faces became pale. Jiang Chen's sound waves had damaged the source of their souls. Clang! Jiang Chen's attack was extremely fast, and he didn't show any mercy. In his hand, a long sword appeared. This was the sword he got from the Tianjin Gate disciple in the forest. When the combat weapon landed in Jiang Chen's hand, it immediately turned into an invincible divine weapon. With a sway of his feet, he dashed forward like a ghost. In a flash, 3 heads flew up into the sky, and blood sprayed up into the sky. Plop! Plop! 3 headless bodies fell onto the ground, dying in a pool of blood. The scene was bloody and brutal, and the air was filled with the smell of blood. Those who were watching the fight from afar were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Their faces were filled with fear. A scene like this was something they could never have dreamed of. Those were late mortal core warriors, but in front of this young man, it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. This was like child's play. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Heavens, where did that freak come from? Why haven't I heard of him before? This is too cruel. At such a young age, there is already someone who can be so cruel and kill a late mortal core warrior so easily. Even among the outer circle disciples of the 4 big sects, he is still a rare existence. Only the little devil king and the others from the 4 big sects can kill a few late mortal core warriors so easily. I'm afraid this young man has just arrived in the Qi province. Otherwise, with such monstrous talent and skills, people would have known about him long ago. This is terrible. 9 mortal core warriors, and 3 mortal core flying demon beasts, all of them were killed. This is too cruel. For the mayor's mansion and the Liu family, this is a loss that can never be repeated. That's right. Everyone was shocked. No one knew who this young man who had appeared out of nowhere was. He actually had such tyrannical means. It had been a long time since such a massacre had occurred in Silvermoon City. Jia, this kid is ruthless enough. I like it. The Huang dog laughed as he looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's face was expressionless, and his eyes were as calm as an ancient well. Killing a few people was like killing ants to him. Once he arrived in the Qi province, he would be considered to have stepped into the world of cultivation. This was the law of the cultivation world, the law of the jungle. As the once greatest saint in the world, Jiang Chen's mentality and skills were not something anyone could imagine. In his mind, killing people was a normal thing. Besides, he knew that these people had to be killed. If he didn't kill them, they would continue to pester him like a dog's skin plaster. Big bro Jiang Chen, after killing so many people, I'm afraid the mayor will have to do it himself. Yan Chen said worriedly. Right after she finished speaking, an angry shout came from afar. In the next second, a man was flying towards them from Silvermoon City. In the blink of an eye, he landed in front of Jiang Chen and the other 2. It was Yin Zhongqing. When Yin Zhongqing arrived, he immediately saw the horrible scene on the ground. His expression immediately changed. After that, he stared at Jiang Chen with a gaze like a poisonous snake. Bastard, did you do all of this? Yin Zhongqing's eyes were burning with anger. These dead bodies on the ground were the backbone of the mayor's mansion, and there were also 3 flying demon beasts. Those were rare treasures, but they had all been killed here. For mortal core warriors who couldn't fly, flying demon beasts were the hardest to find. Demon beasts were brutal by nature, and it was very difficult for humans to tame them. In the entire mayor's mansion, there were only 3 flying demon beasts. You should have expected this when you sent your men to kill me, Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. Good, very good, this is great. I've given face to the little devil king once, but this time, you've killed so many men from the mayor's mansion. Even if the little devil king comes again, I won't let you off. Yin Zhongqing was completely furious. There was no way he wouldn't be furious. Although Silver Moon City wasn't a big city, and it was located far away from the city, and the 4 big sects didn't really care about it, he was still the overlord of this city. As a heavenly core warrior, how could he be humiliated by a junior? Damn it, let's fight him. The Huang dog was eager to give it a try. Damn dog, that's a heavenly core warrior, how are we going to fight him? Jiang Qin glared at the Huang dog. With his current strength, he could fight any mortal core warrior, but when facing a heavenly core warrior, he would still be at a disadvantage. After all, the gap between a heavenly core warrior and a mortal core warrior wasn't small. Only by working together with Yan Qinyu and a Huang dog could they fight a heavenly core warrior, and even then, they might not be able to gain the upper hand. Yin Zhongqing, I advise you not to provoke me. Don't bring yourself too much trouble, Jiang Qin said with an indifferent tone. Ha! What a joke, what a huge joke. You're just a tiny mortal core warrior, even if you have some talent, you're still no match for a heavenly core warrior. Today, I, the mayor, will tear you into a million pieces, skin that dog alive, and cook him. I'll capture that bitch and let my son have sex with her every night. Yin Zhongqing was extremely ferocious. He was gnashing his teeth in anger. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he couldn't wait to rush up and tear Jiang Qin into pieces. Bang! When Yin Zhongqing said this, Jiang Qin's anger immediately rushed up to his head. Yin Zhongqing's insulting words towards Yan Qinyu had directly touched Jiang Qin's reverse scale. The Huang dog was also jumping up and down in anger, and he was spitting out spittle. This old bird actually wanted to stew him, this was intolerable. Damn it, kill him, we must kill him. The Huang dog was furious. If the 3 of us join forces, we can fight him. Jiang Qin was determined as well. Looking at Yin Zhongqing's expression, he wouldn't let them go today. Although he could escape with his blood wings, if he brought Yan Qinyu and the Huang dog with him, it would be very difficult. They're going to fight again, even the mayor is here. What did this young man do to offend the mayor like this? Sigh, he's so young and frivolous, didn't he just cause a big mess? The mayor is a heavenly core warrior, and a heavenly core warrior can control natural energies. He's not someone a mortal core warrior can handle. Let's stay away from here, the mayor is furious right now. Don't let him kill us with just one slap. Everyone was shocked. This was a rare fight in the Silver Moon restaurant. So many people from the mayor's mansion had died, and if they let those 2 men and a dog leave just like that, where would Yin Zhongqing's face go? How was he going to be the mayor of Silver Moon City in the future? Young man, face your death. Unparalleled palm. Yin Zhongqing shouted out loudly. Without any hesitation, he struck towards Jiang Qin with a powerful combat skill. The unparalleled palm was a high-ranked Mortal Kombat skill, and it was only weaker than an Earth combat skill. It was unleashed by an early Heavenly Core warrior, and it was extremely powerful. Bang! Following a loud rumbling sound, countless golden beams were unleashed by Yin Zhongqing. In an instant, the golden beams converged into a gigantic palm. The golden palm pressed down from the sky like a small mountain, then it threw itself towards Jiang Qin and the other two men. Attack! Jiang Qin shouted out loudly. He pointed his finger forward like a sword, and two huge golden fingers dashed out. Next to them was a huge shadow of a third huge finger. Obviously, if Jiang Qin broke through to the mid-mortal core realm, he would be able to completely transform the three solar fingers. At the same time, Yan Qinyu unleashed a huge amount of cold energy from her body. She unleashed a silver-white icicle. Wherever the icicle passed, white mist would appear, and even the air would be frozen. The Huang dog didn't want to be outdone. He spat out a golden beam from his mouth. There were mystical symbols within the beam, and it emitted a holy aura. The double solar fingers, the icicle, and the golden beam. Any one of these attacks could kill a late mortal core warrior, let alone the three of them working together. If the three of them fought Yin Zhongqing separately, they might not be his match, but with the three of them working together, it wouldn't be easy for Yin Zhongqing to hurt them. Bang! The great unparalleled palm strike collided with the attacks of the two people and the dog. The resulting shockwaves could be said to be earth-shattering. The air in that area was directly obliterated, and a resplendent shockwave rippled out, dazzling and dazzling. The ground was shaking, and all the people who were watching from afar were shocked. They rarely saw a heavenly core warrior fight, and today was a rare occasion. When the shockwave dissipated, Jiang Qin and the other two were still standing where they were. They weren't injured at all. This situation not only shocked Yin Zhongqing, even the people who were watching couldn't believe their own eyes. Those were heavenly core warriors. A heavenly core warrior had used a high-ranked Mortal Kombat skill, but he still couldn't take down three Mortal Core warriors. This was too shocking, and it was unbelievable. This situation didn't mean that Yin Zhongqing, who was at the heavenly core realm, wasn't strong enough. It only meant that the three mortal core warriors were too strong. Heavenly core warriors are really strong. Yan Qinyu's eyes lit up. On the other side, Yin Zhongqing had a serious expression on his face. Yuan energy was glowing around his body, and he slowly flew up into the sky. His divine sense had locked onto Jiang Qin and the other two. It looked like he was about to unleash an even stronger attack. You're tuning into the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.